righty, everybody. Welcome on into the Central Committee stream with your host, Mike from PA. We are live. It is November 18th, 2025. What a month, chat. China as a country has made amazing changes in the past century. I think you mean since 1949, or the founding of the People's Republic of China. There has been no thing that has led to the liberation and uplifting of more human beings in history than the formation of the People's Republic of China. That is a reality that I think a lot of Americans are finally starting to recognize. China is not our enemy. I mean, we haven't treated China like our enemy for over 30 years. It's like actually closer to 50 years. But now that China is actually a country that is, comparable or even surpassing the United States, suddenly a bunch of, I don't know how else to put it, white supremacist fascists in both the Republican and Democratic parties want to create some sort of like conflict. And we've got to fight that new Cold War at any cost. The 100 years of the Communist Party in China, and it's just been straight up. The Chengdu Mall. Okay, chat, you got to give me the highlights from yesterday's Hassan China stream. Also, chat, Chinese, we're being recognized. Also, look at his shoulders. Look at Hassan's shoulders compared to her shoulders. Like, they have the head size roughly proportional. Maybe his head is just a little bit bigger. But look at his shoulder. His shoulders are like 3 times as wide as hers. He's got Roblox shoulders, exactly. Jesus Christ. So we have got ourselves a lot. Did I cover this yesterday? I swear to God, if this is one of your TikToks.
You are aware I usually stand up and mention that I have no choice but to say it officially, that I represent 6'7". You are aware I usually stand up and mention that I represent the best town in the USA. That's kind of an ongoing thing. I'm sure you recall, but did you know why, Mr. Speaker?
Why it's the best town?
Well, I think you recognize my district number, and I think I have no choice but to say it officially, that I represent 6'7". 6'7". You can all be as jealous as you want, but you're all doing it too.
I have a 12 and a 10-year-old. I'll show her the clip.
They should be very proud. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I told you, chat. I told you somebody going 6'7" would go viral, and there it is. I'm not a fan of the joke, but Unk definitely hit that. God forbid a man tries to have fun. The collective uggs. I honestly feel like 40 and 50-year-olds, like Gen X is probably more plugged into 6'7" than like older Gen Z. Gen Z is starting to get old. Chat, Gen Z is starting to get old. When I was their age, you know what I used to wear all the time? Quarter zips. Now, like Gen Z is staring the big 3-0 in the face, and they're all starting to wear quarter zips. And they're acting like it's cool to wear quarter zips. And it's like, bitch, that's called a recession indicator. That's called a recession indicator. You can't afford your dandy drip, so you're wearing your business casual to the club. Quit trying to say that it's cool now. I'm not old. I'm only 27. I've been 20 since 22, bro. What do you know about fashion? I'm crashing out. The quarter zips are in, is what I'm saying. And I'm a quarter zip king. I can go pull my quarter zips right out of my fucking closet. I'm going to start rocking them. And then because I'm fashionable. Oh, I'm so ready. I'm going to go buy I'm going to go to the most old man stores like Joseph Bank and the Burlington Coat Factory and Brooks Brothers, and I'm just gonna load up LL Bean and load up on the quarter zips. And now I'm fashionable again. Oh hell yeah, Ross and Marshalls, we're going for it, bro. I'm in now. H3 podcast host Hila Clyde says she was set human skulls as threats for simply being pro-Israel. 500 likes, almost 300 comments. Listen, chat, I want to post it, but honestly, negative 20,000. That's really all I want to say. Like, I want to make fun of them, and I want them to get exposed as that nobody actually sent them skulls for thousands of dollars. Like, wouldn't the same effect just be delivered if you bought a plastic skull? Like, why would you go and buy real skulls for thousands of dollars? You know what I mean? Like, if sending someone skulls is so intimidating, why would you spend thousands of dollars? Which, again, are you going to put that on your regular credit card? Like, how, like, are you going to buy a $2,000 prepaid card? Like, it's just, it doesn't add up. It doesn't add up. I want my skull threat to be really authentic, which is why I'm paying for real human remains for a lot of money. Would love to see some basic verification instead of regurgitating exactly what someone told you to interview. Also, these boxes, those threats came in. As annoying as when Ethan Klein blatantly lies about me, I've seen some people say that he lied about receiving skulls. I want to debunk that because he did in fact receive skulls. They shared photos of the package they received with me when I was attempting to help them. Yeah, okay. Real human skull. And okay. And it says that right on the packaging. Like, did they order them? Can I see the fucking like invoice? What do you think of AOC saying it's bad timing for Osse primarying Jeffries? Here is my, I'm going to give you the most unsatisfying but honest answer. It's the Mike from PA special. I'm going to try to make you smarter and not dumber. The answer is Bernie Sanders did not endorse AOC when she was primarying, what's his fucking name? I forgot his name. The number 4 in the House. Fuck, he's so irrelevant now that he lost. Crowley, thank you. So it is what it is, right? So Osse, if he's going to be a politician, if he wants to challenge the Speaker of the House or the minority leader, you're not going to have a lot of politicians on your side when you do that. You just have to win with the people. That's the way it goes. I'm 100% in favor of it. I understand why people are not necessarily going to get right behind it. He's just going to have to demonstrate it by winning. He's going to have to persuade the voters. And then he's got to learn this is how politics works. You go for a long shot, it's going to be treated like a long shot. And if you hit that shot, well, then you've got aura maxed. And you become a national leader overnight because you did the impossible. But it is what it is, right? And I wish that we were in the position of these people, you know, making a real play for power within the party. But AOC, you know, it is what it is. She wants to be, she's trying not to, she's got 3 years where she's trying to get everyone behind her. And so that is the decision that is being made so far. Now, if the polls start coming out and Osse is winning, it's a year to the election. You know, it's what is it? 6 months to the election, 8 months to the election. If he's winning in the polls and she's campaigning for Jeffries, well, then I'll be pissed, right? If she's endorsing Jeffries, I'll be pissed. But at this point, it is what it is. She had to beat Crowley on her own. Osse's gonna have to beat Jeffries on his own. That's the way it goes. And so do I wish she would go to war? Yes. I think it would actually work, and I think it would be a really smart move. And the sooner we go to war against these people, the better. But I'm not really that. I mean, Osse knew it. Like, when he launched this campaign, I'm sure he talked to everybody, and they were like, listen, if you go after Jeffries, you're going to have to go out on your own. We can't support you because he is, so important in the House, and it would be very damaging. We'll be seen as infighters, and Zohran needs his help in order to govern in New York City. So if he decided to do it anyway, that's his own decision. I'm behind him 100%, but it is what it is. I'm not really mad at everybody for not endorsing right off the bat. I knew, like, we have to show, and this is something that LBJ would say to people. He would say, make me do it. And so that is our job. Our job is to make AOC endorse Osse. And how do we make AOC endorse Osse? We get behind him so hard that she has no choice but to do it. That has to be our attitude. And ultimately, as I said before, Bernie Sanders did not endorse AOC before she won, and they became close allies after. It is what it is. Welcome to politics. It's unsatisfying. It sucks. And I wish AOC was more pugilistic. But it's our job to show that the movement has teeth, and we don't fucking need these politicians. It's pronounced Chi, not Che. Sorry, Chi. I keep trying to make everybody Che. Mike, do you need to see this right now? Okay.
One man had a dream. his life was meant for more than serving fries. Trump didn't just see Greece. He saw greatness. He didn't just see a fryer. He saw a fresh start for America. This is the tale of the American dream, where nothing is impossible.
Look at the crowd over there. Look how happy everybody is. They're happy because they want hope. They need hope.
Two sides of the same man, two chapters of the same story, from the Golden Arches to the Golden Age.
It is my honor to introduce to you the 45th and the 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
His list of accomplishments is breathtaking. He's blown up the deep state. He's proven the so-called experts completely wrong. His list of achievements almost endless. Meanwhile, promises made, promises kept.
This administration's moving at political light speed. Today, the flurry continues, and as Sharpie's working harder than Biden ever did.
I'm asking you, just dream big. We're bringing it back. This will be America's new golden age.
That was an official White House video, and it had like glamour shots for the French fries and for the burgers.
Greece.
We are actually in the Burger Reich. We're actually in the Burger Reich. I mean, this is Republican America. This really is Republican America. This is their ideal. This is their ideal. And I've been here, by the way, chat. In fact, I might visit this year. I might have to visit. I should get a drone and do a drone shot. This is in Pennsylvania. Yeah, this is off of this is like, I want to say Water 2 exit short of Pittsburgh. Yeah, this is Breezewood. And the only reason it looks nice, like if you look out into what it looks like in nature, this part of Pennsylvania is forested mountains. This is kind of what it looks like. This is what Western Pennsylvania is like. Here's another one. These are some of the oldest mountains in the world. This is Western Pennsylvania. Something like this. And it still looks like this because it's mostly forest. And when American culture meets Western Pennsylvania, the result is... I'm in northeastern Pennsylvania, right off 81 in Wilkes-Barre. No difference. Looks exactly the same. Yes. That's because it's the Alleghenies. Ohio better than PA? I'm sorry, man. Like, I like to give other states their credit, but Ohio is just worse than Pennsylvania in every way. I'm sorry. Pennsylvania's cities are better. Pennsylvania's natural environment is better. Ohio is just, no, man. I'm sorry. Ohio is just worse. It's just worse. I'm sorry, man. I want to be able to give Ohio credit because Ohio doesn't. It's not as like the thing about Ohio is it's massively underrated. I want to give this to Ohio. Ohio is massively underrated. It's nowhere near the worst state. It's actually kind of a mediocre state. It's like it's like around 20 or something. It is not that bad. There's a lot of places that are a lot worse than Ohio. It's like lower mid. Like it's not that bad. Like Indiana is worse than Ohio in every way. Arkansas is probably what I would say is the worst state. I would probably say like Arkansas or you know what? Arkansas is actually better. What's worse than Arkansas? No, Oklahoma's better than Arkansas. Mississippi is better than Arkansas, in my opinion. Missouri is better than Arkansas, like 100%. Actually, Missouri is really underrated, if I'm being honest. It's just very like, the thing about Missouri is like, it's incredibly redneck, but the place is actually not that bad. It's kind of nice. Missouri is worse than every other state. No, the people suck. I'll give you that. But as far as like climate is good, it's really affordable. It's not great, but it's like, you know, who doesn't like the Ozarks? Like, come on. What? There's a reason why we never hear you talk about Western PA. We could all agree it's Eastern Ohio. No, it's not. No, it's not. Legitimately, I do consider Pittsburgh to be probably the most underrated city in America. That being said, it's other people are starting to agree with me, so it's starting to be more properly rated. It's not like it's a top city or anything. It's just underrated. Like people think it sucks a lot worse than it does. It's actually not bad at all. It's actually pretty decent. Ohio is underrated. I agree with you. I think Ohio is underrated. But the problem is that it's just like, why would you pick Ohio though? You know, like Ohio is just like worse than Pennsylvania in every way. The politics are worse. The environment is worse. The natural beauty is worse. You know, like people say Pennsylvania, but then it's like, have you been to Cincinnati? Like, I'd rather be in York County than Cincinnati. Like, no, you know, like, come on. But again, it's just like Ohio is treated so badly because it's nice to so many, it's next to so many better places. And, you know, but if you put it, you know, some of the plain states are just miserable. Like Kansas is just dog shit. Iowa is dog shit. Now, if you're asking me a place that I would never want to live, Iowa, that one sucks. Nebraska is bottom tier. I don't like plains. I'm not a steppe creature. I don't like the plains. I don't like absolutely flat nothingness that's also dry. You need at least trees. You know what I mean? Omaha is okay. It's like an oasis in a desert. Florida is the most overrated state by far. Kansas is the home of John Brown. We started the end of slavery here. Okay, Kansas has some cool history. Unfortunately, you guys don't live up to it. You guys used to be cool as fuck, but then you're kind of falling off. Florida is by far and away the most overrated state. And I think Orlando may be the place I hate the most. It actually sucks. Sorry, Orlandians. I'm not saying that Florida doesn't have fun things. The thing about Florida is it's, you know how I'm like when you go to California, you're like, God damn, this place could be so perfect if they just got their shit together. You go to Florida and it's just like, they've never had their shit together ever here. It's always been fucked. You're just like, it's always been fucked here. Whereas in California, you kind of feel like I can see how it fell off. Whereas in Florida, you're like, this has always been a shithole. Even though it's so fun, you're just like, why does it suck so much? Why don't they get their shit together at all? Like, what the fuck? Like, I think Tampa might be the biggest fumble of a city I've ever seen. I'm shit talking everybody's favorite place, but I'm sorry. Like, if there's any place where I'm like, give it back to the indigenous tribes, it's Florida. We need land back for Florida, 100p, because white people are just not built for the swamp. What do I think of Massachusetts? Massachusetts is a place where, like, you're surprised it's as nice as it is. Massachusetts is one of those places where they punched above their weight. Surprising it's as nice as it is. What do I think of Delaware? I think of Delaware as like, it's a joke that it's a state. Like it should just be a region within another state. It's almost like a non-place. There is like the wild horses and shit are cool, but like, and I love the Bay. I'm a Chesapeake fan. I love the Bay. I think the Bay is great. It's very quintessentially American. And I think Maryland is great as well. Maryland is really underrated. Baltimore is a huge problem where it's like, again, it's another fumble where you're like, if America wasn't a shithole, this was to be like one of the coolest places on the planet, but America sucks, so they fucked it up. And they basically don't care about human beings in this country, and it makes you sad. Baltimore is one of those places where you feel like that, where you're just like, God, this could be one of the coolest places on the planet, and it's just depressing. I hate to say it, but DC's not bad. I hate to say it, but DC is not bad. Like, it's definitely on a list of cities that I would live in. Unfortunately, true. Meanwhile, in China, bro, like, look how cool China is, dude. Like, come on. This is what I'm talking about with, like, potential.
Dude, incense is so sick.
Buddhism is pretty cool religion. Unfortunately, the followers of Buddhism kind of have done all sorts of fucked up shit with it. But it is kind of a sick religion. Which is true of every religion, really, but every religion has kind of cool elements to it.
Craziest juxtaposition. We just walked out of a
really?
temple and we just walked into a Fendi. Like, that's crazy.
What is?
We just walked out of a Buddhist temple and we walked
right into the Fendi.
Yeah.
I don't
Fire.
know if I've ever
It's pretty fire. It's pretty fire, not gonna lie. Did you talk about the Cloudflare thing? You were right again about internet stuff? Wait, I was right about something? Please tell me more. Trump administration to announce dismantling of much of education department. American century of humiliation. I have a few hog friends that became woke after living in Florida and coming back to Brazil. They suffered so much racism there that they converted to leftism. That bums me out so much, dude. Like, everything that makes Florida suck are the transplants. Florida's like culture was so fucking cool because it used to be a difficult frontier. And so it used to be a fucking cool place. Fan boats and fucking the Everglades. But when Disney, you know, the Disney buying a bunch of swampland and building Disney World, that's really where Florida went off the rails. And then it just became, then the transplants started coming in. So it was like all the upper middle class government employees from the Northeast with their amazing unions and pensions made all that money in the Northeast. And then they retired and they would sell their house for massively overpriced. And then they would buy a house in Florida and they would just be sitting on like 1.5 milli and just voting Republican. And they'd get their 6-figure pension from their like strong unions in the Northeast, and then they would just ladder pull. Like Florida is the home of the ladder pulling boomer. So I would say Florida is probably like legitimately sucks. And I feel bad for like Floridians because it's like, that's not your fault. Like those are it's like every asshole in America moved to your state. It's like, that's not your fault. And then it made like unaffordable for Floridians. Like they couldn't afford to buy houses in their own state. I like Florida. Like the thing is, like I also, when I say I like a state, chat, I'm talking about the natural beauty as well, and like the because I used to like to go outside, so I'm talking about like coasts and the woods and the mountains and like just existing in the place. Like how does it feel? So when I talk about, I'm not just talking about like the culture of Florida. I mean like the place itself is like really interesting. Like America really has so many interesting and beautiful places. It's just American culture and infrastructure is so poor that it like drags those places down. That's what I'm trying to fix. That's what I'm trying to put. I want Americans to like believe, like Americans don't even really have nationalism. We don't have any nationalists. I think this is the crisis that America has, is like nationalism gives right wingers the permission to want to act collectively, if that makes sense. So like, I need to pay my taxes because our nation needs a new bridge. Like that's how you trick right wingers into like voting for collectivism, right? That's what nationalism does. It's a way of tricking right wingers to think about something bigger than just themselves. And in China, the Communist Party has fully like figured out how to, all the people that are like in their bones conservatives, to like become regime pilled. You know what I mean? So they get people to want to invest in seeing the country get better. Whereas in America, our right wingers are all capitalists. They're like, how could I scam my fellow American to get rich? Fuck you, got mine. Like no one in America is like, you know, we got to take care of American kids. Like that does not appeal to the right wing in America. They're like, fuck them kids. I want my taxes lower. So we don't even have nationalism. Truly a pathetic country. What's your opinion of Colorado? Colorado is probably like all the places you guys know of in Colorado suck. But Colorado itself is breathtaking. Boulder is not bad. I like Colorado Springs is really cool, but it has the worst people to place disparity. It's like worse than Salt Lake City, honestly. Like Salt Lake City is an amazing locale, but Mormonism is just like the most cursed religion of all time. Sorry, Mormons, but you know I'm right. Colorado Springs is so cool, but then again, demonic town. The most evil, like evangelical Christians of all time. Denver is like basically a city. It's like you think you're going to be flying. You think you're going to go to Denver. There's going to be mountains, and it's not. It's just like, oh, somebody built a city kind of like on flat land, but it's very high up elevation wise because the continental plates are lifting. So you're like a mile high, but there's no mountains. You're just like, and the weather is the most mercurial weather on the planet. You'll be like, oh, it's a nice day. And you'll go out on a walk and then you'll find yourself getting hit by a fucking lightning hailstorm out of nowhere and you're going to die because there's no trees as far as the eye can see. You're like laying down in a ditch, hoping you don't get struck by lightning. That's Denver for you. Also, it used to be a really good value, but now it's the most overpriced for what you get in the entire country. And it's also about 1 million miles from any other city. So when you're in Denver, you're fucking stuck. You're like, you can't just do a day trip anywhere. You have to get on a fucking plane. Again, these are major downsides for me. Oh, it's only 2 hours to Cheyenne, Wyoming. Wyoming is what I call a non-place. Wyoming is also, give that back to the indigenous 100%, because every Wyoming person is an asshole. Sorry, anybody. Is there anybody here from Wyoming? Because I like Wyoming, but again, it's like a place where people like Dick Cheney and Liz Cheney. See, they like boiling with evil. You just lost your 2 Wyoming viewers. I like Wyoming, and if you're watching me, you're one of the good ones, obviously. Obviously, if you're watching me, you're one of the good ones. Whether you're from Ohio or Florida or Wyoming or wherever, I'm just roasting everywhere. This is a Mike from PA is just randomly roasting everywhere. I haven't been to Montana yet, so I can't fairly give a point. It's on my list. I haven't been to Montana yet, so that's a bummer. So I can't fairly roast you. Mike, what is the best state? I don't really like that idea. I don't think there is a best state. I think every state is really fucked up right now. I'm not trying to... everyone I know from Wyoming is very kind, so I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, I did go to a rodeo at Wyoming when I went to Wyoming. So, to be honest, maybe that was a bad representation of the state. I didn't spend a lot of time there, to be honest. So maybe I got an unfair representation of Wyoming. And it was 20 years ago. So I will say that my Wyoming info might be out of date. Mike, have I ever ridden a horse? How dare you ask me such a question? Of course I did. What the fuck? Of course I know how to ride a horse. What is this? You think I'm a fucking Gen Zer? I'm a millennial. We lived life because there was no internet to take all your time. We used to do shit. We used to be like, hey man, you want to go canoeing? Because there was nothing to do. Now you could just plug into your phone. You don't have to do anything. Your life completely gets sucked into the machine. You don't have to do anything anymore. Back in the day, we had to do shit for fun. I haven't been to Hawaii.
I'm running Cam.
Oh, hi.
Oh, hi. Are you okay being on stream? Yeah. Oh, cool.
Hi. Nice to meet you. This is Will.
Hi.
Caroline.
Pleasure to meet you. Oh, my whole setup is right here.
Which I Live in China lady is this? Can someone link me one of her things? I want to promote it. We need to hatch like a pro-China no Cold War group. Who's in the no Cold War group? Is that a DSA thing? Do they have one? I don't know about this. We need to like start building a no Cold War movement. I mean, it's already kind of happening, but it hasn't gone. It's like they're brewing it. They're trying to cook it up. But we don't have it yet. And I know China doesn't want it. So it's like we have to stop our side from doing it.
Because we learned in Chongqing local dialect, we learned when you say shishi, instead of saying shishi lao ban, you say in Chongqing shishi lao bar.
No. They're trying to gerrymander the fuck out of Florida, chat. Governor Ron DeSantis confirmed Florida's 2026 redistricting is coming. Potential U.S. House delegation, Republican 25, Democratic 3. They're going to gerrymander out. I mean, these are 3 people I really hate. I'm not going to lie. If these people were gone, it would be fucking based. They're some of the worst people in the entire Democratic caucus. But Maxwell Frost is okay. And they're making everything like R plus 16, R plus 20, R plus 11, which are really not winnable. Like there's no dummy mander here. This is not like people like to cope with dummy mander because it seems like it could happen, but no. Gerrymandering is really effective. You're stupid if you don't think so. They don't have any Democrats in Tampa. The district I'm running in would go from R plus 11 instead of R plus 7. Jesus Christ.
Hello. If you're new here, my name is Elise Lightyear. I am an American expat who's been living and teaching abroad in China for the past 5 years. And in this video, I want to continue my series on teaching in China. Today, we are talking about the pros and the cons of teaching here in China. So whether you're thinking about making the leap or you're just curious to know, stick around. I've got lots of good info that's going to give you lots of insight. Let's just start with the pros because everybody loves good news, right? So in my opinion, I think number one reason why people come to China.
Did you see Michelle Obama? Yeah, this is their PSYOP against AOC. They're trying to PSYOP against AOC using Michelle Obama. She's really a dedicated neoliberal, huh?
So thank you for being there for us.
You stepped into a role that carried a preconceived idea of femininity and wifedom that was founded on the landmines of racism and misogyny. What the First Lady wears is one of the main ways, which you've already said, that a First Lady is talked about. It comes with so much historical expectation. How do you feel about the fact that the First Lady is an archetype?
Yeah, I don't agree with that. Don't agree with that. It's, you know, it is a completely throwback on. It's a definition that has no current status in how women actually show up in the world today.
Do you think that that impacts the room that we've made for a woman to be president?
Well, as we saw in this past election, sadly, we ain't ready. That's why I'm like, don't even look at me about running, because you all are lying. You're not ready for a woman. You are not. So don't waste my time, you know.
This is one of the most pathetic. I gotta be honest, I could not disagree more, and I feel that this is actively harmful. Maybe I'm being a jerk, but like, I just think this is actively harmful, and America did not defeat Kamala Harris because Kamala Harris was a woman. First of all, it wasn't that, you know, Donald Trump won, but he didn't win by a landslide, okay? It was very close. And Joe Biden would have lost worse. So what, like, you know what I mean? Like, Joe Biden would have done worse than Kamala Harris. So clearly, you know what I mean? Like, this idea that it's just about race and gender is a way of they're trying to pave the field for a right-wing white man to take over the Democrats, because that's what they support ideologically. If Hillary Clinton was just about to run, they would not be saying this. They're saying this because it's AOC they're trying to keep down. Literally. They're trying to clear the field for Pete Buttigieg or Gavin Newsom. That's what's happening here. And I'm sorry, if we're not ready for a woman, we're not ready for a gay man. Is that going to come up next? I think by the way, if somebody says shit like this, the follow-up should be, are we ready for a gay man? Is America ready for a gay man? If we're not ready for a woman, are we ready for a gay man? And I want them to go through are they ready for a Jewish person? Are they ready for, like, go through the whole list and tell me which race or religion is America not ready for. Now, if you could see right off the bat that that's fucking weird, don't accept it about misogyny. I'm sorry, this is fucked up. And don't pretend it's politically neutral. No, it's a play against AOC.
We got a lot of growing up to do, and there's still, sadly, a lot of men who do not feel like they can be led by a woman, and we saw it.
They're already voting Republican. I mean, what state, like, can you be more specific? Can you be more specific? Because Arkansas voted for a woman for governor who's a Republican. Susan Collins is in Maine. Alyssa Slotkin is in Michigan. Can you be specific about what states and what places are not ready for a woman? Please be specific. I have no idea what you're talking about. It's just not true. It's just like, I don't know if this is self-soothing to try to find a reason that Kamala Harris that wasn't her ideology and her views, and we have to make it about her identity because then she's blameless, like an innocent, and they're degrading all women in leadership to cover up for the ego of Kamala Harris. Like, this is and Hillary Clinton. It's just gross. And it is misogyny.
What was the question?
I just said, we don't need to ask it again. You answered it. Femininity, wifedom.
Yeah. I mean, I think we still have growing to do in that regard. And, you know, we can see how progress can be made and things can be snatched back when it comes to us owning our power as women.
Women account for 28% of lawmakers. Yeah. But, you know, definitely there is a lot of advantages for wealth in this country, and there's definitely room for women to grow in America. But the idea that where America's not ready for a woman because Kamala Harris lost narrowly and Hillary Clinton lost narrowly, she won the popular vote. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, this is just bullshit, and it's gross. Statewide favorables in New York City: Letitia James +11, AOC +5, Zohran 0, Hochul -2, Jeffries -6, Stefanik -8, Schumer -23, Trump -26. So the more people learn about AOC and Zohran, the better they do. The more people know about Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries, the worse they do. A woman has women elected official statewide executive. Has every state done it? Is it like every state has won a statewide woman? It's just nonsense, man. It's just nonsense. It's just nonsense. And it's an ideological play that's being made. Mike, quick question. Let's say we get an FDR style candidate. How do we prevent the Red Scare from happening in the future and keep power? The answer is the Red Scare happened after FDR was dead. So the key is don't have a coalition with the right wing, the anti-socialist left, as vice president. That's the answer. Don't do what happened with Lincoln. Don't do what happened with FDR, where somebody progressive dies and in their coalition they decided to put a conservative in the VP spot. That is a side you're gonna die. A lot of people made the excuse that the reason the Kamala didn't win is because America didn't want to vote for a black woman, and I feel like she's also making that same excuse. Michelle Obama can't make that excuse. That's because Kamala is black, because her husband won. So she's making the excuse that it's because Kamala is a woman, when in reality it's because Kamala's shitty fucking politics and her inability to differentiate herself from Biden. I'm not saying there aren't a lot of misogynists in America. They're just not a majority. And they're already voting Republican. We watched this already, but I appreciate you guys. All right, let's talk about some fun stuff. The stonks, the money is being touched. The money is being touched. Bitcoin down like 30% off the highs. It was at 120,000 a coin. Now it's down to 93. The money is being touched. The stock market is falling for the 4th day in a row. The Nvidia earnings call is tomorrow. The economy is 100% cooked. I don't know. Maybe they'll have a good one. I don't know what they have to say. I mean, I do kind of tend to believe that you know, it would have leaked and people are selling before catastrophic results, but maybe I'm wrong.
The Bitcoin sell-off, that's intensifying as well. Mackenzie Segala is tracking that action for us. Hey, Mac.
Hey, Scott. So Bitcoin breaking below 92K, down more than 27% since hitting its latest all-time high last month. Institutional buying, once a critical source of support propping up Bitcoin's price floor, it's not there. Those spot ETFs just saw their worst week of outflows since February. RBC pointing out that Bitcoin isn't a safe haven during market sell-offs. Instead, it's been moving in lockstep with the S&P 500. And Scott, crypto-pegged equities also taking it on the chin in trade today. Digital asset exchanges Coinbase, Bullish, and Robinhood all plunging lower, along with those digital asset treasury names like Tom Lee's Bitmine Immersion and Strategy. That was really the big trade of the summer, and retail has gotten burned as these names remain in sell-off mode. Add in forced liquidations, shallow liquidity, and the fact that neither retail nor institutions are buying the dip. And that's part of why we're seeing Bitcoin continue to fall today.
Yeah, pretty nasty looking chart. Mackenzie, thank you. Mackenzie Segala.
Bitcoin down big. So what are they saying on CNBC?
Stocks are moving lower here, close to session lows in early trade as November gets a little uglier for the bulls. We are on pace for the worst November since 2008. Let's bring in Sam Stovall, CFRA Research Chief Investment Strategist. Sam, it's good to get your take on this market. We closed below that 50-day. A lot of discussion about difficult technicals, weak breadth, and now we lost this support that we've had last couple Fridays. How much technical damage is getting done?
Well, I think a lot, Carl. But actually what's happening right now is fairly typical after the gains that we saw from the post-recovery from that 19% decline we experienced earlier in the year. Typically what happens is that after we get back to break even, as we did on June 27th, we then advance by another 4 months through October 29th before slipping into a new decline of 5% or more. But basically, the tradition is that we see a sub 10% sell-off, and we have never had a bear market follow this kind of an experience. So I would tend to say this is going to be healthy. It's normal.
This is mumbo jumbo. This is absolute mumbo fucking jumbo. I can't believe, like, this is the class of people that rule over us. This is the modern equivalent of reading entrails. You guys know what I'm talking about? When somebody says reading entrails, do you guys know what that means? basically in Rome, in ancient Rome, and the priests would kill an animal and like look at its liver and look at its organs, and if there was like tumors inside of it, that was a sign that bad times are coming. But if they like slaughtered an animal in the temple and it had a clear liver, they'd be like, yay, it means the gods love us. Just like nonsense like that. So now we have them going like, you know, the tradition is after Bubba. That's not how anything works. You're just saying bullshit. You're just saying bullshit. You're not like, there's no attempt to talk about how these companies are actually like properly valued, or the economy is going to grow, or their businesses are going to improve. It's just chart line go down, then line go up. That's what he's saying.
And it's probably not going to be as bad as people are anticipating at this point.
Why?
Right.
Why? Why is it not going to be as bad? Why? Can you make an argument? One of the things that I really do appreciate about going to law school is very quickly you are taught about something called being conclusory. And once you learn about this concept, you see it everywhere, where people try to give you their conclusion without giving you the reasons why they believe their conclusion. Like if somebody comes up to you and just gives you a conclusion, that's fucking worthless and is actually offensive. And I started to learn to hate it, where I'm like, I don't want your conclusion. I want the reasons why you believe your conclusion. And if you give me the reasons why you believe your conclusion, if the conclusion is logical from the premises that you give, then I will have the same conclusion as you will. And so whenever somebody just comes up and says X is going to happen, and that's that, you should be pissed off because they think they're in charge of you. They think you're stupid. They think they have the right to bark orders at you or give opinions that you're going to copy. And it's like, why don't you respect me by giving me the reasons why you believe what you believe and trust that I will come to the same conclusions?
Levels are important to hold. As we were watching some of these mid-October lows. If you think we break decidedly below that?
The October lows we could break below. I mean, I'm looking at 62.85 as about a 9% decline, which would be consistent with history following that post-correction recovery period. So my feeling is that take a look at the breadth. Right now, only 27% of the S&P 1500 sub-industries are above their 50 and 200-day moving averages. We've got to get down to about 10% before we get the feeling that we have been in an oversold situation. And
So basically, he's saying that the economy doesn't matter. This is just about how we feel about certain equities going down in price. And when enough of them have, we're going to decide, okay, things are good again. This is absolutely idiotic. And it's why I say in a bull market, even the idiots get rich. If you just blindly bought stocks in 2020, you got richer because the entire market got inflated. So a whole bunch of people got rich just because they had some money in 2020. They put it into stocks. And so now every idiot that did that thinks they're a fucking like guru. We have to listen to their idiotic fucking points.
I think that we could even get some positive news based on the employment data on Thursday. We're still looking for the Fed to cut in December, and I think that data would help the markets feel the same way.
I was going to say, what is good news on a jobs number? A bad one or a good one?
I would think a weak one that's not too close to a recession. Bull markets don't die of old age, they die of fright, and what they're most afraid of is recession. So if we end up with weak job gains, then I would tend to say that the Fed feels that it still has time to do something about it.
I don't know if you heard at the top of the hour, we were talking about this brand new deal, this three-way Microsoft, NVIDIA, Anthropic deal where the two big ones will invest in Anthropic, where Anthropic will commit to $30 billion in business, and Microsoft. Deals like this, fundamentally, as an investor, does it feed the bubble concerns, or does it show that there's growing demand and it's worth the high valuations.
Well, in a sense, it is showing that companies are focusing on other firms that have expertise in a particular area. It's almost like international trade on a domestic level. But certainly the concern about valuations are still present. The S&P technology sector was trading at a 73% premium to its 20-year average forward PE back on October 29th.
Okay, we got some good fucking... Oh my God, he gave us some technical analysis that wasn't dog shit. Oh my God, we finally got a single point that was a complete dog shit, although it still kind of is dog shit. And I could explain why, but at least this is one that's not complete jerk. So what he's trying to say is price to earnings multiple refers to the price of the stock versus the earnings per share. Okay. And of the earnings, sorry, it's just the earnings, excuse me. So the price of the stock versus the earnings, it's a ratio. He's saying that right now, technology stocks, there's a 20-year average roughly of where the stocks trade. So like the stock price is related to the earnings. Right now, it's trading 73% more than it traditionally does. So the only way that the stocks, so either their earnings are going to go up at a rate that is much faster than in the past, or else there's a lot of bubble activity in these prices. They're a lot higher than they normally would be. If the AI bubble pops, legitimately, how fucked are we? We are in a massive recession. And the reason why we're going to be in a massive recession is a lot of spending is being driven by people in the top 10%. And a lot of the people in the top 10% spending is because they look richer on paper, because their house and their stock portfolios are going up in value so fast, they feel like they have extra money to spend. So if the stock market craters and the real estate market shudders and starts going the other way, then because right now the bottom 90% are already in recession mode in their spending. So if the top 10% cut back on their spending, everything is going to fall. This is what it looked like in 1929.
Fallen to a 58% premium. And even if you say, well, I really should only look at a 5-year average because that's as long as AI really has been driving the market, we're still looking at a 14% premium. So, a little bit of overvaluation at this point that I think could be corrected fairly quickly.
Really good insight, Sam. As we do try to correct here back below.
Year to date, the stock market is up 19%, even after the 4 days of declines. Guys, like, that is fucking insane. That's fucking stupid. That's bullshit. The economy is barely growing. Like, what are we doing?
6,600. Talk soon, I hope. Sam Stovall.
Andrew Bailey, who runs the Central Bank of England, said anyone watching these two particular bankruptcies, alarm bells should be going off if they were anywhere near the 2008 financial crisis. They had borrowed much more money in ways that were ultimately pretty opaque and kind of hidden even from their own investors.
How much are ordinary people at risk of being caught up in all this?
Ordinary people's dollars are on the line just like they were in 2008.
When companies need a loan, traditionally they turn to a bank. But increasingly, they are turning to financial firms that are not really banks, but do have a lot of cash. This is the private credit market. It has exploded in the past 15 years. It's now valued at around $2 trillion. Natasha Sarin is president of the Yale Budget Lab, and she argues that these private credit firms are making risky loans, so risky they have got her thinking about the 2008 financial crisis. So you wrote a piece, this was for the New York Times, and the headline, which I loved, was, "How bad is finance's cockroach problem? We are about to find out." Unpack that for us. Who were the cockroaches in this scenario?
So the cockroach, I can't take credit for because it comes from Jamie Dimon, the CEO of JP Morgan Chase, as he was commenting on something that many of us who aren't deep in the finance industry may have even missed over the course of the last many weeks, which is that two auto-related firms went bankrupt over the course of a few weeks in September. That in and of itself is not necessarily all that interesting. They're relatively small firms. But what is kind of interesting and pretty important is that there are a lot of allegations of fraud associated with those two particular bankruptcies, and a lot of concerns that after the fact, after these firms failed, it turns out that they had borrowed much more money in ways that were ultimately pretty opaque and kind of hidden even from their own investors than people had previously realized.
So just take us step by step through this. You said these are two firms. Are they firms we've heard of? Who were they? And just tell me a tiny bit of the story.
These are two auto-related firms. One is a company that is called Tricolor. Tricolor was a company that is one of the largest subprime auto lenders and used car retailers in Texas and California. And its business model is a lot about lending to people who either have no or very limited credit history.
Okay. And what's the other one?
The other one is a company that's called First Brands, and you probably haven't heard of it, but they make all types of different car parts. So think things like windshield wipers are manufactured and then sold to retailers from First Brands.
So we're not talking Ford. We're not talking GM. What is it that you see happening that has you so worried?
So what's interesting about these two particular, there's a lot of things that are interesting about these two particular bankruptcies. One piece that's interesting is about the way they were ultimately borrowing. And it turns out that they were borrowing in part from traditional banks, but they were also borrowing in public markets, but they were also borrowing in part from private markets and from these private credit firms. And importantly, when they ultimately went bankrupt, it had to do with learning more about the fact that these firms had allegedly committed fraud by doing things like offering the same collateral to multiple people who lend it to them. And that type of opacity, such that the lenders themselves didn't even realize how leveraged, how much borrowing these two particular firms had done, is a feature of what you can see happening these days in private credit markets. But because of regulation that we did in the aftermath of the financial crisis, it is happening much less in public markets and much less in banks.
So in other words, a bunch of these private investor groups are committing financial fraud because they're completely unregulated. And if the stock market goes negative, they're all going to go belly up because they're going to get margin called. And it's going to turn out that they don't have enough collateral to cover their loans. And a bunch of banks are going to take huge fucking hits out of nowhere. That's great.
We're in this weird place at the moment where everyone seems to agree that AI is at least a bit of a bubble, but no one's quite sure when it's going to pop. Valuations are sky high, revenues aren't great, and the financing is all starting to look a bit circular. So in this video, having already done one on why AI looks a bit bubbly, we thought we'd take a look at what might happen if this bubble were to actually pop, and why the ensuing crash could be worse than you think. We've just released a new coffee table book called Assembly Required, which runs through the stories behind some of the world's most beautiful parliament buildings. It's 300 pages long, features hundreds of photos as well as custom designed floor plans and maps, all alongside the stories of each building written by our team. Find out more and pick up a copy by clicking the link in the description. First, a quick caveat. Obviously, this isn't investment advice, and we're not saying we know if, how, or when the bubble will pop. Rather, we're just going to lay out a couple of reasons to think that, if it does, it could be worse than previous bubbles. As per usual, we've got 3 reasons. The first reason this bubble might be worse than its predecessors is that a record 30% of America's net household wealth is currently tied up in stocks, which means that an AI-induced stock market crash would be devastating. This doesn't necessarily mean that it would be worse than 2008, which wiped out an estimated 20% of all US household wealth, but it could be. Especially if you also consider the amount of US wealth now tied up in crypto, which could also be wiped out in any AI crash. The second reason is that, this time, the US has less fiscal space to spend its way out of any crisis. America's overall debt to GDP ratio today stands at about 120%, and the Trump administration is currently on track to run a deficit representing about 6% of GDP in 2025. Compare this to 2007, just before the 2008 crisis. The US had a debt to GDP ratio of roughly half that and ran a tiny deficit representing just 1.1% of GDP. This means that, this time, it'll be harder for the US government to borrow and spend its way out of any ensuing crisis, as it has done in previous crises like after 2008 or the pandemic. So, those are the first two reasons. The wider economy is more exposed to the stock market, and the US has less fiscal space to stimulate its way out of a crisis. On to the third reason, the massive expansion of shadow banking. This is a bit of a simplification, but most states, including the US, at least until relatively recently, like to make a regulatory distinction between banks and other financial institutions. States regulate banks because they're where people keep their money, and because they have the all-important job of controlling the country's money supply. In other words, they're supposed to make sure the amount of money in the system roughly matches the amount of goods and services being produced. Otherwise, if there's not enough, you get deflation, and if there's too much, you get inflation. To make sure this happens, banks are subject to lots of regulation. But
that's not really how it works, but it's fine. We can go with a very simplistic model.
In exchange, they usually get some
sort of goal should have been 67 for real. Oh shit, you're right. We have more meme numbers. Good point. We're at 6105, so we could do our new goal of 6167. More meme numbers, and then we could do 69. We don't deserve 67. You don't deserve 67 that easily.
Of support or backstop from the government. In the US, for instance, chartered banks are subject to regulation limiting how much and to whom they can lend, but in exchange they get certain guarantees, most notably a deposit guarantee and access to the Federal Reserve's so-called discount window, which offers cheap short-term loans. In oversimplified terms, the Federal Reserve limits what American banks can do with the American people's money, but in exchange promises to basically print money and bail them out if something goes wrong. Other financial institutions are allowed to exist, but they were originally supposed to be exclusively for investments, not deposits, and thus not expected to play such a large role in the US economy. So you get the idea. There's supposed to be a regulatory divide between banks and other financial institutions. The problem, however, is that banking is a lucrative business, and everyone wants to be a bank. This means that there's always a temptation for other financial institutions to basically pretend that they're banks. This is the best of both worlds. People give you money because they think of you as a bank, but you're not subject to all these burdensome regulations. These entities are known as shadow banks. Shadow banks are great when times are good, but when the crash hits or the bubble pops, it all goes bottoms up. Because they aren't backstopped by the Fed or the government, everyone immediately tries to get their money out, in a sort of shadow bank run, and the shadow bank fails. However, sometimes the shadow bank becomes too big to fail. In other words, they hold so much money that if they were to fail, it would have a disastrous impact on the wider economy. In 2008, for instance, there were two sorts of shadow banks that had become too big to fail. Massive American financials like Bear Stearns, and European banks that had been offering dollar deposits, known as Eurodollars. This is a bit of a simplification, but the Fed essentially bailed both of them out, implicitly deciding that, even if they weren't chartered US banks, they were still too big to fail.
And that moral hazard continues to this day. Where rich people are basically considered, they get to cheat. It's like buying lottery tickets and getting refunded when you don't win. So what are you going to do? Buy as many lottery tickets as you can. You're going to borrow as much money as you can to buy lottery tickets because all your lottery tickets get refunded. And then when you hit Powerball, you can be like, look, I'm such a genius. I'm such a fucking genius. Look at me. I won the Powerball. And it's like, well, because somebody else is paying for your gambling.
The problem this time around is that shadow banking might well be bigger than it was in 2008. European banks are still issuing dollar deposits, and in the US, non-bank finance, which is today euphemistically known as private credit because it sounds friendlier than shadow banking, has ballooned to a $3 trillion industry, roughly tenfold what it was in 2008. On top of this,
by the way, chat, right now a lot of the advice that people give is like, you shouldn't buy a house, you should rent a house. And then you should take the savings that you made renting and you should put that in the stock market because the stock market grows at 10% per year, right? Like that's the like people are giving this as advice now, right? Like they're saying, see, investing in a home is actually stupid. What smart people do is rent and then put the surplus into the stock market because it grows. Now, the reason why they say the 10% number is because the stock market has been in a fucking bubble tear since the PPP program in 2020, where they handed out trillions or hundreds of billions of dollars to the richest people who didn't need it, and they immediately plugged it into the stock market and real estate. So they have both been exploding and pumping since then. Plus, we have the shadow banking bubble as well. And like, I gotta be honest with you, chat. Like, you know what the advantage of owning a home is? First of all, you get access to borrow money at extremely low rates, and you have a 30-year payback period. Do you think that you're able to get a 5%, 6%, or even 2% loan that you pay back over 30 years? Do you think that loan is gettable anywhere else? So first of all, a 30-year mortgage is a special vehicle that you get to buy your home. First of all, you need a home, okay? You have to have a place to live. You need shelter. It is a basic human need. That's number one. Number two, when you invest money, you're not into a house. You're not investing your own money. You're investing borrowed money. So you get at least 5-to-1 leverage on your money because you get a down pay, or excuse me, 4-to-1. You get it if you do a 20% down payment, you get $4 for every dollar you put in. So you get the appreciation over all of that. You understand? So when you borrow money and you use it to buy an asset, you're actually getting the appreciation immediately on the borrowed money. And the borrowed money has very low interest that you're not going to get anywhere else to borrow and buy into an investment. So you're satisfying a need for shelter. You're giving yourself 30 years of rent control. Because the moment you borrow money, you know what your mortgage payment is going to be for the next 30 years. That is rent control. You know, my payment is actually not going to go up. It's going to be fixed at this dollar. And every year, if inflation happens, the value of your payment goes down. You understand why buying a house is now starts to make more sense and why it's actually a good idea? And it's why boomers have all this wealth, is because they bought a house. They remortgaged it when interest rates were low, and they enjoyed all the appreciation. So buying a house is actually financially intelligent. The other thing is you get tremendous tax advantages in housing. So if you buy a house and it appreciates and you sell it, as long as you own that house for at least 2 years, you get $500,000 if you're married of capital gains tax-free appraisal. So if you buy a house and it goes up $500,000, that's $500,000 tax-free. You also get a mortgage interest deduction where you don't have to pay any taxes on any money you pay that goes toward mortgage interest. Furthermore, because you own a home, you have there's so many tax credits and programs for housing improvements. Like you could get you used to be able to get a tax break for putting solar panels on your roof or installing a geothermal or heat pump heating and cooling system. There was winterizing programs, to replace like there's all sorts of programs you could get to reduce your tax burden. What I'm trying to tell you is owning assets like housing has been the reason why the boomers are wealthy and better off than you are. And the thing about owning a house is you have access to the appreciation. There is no asset where you have access to the equity appreciation more easily than homes. So in other words, if you buy a house for $500,000 and it appreciates to $1 million, you have access to that $500,000 through home equity lines of credit, which are oftentimes very low interest rate. So you get to stay in your home and you have $500,000 of spendable cash. There's very few assets where you have access to that kind of financing and ability to tap into the equity of the underlying asset at such a low price. And all I'm trying to say is owning a home, if you plan on staying in a location, is generally a good idea. Now, obviously, this is not personalized financial advice. I'm not telling you that home prices always go up. I'm not telling you to do it now. I don't know I'm not your personal advisor. I'm just saying the arguments against owning your own property are very not wise. In general, the arguments are not good. And I don't agree with them. And if the stock market eats shit, you're going to see all those things of like renting and then putting your money into the stock market. All that numbers go upside down. They go completely upside down because when you rent, you're exposed to rent price risk. And the other thing about a mortgage is you could pay it off faster. You can pay it off faster. If you decide, well, I don't have any place where I could invest my money that's going to return greater than my mortgage rate, you could just pay off your principal of your mortgage with that money. If you're like, okay, my mortgage is 5%, but I don't see any assets that I could invest in that are going to grant me a greater than 5% return, you can just retire your mortgage debt. Like this is why it puts you in such an incredibly more secure financial position and personal position. Because when you own a home, you also have all sorts of protections against bankruptcy. This is the other thing. Like if you get into debt from other stupid shit, you can oftentimes keep your house and go and get all your other debt wiped out. That's the thing that's fucking hilarious. There are so many advantages to protect yourself and give yourself a secure location, which is why buying yourself your first 2 homes is generally considered to be a very wise financial decision. You're painting it a lot prettier than it feels for sure. No, I'm just giving you I'm giving you rich people advice. Fucking cope poor people advice. This is what rich people know. Rich people buy homes. Why too? Because you get, in our tax code, the first 2 homes are tax advantaged. Every additional home after 2 is not tax advantaged. But you get a home and a vacation home and they're tax advantaged. Meaning you don't have to pay taxes on mortgage interest. And if you own 2 homes, it allows you to take advantage of the market better. So you could sell in periods of inflated prices, pocket the $500,000 capital gain tax-free, then move to your second home and live in that while waiting for, and then you could buy another home when interest rates go low again. And you could just keep cycling between 2 homes and gain tax-free appreciation. These are advanced tactics. Really matter if you're rich, but you get my point. And the reason why people are pissed about capitalism is because you're not able to tax. A lot of boomers are rich now because they bought a house for $70,000 in San Francisco randomly. I have an aunt that did this. I have an aunt who bought a house in the Bay Area and now she's a multimillionaire because of it. And because she bought it early, her property taxes are fixed because that's the what proposition is it? What's the proposition that prevents like property tax increases? Prop 13. And because she bought it on a 30-year mortgage, she's paying $800 a month, and she pays like nothing in property taxes, and she owned a $2.5 million home that she bought for like $70K. So she's now a multi-fucking millionaire because she bought a regular ass house. That's what baby boomers experience. And like we're trying to buy houses in fucking Arkansas for $450,000. Asking boomers how much they paid for their first house.
How much did y'all pay for y'all's first house?
Why are you not going to answer? They're so racist. They don't want to answer a black man. What the fuck?
Your first house? How much did y'all pay for y'all's first house?
$37,000.
$1,000?
But that was in 1980.
80? How do you feel like, was that your first house?
That's my, I'm the mother-in-law.
How much was your first house?
My first house was $16,000.
How much did you pay for your first house? That cheap?
Yes.
How much did you pay for your first house? 53 years ago. How much was it?
And by the way, chat, that's fine. We have something that's really cool. Inflation calculator. Okay? He said it was 53 years ago. So 1972, right? We'll do January to January. What do you say?
53 years ago. How much was it?
Notice that they're in a homeware store or Home Depot because these people are homeowners, so they are buying stuff for their house. They're buying it from H-Locks. So his first house was $25,600. That would be a price of $197,868.07 if it was today. Let's go check the mortgages. Prices were the same today as they are back then. What the fuck are we doing? What the fuck? Oh, sorry, chat. It's thinking I'm saying 19 million. Okay. This is what your mortgage payment would be. That includes property tax and homeowners insurance. Just the principal and interest would be $1,000 a month. So in other words, if the price, so when boomers talk to you about housing issues and they're like, oh, I had to buy my house. I had to buy my house back then and it was crazy. I bought it back then, and it would be the equivalent of you having to pay $1,000 a month mortgage. There isn't rent that's this cheap. Now, sometimes boomers will counter and be like, my interest rate was 12%. Even at a 12% interest rate, that would be $1,600 a month. And the thing is, because they own those homes and they got them for such a low price, when mortgage rates went down, according to the Federal Reserve Bank, she said she got it in the 80s, right? Well, if they had good timing, if they bought the house in the 80s, at 80, so it's 12%, exactly what I said. But you could have refinanced it. And if you sniped good rates, I mean, at one point you got 2%. Just to not to tell on my parents, but I told them to refinance their mortgage in December of 2020, and they did. And it was the all-time low mortgage rate. I told my parents to refinance their mortgage at the all-time low, and they did. My boomer neighbor cries about not being able to afford a new porch for her second home next door to me. She used to try and squeeze me for free yard work and snow removal. I shut her down for good finally. Had enough of her telling me I gained weight or should wear makeup more often. 2.875, baby. I'm in the ideal place. You know, you could get savings accounts that pay more interest than that right now. Like you could get a savings account at a bank that's paying 3.6% interest very easily. So your mortgage rate is less than the bank is willing to pay people for a savings account. Whoever gave you that mortgage is a fucking idiot. And congrats for winning. So you're elders. And if they refinance their mortgage at 2.9 interest rate back in 2020, $658. That's what it would have been if the prices were the same as they were for boomers. So I want you to understand that your boomer parents have no fucking idea what they're talking about, and they lived in a world where the New Deal had created prosperity for all. And then they came into power, they got a little bit of money and security for themselves, and they ripped it all up. They ripped apart the ladder, and they burned it for heat.
How much was gas prices back then?
Probably about 39
a gallon. What year was this?
You are getting fucked. You are getting fucked. 109,000. She bought her first house and it was 109,000 in today's dollars. The New Deal carved out concessions for racist Southern Dems that held black domestic and farm workers back. So true. And there was a lot of problems with the New Deal that sucked. But boomers as a generational group, and a lot of the thing about the New Deal is it's mixed. There was a lot of racism in it, but there were also a lot of programs that helped black families, which is why FDR got a lot of black votes. And his wife was pro-racial integration. He has a complicated racial history. I'm not trying to do apologia for FDR, but his vice president Wallace was anti-Jim Crow and campaigned vociferously against it. His wife was anti-Jim Crow and campaigned vociferously against it. He was on the side, like his closest supporters were on the side of anti-racism. Now, he himself, as we said, agreed to certain concessions with Southern Democrats were racist. And the Japanese internment during World War II was fucking one of America's most shameful acts, of the 20th century, of which there are many, domestically at least. Did FDR not fuck with Wallace? Yes, he did. He was just dead. He was dying. In 1944, FDR was dying. His blood pressure was like 300 over 180. Like he was literally dying. They didn't have blood pressure medication back then. So they knew he was going to die. So statins were invented, or like statins became widely available like a couple years after he died. If statins had been invented slightly earlier, America would be a totally different place.
They can't buy a house are not working for minimum wage. These are people making $60,000, $70,000, $80,000, $90,000 a year who can no longer afford a house. But minimum wage workers are also complaining because they can't afford rent. If you look back to 1980, the rent was $243. Minimum wage was $3.10, meaning your monthly gross was $496. So to rent this apartment, it would be 48.9% of your gross income back in 1980. But let's fast forward to 2024. The average rent is $17.47. The federal minimum wage is $7.25, giving you $11.60. You can't even get an apartment with the federal minimum wage. But let's be generous and double the federal minimum wage, because people at Walmart and fast food joints are making $14.50 to $15. So $14.50 would bring you to $23.20. So technically you're making more, but this is your gross, and it'd be 75% of your gross income, making double the federal minimum wage in 2024. But let's take it even a step further. ZipRecruiter said that the starting pay for college graduates is $24 an hour. So that would be $38.40 a month. So someone with a bachelor's degree could afford this one-bedroom apartment, but it would be 45.4% of their gross income. A college graduate is spending the same amount of their income on rent as the minimum wage worker in 1980 did. Roughly the same. And the minimum wage worker in 1980 put on a hat, learned skills for 2 weeks, and started their job. A bachelor's degree spent 4, 5, 6 years of their life in school and $50,000, $60,000, $70,000, and now have to spend the same amount of money on rent as a minimum wage worker did in 1980. The millennials and Gen Zers who...
Actually, it's worse than that because they probably have student debt, right? And because they have student debt...
A bachelor's degree spent...
The student debt probably means they don't qualify for that apartment. So what is 70? Let's say they have 70K in student debt. What is the average? Let's go by average student or graduate in 2025. Oh my God. Oh, that's graduate students for a recent graduate. Okay, sorry. Okay, the average federal student loan debt is $39,375. Okay, the borrower's average student loan debt was $39,000. Let's go by this because it's a number we can cite. Okay, so student debt repayment calculator, federal loan simulator. Here we go. Oh God, I have to log in. Can I just get a fucking, okay. Can I just get a calculator? So interest rate of 4.66. Is that the average loan? What is the current loan rates for student loans? That sounds low to me. Okay, here we go. 6.39%. That sounds about more correct. Let's go to the website. Federal student aid. 6.39% for federally subsidized and unsubsidized. Okay, that sounds more correct than 4.66, whatever the fuck that is. So $445. So the average student, the average recent college graduate is significantly behind where a minimum wage worker was. A minimum wage worker was in 1980. Like, what can we even say? What can we even say? And if you add that like average student payment, and some people have a lot more, right? So we'll say it's roughly $450 a month plus $1,747 for the average one bedroom. Can't even have a 2-bedroom, 1-bedroom. Okay. So if you take your gross, which is $38.40, you're at student loans plus rent. You're already at 57% of your gross. You are extremely rent burdened. So the average college graduate in America is extremely rent burdened and operating with basically no disposable income. And again, this is not owning a home. This is not spending lavishly on avocado toast. This is a rent and student loans. And you're basically broke. Because remember, you got to pay taxes. You got to have health insurance. Health insurance is probably $400 a month minimum for a bronze plan. You got to have food. These numbers don't add up. A college graduate working a full-time job cannot afford to live in America in 2025. That is the fucking reality. And the only people that are making it are getting help from their parents. They lived at home for a while so they could pay down their loans, or their parents paid for their school directly. If to buy a home, their parents have to give them the down payment or co-sign the loan. And so you're not falling behind because you're a fuck up. You're falling behind because the entire system has been rigged against you. And it's not my opinion. It's what the numbers say. That's why people are frustrated and giving up on capitalism. That's why they're frustrated giving up on the Democratic Party and the Republican Party, because they don't care about regular people. And the only way we're going to break out of this capitalist hellhole is with socialism, with a strong social safety net, taking power and, yes, money away from the billionaires who have stolen it, and start guaranteeing the necessities of a good life to every person. That means free college. That means a good home. That means a good job. That means health care. That means paid family and medical leave. That means you have the right to leisure time and rest and relaxation. That is not optional. That is a human right. And I also didn't account for car loans. That's another $1,000 a month for the average car. What is the average car payment? Average car payment on a new car. This ought to be funny. 749. 749 with a loan term of 69 months. So in other words, baby boomers paid less for their mortgage than we're paying for a car payment, adjusted for inflation. So you're a recent college graduate and you got a nice full-time job. Don't expect to buy a new car. You can't get a new car in America. And it's not like used cars are cheap anymore. They're not.
2008. On top of this, there's also the stablecoin market. For the uninitiated, stablecoins are cryptocurrencies that, like bog standard bank deposits, can allegedly be converted into US dollars at any time. Measuring the size of the stablecoin market is difficult. Everyone agrees it's a rapidly growing industry, in large part because the Trump administration has recently taken steps to regulate it. This might sound like a good thing, but stablecoin regulations are nowhere near as stringent as bank regulations, and are mainly about forcing stablecoin issuers to buy up US treasuries and help the Trump administration run massive deficits. Not only does this mean that they're at risk of failing in the event of a crash, it also means the Federal Reserve will come under pressure to bail them out as well. They'll argue that they deserve one if they're abiding by the relevant regulations. There's even been some suggestion the government should bail out the AI companies themselves on national security grounds. So you get the idea. The Fed might have to bail out more stuff than it did in 2008. Moreover, it will almost definitely come under pressure from Trump to do so, who won't want to preside over a massive financial crisis. But this comes with massive downsides. It'll encourage the continued proliferation of shadow banks, as previous bailouts have, and thus further undermine the Fed's ability to control the money supply. When a story like this breaks, the headlines aren't just fast, they're fragmented. Depending on where you get.
So there you have it, chat. The stock market, is it ready? Is it cooking up for a crash? We're now down another 600 points. Crypto was below 90,000, but then it bumped back up to 93. Looks like it's holding steady. The VIX is at 25. We're now entering danger zone territory.
Strategist is head of technical and macro research. Chris Verone is here at Post 9 with some answers. So what do you think? I mean, I know you track the charts, but I mean, the Fed factors into the fundamental story here,
I think
too.
The market agrees with Waller here. When you look at the weakness we've seen on a relative basis in consumer discretionary, we've seen cyclicals weaken relative to defensive. So if we're going to use the market as our gauge to how the economy is perceived here, I think there's certainly been a change in character over the last 2 or 3 months. You know, we've talked about it, you as well, with healthcare turning up, with the utilities really assuming their leadership. So there's certainly a more defensive streak. We're sitting here with the 2-year yield roughly 355, 360. I mean, that's still 2 cuts below where the policy rate is. So our view is the Fed better get on board here, because you're getting the messages of a weakened economy through the lens of discretionary, through the subtle turn of improvement in staples and utilities and healthcare.
Why has the long end, though, been backing up?
Yeah, I think that's the tricky part of the call here. When you look at 30-year yields, they've backed up modestly since the last Fed meeting.
Well, we were under 4% on the 10-year, don't forget.
Yeah, and 10s have rallied 420. I would be very surprised if we saw 10s much above 430, 435 in this environment. To me, that's the top end of the range. I'm a buyer of bonds there. I think ultimately the Fed will have to cut. It's a question of whether the bond market forces it sooner and more aggressive than they would like.
What are we trying to figure out? I asked this question 43 minutes ago at the top of the program. Like, what's the market caught between here?
I think the market's caught between 2 things. Is this simply a flush of weak hands in crowded AI beta positioning, or is it a fundamental rethink of the shape of the economy? I still want to give the benefit of the doubt to this market. We're in an uptrend. Leadership has generally been pretty good all year. I don't think the breadth or the internals are as bad as advertised. But I wonder if we need some type of a flush to wake up the Fed. And, you know, we undercut, or we're about to undercut that, call it, 6640 level here on S&P. Underneath that, there's really not much till about 6450. So do you need that oversold condition to really wake up the Fed into the December meeting? That would be my suspicion.
How do you feel about the role that NVIDIA could play one way or the other?
Yeah, it's funny. It's not believe it or not, it's not NVIDIA or the semis I'm particularly worried about. Those aren't top formations. Those are stocks that are up a lot that might need to consolidate or correct. What I'm worried about is the names that have actually been putting in big distributive top formations in tech over the course of the year. Look at legacy software. Look at Salesforce. Look at Workday. Look at ServiceNow. Those are the ones where if NVIDIA falters here, I want to be very, very careful I don't own any of the real weak top formations.
But I mean, some of those hadn't participated anyway. Like Salesforce is not. Let's throw that up again, guys, please. Look at year-to-date, Salesforce. It's not like you had some massive run-up you got to be worried about. These guys have been left out in the cold.
That's the point. If the good stuff starts to falter, it's the bad stuff that really bears all the weakness. Take financials as an example. The banks have been the best in the sector all year. What has been weak? Private capital, alternative asset managers. If the banks begin to falter here, it's not banks I want to short. It's the Apollos and the Blackstones that I think
they're already down a lot.
Yeah, I think all the big mistakes in this business happen trying to catch bottoms or trying to catch calls in big tops. Those private capital stocks are weak across the board here. I think it's another message that the Fed ought to heed.
Oh boy. Okay. My interpretation of what he was saying. Basically saying the bad companies are actually really bad. And so if even the good companies are doing well, we need to go. The bad companies really need to eat shit. And I think there's a lot more of a connection between the big banks and the shadow banks. And when he keeps talking about the Fed, basically he's saying we need Donald Trump to step up and say the casino is subsidized. You know, we're going to socialize the losses and privatize the gains. For this bubble to keep pumping, that's what they need to hear. If things go down, the Fed will come in and print money to hand it out to Wall Street. If things go well, you get to keep all the profits and we'll cut your taxes. That's what they're asking for. All right, chat. I want to move on to a topic that is very close to home, which is Zohran derangement syndrome. And overall, Democratic Party civil war has begun. We are in a moment where people are really questioning whether centrist politics work. I mean regular ass people. They're finally starting to say, maybe these centrists are kind of dumb as fuck. Maybe the centrists are actually the losers. Maybe they're actually the unelectable ones. And maybe people like Ezra Klein are dumb as fuck and don't know what they're talking about. Maybe people like Bill Maher need to go. And as always, the centrists are firing the first shot. And they're allying with the Republicans.
So Bill Maher and many others, to be fair, have gone full Zohran derangement syndrome. And it is a tough thing to watch, man. It is a tough thing to watch. It's just like you're just washed. You're just from a previous generation, a previous era, completely out of touch. And by the way, a poll just came out. Guess who the most beloved Democrat is in the country among Democratic voters? Zohran. Number one. Number one by 7 points. He's plus 57, and I believe the closest is Newsom at plus 50. So, I mean, that's amazing. That's nothing to scoff at. Well, Bill Maher is going to do exactly that. So let's take a listen.
Finally, New World Democrats must recognize that Zohran Mamdani is the future of the party. Unfortunately, it's the Republican Party.
When you're definitely not washed. When you're definitely not washed, your opening joke gets dead silence among your own fans. That's incredible. That's incredible. By the way, I've been to Bill Maher's show because, of course, Crystal was on it and I was in the audience. And before the show, they have somebody come out to try to warm the crowd up and get them in the mood to laugh. And they also say, hey, there's a sign up there that says applause when they want you to applause. There's a sign up there that says laugh when they want you to laugh. I need you to laugh, bro. I need you to get into it. So they literally prime you like, hey, we kind of know Bill's not funny, but let's go ahead. When it says laugh, please laugh. Embarrassing. And that couldn't fucking save him. That could not fucking save him.
Finally, New World Democrats must recognize that Zohran Mamdani is the future of the party. Unfortunately, it's the Republican Party. Get it? And if you missed his victory speech in last week's mayoral election in New York, don't worry. You'll see it in every attack ad for the next 2 years.
Then show a clip, you fucking bitch. Show a clip, you pussy. Show a clip, you fucking pussy. Oh, you won't? What's the big offensive thing in the campaign ad?
Now,
so do you like capitalism? No. Seize the means of production. Defund the police. The NYPD is racist. Well, what's interesting is they threw everything they had at him and it didn't fucking work. So you can't be like, oh, this is really bad for him. It's going to work out really bad for him when he just became the most beloved Democrat among Democrats.
Dami seems like a nice guy, and I congratulate him on an extraordinary political achievement. But before the whole left side of the country catches socialism fever, let's listen to the other big winner in last Tuesday's election, Virginia Governor-elect Abigail Spanberger, who before the 24 election said things like, if the party didn't shift to the center, we will get fucking torn apart.
So you're willing to listen to the centrist candidate that won, but you're not willing to listen to the lefty candidate that won. It's almost like you're just a centrist.
From the fucking CIA! When I was growing up, liberals didn't like the CIA. I mean, they were skeptical of the CIA. They thought the CIA was trying to get us to do a bunch of wars. The CIA was trying to do a bunch of shady fucking shit. They were talking about regulating the CIA. They had a commission on assassinations. They were investigating it, realizing they were going after left-wing people in this country. Now we're sucking CIA cock? What is this shit? The Democratic Party is so far to the right, it's unbelievable. And people be like, no, Mike, they support gay marriage. 60% of the country, 65% of the country supports gay marriage. That's not left wing. You fucking idiot. It's not left wing to support a social issue that the vast majority of Americans are behind. You dumb pieces of shit. Shut the fuck up. God damn.
Don't hide behind like, bro, I'm just reading the tea leaves and politicking here and telling you the way to go to win. No, you're just expressing your own personal values. Own that. Don't hide behind, oh, this is what the people want. No, own your fucking perspective, own your fucking values, but you're not doing it. You're trying to make it like, oh, no, you're not even allowed to debate this. The lefties can't win. It's got to be the centrists.
We need to never use the word socialist or socialism ever again. Well, she was right, but they didn't listen.
How was she right if Zohran won in a landslide? How was she right when Zohran's the most popular politician in the country among Democrats? How was she right when who's the most beloved senator and has been perpetually for years? Bernie Sanders, who calls himself a democratic socialist and always has. He called himself that in 2016.
The point is that you fucking rotten-brained boomers, fresh off the Red Scare, who when you were raised, you stupid fuck, losing wars to communists and feeling butthurt about it. You know, that's what this is really about, right? It's boomers who are still butthurt that the Vietnamese communists humiliated their generation and sent them packing with their tail between their legs, defeated. So this is all us still in 2025 relitigating the fucking boomers feeling butthurt they got their asses kicked. You lost. They sent you to fight. You ran. You were scared. Uncle Ho sent you to humiliating defeat. Here, I'll remind you, because you don't seem to remember, Bill. You don't seem to remember. Here, I'll help you remind. I every single time boomers start talking about socialism, this is what is playing in their dreams, what is playing in their mind. They can't handle it. They hate it. The fact that they got beat, they got humiliated, they got crushed, they got slapped around by the Vietnamese people. The Vietnamese people fought the world superpower and they won. And that humiliation, that utter crushing humiliation, choking their entire generation, which is why they are so anti-socialist, because it's a reminder that socialism won from rice patties and wearing, and wearing straw hats. They clapped your fucking ass. They beat you. That is the reality. And it's a harsh reality, but ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, it's true. And just so you guys don't, there's this saying that's incredibly wrong. And I need you all to never say it around me because it pisses me off. The idea is, if your young people are left wing and then they become more conservative as they get older. Nope. Boomers were always right wing. Boomers have always been the most right wing generation while they were alive. The actual reality is that the boomer generation was actually just very conservative, likely caused by endemic brain damage caused by unregulated use of lead-based gasoline. In fact, they were far more in favor of the Vietnam War than their parents, the GIs who fought World War II. Here is a Gallup poll from the 60s. Fraction of population who supported continued involvement in U.S. in the Vietnam War, under 30s, were the highest. The GI generation was the lowest. Did you know that? The guys who actually fought on the beaches in Normandy were against the Vietnam War. Can you imagine Be like, fuck you, Square. We need to go to Vietnam. That's the boomers.
GI, your government has abandoned you. They have ordered you to die, GI. Do not trust them. Defect, GI. They lie to you, GI. You know you cannot win this war. Your rich leaders grow richer while you die in the swamp, GI. They will give you a medal, GI, but only after you are dead. Your government lies to you every day, poor soldier. You have lost this war, GI. Your army will leave you behind. Imperialists make you fight this war, GI. They do not care about you. GI, your government has betrayed you. You will not return for you. GI, your airplanes bomb your own men. You are not safe here. The skies are dangerous, GI. They will napalm you tonight. Your pilots do not care that you are down here, GI. You cannot dig foxhole to hide in, GI Joe. Your bombers will find you. GI, your helicopters fall from the sky like broken birds. They cannot see from your airplanes, GI. They come to bomb you.
Zohran.
What a banger.
I'll keep practicing.
What a fucking banger. We've got a new banger for the opening music playlist. So where was I? Oh, I was ranting about this fucking dumb piece of shit.
When he ran for president, still the most beloved senator. Maybe you don't know what you're talking about.
At least the party has a clear choice here, very clear. One wing is saying don't ever use the word socialist again, and one is saying
I am a democratic socialist.
Clear, huh?
Wow. Wow, guys. Wow. He's proud of his views, which is the America. We need to tax this motherfucker. You're rotten. You're dead. You're useless. You're a fucking loser. What is he going to do with his money, chat? Where does Bill Maher, when he dies, what's he going to do with his money? You think he's going to leave it to his cat? Or, like, what is he going to do with it? Going to leave it to a fucking APAC?
Yeah, one wing is saying, let's still do bipartisanship and compromise and negotiation with MAGA fascists. And the other one is saying, let's defeat the MAGA fascists and do an agenda for the people. Gee, I wonder which one of those things is going to win out in the long run.
So how do we decide who's right? Well, it turns out we don't really have to flip a coin. We have the evidence. In 2024, 13 Democrats won. In districts, Trump also won. All moderates. This isn't rocket science.
The Democratic Party is in one of its lowest ever positions in the House, going back 100 years. The strategy of going to the center, which was Kamala Harris's strategy, has put the Democratic Party in one of its weakest positions since, honestly, 1877. I mean, the Democrats also had some pretty bad years in the 20s. If you think going to the right is going to rescue the Democrats, then then you are just an ideologue, and no evidence could ever change your mind.
And then, by the way, what he's not telling you is the next part of that. What he's not telling you is that these people are...
Oh, chat, I finally found what I was looking for. Sorry. This is what it looked like at the end of Vietnam War.
Personally, I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed that the United States of America is being humiliated and is leaving an area that we had come to defend. We've been defeated. Personally, I'm embarrassed.
That's the ambassador. And these are seeds of the helicopters that were fleeing Hanoi and they had to ditch in the ocean.
Are the people who always block the best of our agenda. Then, when we get some watered down bullshit through, what ends up happening? The country sours on Democrats and votes for Republicans. It's like Joe Manchin killing Build Back Better, which would have been fucking transformative, and then ends up helping the Republicans while acting like he's the savior for Democrats. Why are you not finishing the story? Are there going to be some districts where like, oh, sorry, it just happened to be the case that only a moderate won. For sure. And it is what it is in those instances. But what he doesn't realize is he hasn't expanded his imagination to understand that in many instances, it's just bullshit to say that, oh, a moderate has a better chance than a lefty. It's just not true. In fact, there's an election happening in a Tennessee district, I believe in December, and there's somebody who is hanging in there in the fight, even though this was supposed to be a foregone conclusion the Republican was going to win this. It's a Trump plus 20 district, and a Democratic socialist is like dead tied. So it's just like you've been lied to when they pretend like, oh, it's a purple district. Well, then you have to run a right-wing Democrat. Or you give people an actual choice between a real left-wing vision and the same MAGA bullshit. They're going to pick the left-wing vision, certainly in this era where Trump and MAGA are destroying everything. But no, he can't help himself. Like he has establishment brainworms, and it's so funny because he used to be the guy who railed against establishment brainworms.
All the left-leaning think tanks.
Because he's a Zionist. Because he's an extremist Zionist. Mr. Religionless believes all religion is fake, but Jewish people should have an ethno-state. That's Bill Maher. All religion is fake, but there should be an ethno-state.
Have done autopsies on 2024, and they all came up with the same message: move to the center.
So hold on now. What he's talking about is corporate Democratic think tanks. We've all done autopsies, and guess what? It turns out we want you to still be cool with corporate tax cuts. We want you to still be cool with tax cuts for the wealthy. So that's the other thing he's not telling you here is, oh, look, corporate-funded ghoul think tank that supports Democrats like Joe Manchin is saying Democrats like Joe Manchin are the way to go. Oh, well, what a surprise. What a surprise. Maybe the problem is the fact it's a corporate think tank in the first place.
And the New York Times, which did so much to promote woke politics, now says the partisans are wrong. Moving to the center is the way to win.
Just want to point out for you guys, go subscribe to the Current Affairs YouTube channel. And Nathan J. Robinson just did a video where he breaks down this exact study and shows how colossally flawed it is and how, frankly, made up it is. Like, they don't even account for the massive difference in fundraising among the centrist candidates and the left-wing candidates. That oftentimes the left-wing candidates, there is no institutional backing, there is no corporate backing, there is no billionaire backing, so they have, like, no fucking money, and they just leave that out of the analysis completely and say, oh, look, see, the centrist candidates win more often. Well, what a simplistic way of looking at it. And like I said, if you want a detailed breakdown of why this is a bullshit study, go watch the Current Affairs video, and Nathan J. Robinson breaks it down phenomenally well.
Democrats should recognize the party moved too far left on social issues after Obama left office. Gosh, if only someone had been saying that all along. But
okay, here's the problem with that. There's no evidence of what you're talking about. People say this all the time about Kamala Harris. They said, oh my God, she talked too much about trans issues, and she talked too much about race issues. Guys, she didn't mention race, gender, trans people, pronouns, Latinx, cancel culture, political correctness. She repeatedly said she was going to represent all Americans. She ran to the right on the issue of the border and tried to sound conservative on the border. She talked about owning a gun. She ran on freedom and patriotism. And then she leaned into economic stuff like $6,000 child tax credit and banning price gouging and things of that nature. It's just made up when they say, oh, this is the problem. The problem is you're talking too much about social issues. She didn't fucking mention them. She didn't mention them. In fact, you're probably better off saying she should have leaned into that a little bit, right? She should have leaned into economic leftism and leaned into actually protecting these marginalized communities that are under.
So here's the thing that's really funny about these conversations. And this is really the crux of my problem. Notice that we're talking about all this shit and no one's talking about any of the ideas. No one's trying to like actually talk about any of the ideas that people are campaigning on. Is Medicare for all undoable? Is childcare undoable? Is high-speed rail undoable? Like, what ideas are you actually saying we cannot do, you fucking pussy centrist scum? Stop talking about the elections. Let's talk about the ideas. Why are you a right-winger? Which of the ideas that are being advanced do you not agree with? Be specific, you fucking pussy.
Fire by MAGA. Because guess what? MAGA says all your problems are caused by immigrants and trans people. You can't just like cede that to them and act like, sure, why not? No. Your problems are not caused by immigrants. Your problems are not caused by trans people. That's bullshit. That is completely made up. The real problems are caused by the billionaires. It's the billionaires, it's the fascists, and it's the warmongers that are causing all the problems. Not trans people, not immigrants.
Gen Z thinks socialism's wired and capitalism's tired and billionaires are what's for dinner. And who can blame them? If you're 30 and still sharing a bathroom with roommates, capitalism isn't working for you. People
Yeah, no shit, you dumb fuck. And none of your centrists see a problem with this. Their solution is we need to let the rent go higher because that'll stir private investment. And then in 5 to 10 years of steadily rising rents, there'll be a glut of housing, which means that rents will go down, but they better not go down too far because then nobody will invest in housing.
Reject any economic system where there's strange hair on the soap. No one wants to be approaching middle age and still writing their name on food before they put it in the fridge. So they're quiet quitting capitalism and texting socialism that they're down to fuck. Thing is, socialism will fuck you. Because socialism, to put it simply, just doesn't work and has never...
Say what you will about the Soviet Union, but it was a superpower for 40 years that had America like contending on every front to contain it. Right? Like, I have problems with the way the Soviet Union handled its economic system, but to pretend like it doesn't work, it has never worked. And what are you going to name? You're going to be like, North Korea's poor. We bombed every single structure that was standing in North Korea. We committed a genocide against North Korea. And now we've been sanctioning it and blockading it for 50 years. What? Cuba's poor because we've been blockading it for 50 fucking years? Is that going to be your examples? To me, that looks pretty goddamn strong. Socialism managed to stand against the world superpower for 50 fucking years. That's pretty impressive. Nazism got fucking slapped aside quite quickly. The Confederacy only lasted 4 years. So, like, I don't know, man. It seems pretty amazing that they're still hanging on.
Never worked. Like Kevin Federline. I know the kids think that stuff that happened before their appearance on the planet didn't really happen, but it did. We've run this experiment many times, and the results are always obvious. Here's capitalist South Korea at night from space. Here's socialist North Korea.
Did you really just call North Korea socialist? Did you really just call North Korea social?
Listen, my general feeling about North Korea is that it's not the model I'm trying to pursue. And also this picture from space thing, I'm pretty sure it's just fabricated. I'm pretty sure this photo is just fabricated. Like it's a composite. Like, I'm pretty sure it's just fabricated. And isn't the North Korean economy like doing kind of like improving quite a bit right now? Like, I'm pretty sure it's growing. Yeah. North Korea posts fastest growth in 8 years in 2024, driven by Russia ties, Seoul says. North Korea's economy grew 3.7% in 2024, the fastest annual pace of growth in 8 years. Backed by expanded economic ties with Russia, according to estimates by South Korea's central bank released on Friday. It picked up from a 3.1% rise in gross domestic product in 2023 and a 0.2% fall in 2022. Remember, it's being sanctioned by like almost every single country in the world. I'm not pro North Korea. I'm just saying, like, I think your talking points are a little old. And we'll see, you know, it's a very poor country that has been isolated and blockaded by the United States for decades upon decades. Why is AOC like this? We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it.
Honestly, you have to retire after that. I mean, that is like embarrassing. That's embarrassing. They call themselves the Democratic People's Republic. Everybody knows they're not a Democratic People's Republic. It's a fucking fascist dictatorship through and through. What are you doing? What is this?
I don't agree with that, but it's fine.
By the way,
I am not somebody who looks at North Korea and goes, oh my God, it's actually secretly a fascist dictatorship. No, I see a state that is traumatized, has siege mentality, and has a family that has seized power. And it's not doing great. And it's not a model I want to replicate. But I don't think it necessarily, just because it sucks, means that it's automatically fascist. I think the best strategy with North Korea would it just be to treat them like any other poor country. That's what we should treat North Korea.
Every example he's going to use, he's going to leave some out. You're not going to be surprised to learn which ones he leaves out.
In 1990, Venezuela was wealthier than Poland. But then Poland...
They're under sanctions from the United States for 20 fucking years. We tried to coup their government 5 times. We have military fucking ships steaming into their oceans. It's not because it fell apart because socialism doesn't work. It's because the United States of America, the global hegemon, has been stealing their fucking money. And yes, there is corruption. And yes, there is ineffective government in Venezuela. I'm not defending the Venezuelan government as my ideal model. But this is a fucking joke. Poland receives billions of fucking subsidies from the EU. The United States is pumping billions of dollars of aid. Give me a fucking break.
Finally free of Soviet-style economics, went all in on capitalism. And now their economy is as big as Japan. And people there have high wages, low inflation, cars, vacations.
Poland is the only country, literally, that is doing well from the post-Soviet. Like, honestly, like almost every, okay, it's not true, but almost every other, like, go to Romania. How's that hanging out? How's that going? How's Bulgaria doing? It's like, give me a fucking break, man.
Meanwhile, Venezuela traded capitalism for Hugo Chavez's socialism for the 21st century, which turned out to be like socialism in the last century or any century, a fucking mess.
Weird, you're not going to mention the embargo? You're not going to mention the sanctions? You're not going to mention the U.S. choking them out from the rest of the world? Strange. It's almost like you're being dishonest on purpose.
It turned one of Latin America's richest countries into one of its poorest. Low wages, high inflation.
That was our goal. We did that. Congratulations. American economic war can hurt a country. Congratulations. Wow. The superpower who controls the international financial system can destroy a small country and steal their oil.
Outages, 8 million people fleeing. If you think New York can somehow reinvent this wheel, you're in for a rude awakening.
So what's he not telling you? He's not mentioning Denmark. He's not mentioning Norway, Iceland, Sweden, Finland. He's not mentioning the Scandinavian region, which has some of the happiest people in the world. They do actual reports on this and rankings on this. And time again, it is the Scandinavian countries that rank the highest. Why? Because they're social democracies, which means they have a heaping dose of socialism, way more than we do here. You know, free healthcare, for example, free college, for example, paid vacation time by law, for example. Everybody's in a union in some of those countries, for example. So wages are higher. You get more vacation time, like better benefits, and everybody's happier. Why are you leaving that out? It's almost like you're a total hack and you're trying to make a hacky argument against socialism without actually engaging with the reality of socialism. It's so ironic because Marr is the type of idiot who always screams about you got to steelman your opponent, not strawman your opponent. Then he proceeds to strawman the shit out of the beliefs of younger people who are living in a capitalist hellscape where they can't afford anything anymore. They can't afford anything. Everybody's got credit card debt like crazy. Everybody's got student loan debt like crazy. Now Trump is cutting the food stamps. He also cut 94 million pounds of food that went to food banks. AI's coming to take everybody's job because of unregulated capitalism and the billionaires going crazy. And we're all supposed to sit here and say, well, I guess I don't live in Venezuela. What is this?
Zohran can't make your wishes come true. You're thinking of Zoltar.
Also, notice how smug.
That's just racist? That's just a racist joke? Let me use this caricature wearing a turban to make fun of the Muslim guy. God, please let me get in a room with Bill Maher one time.
He is, and demeaning he is, and condescending he is to
what a fucking
young
rat,
people.
Dude.
Like, he acts like you guys are just fucking idiots. You guys are just stupid. That's why you guys make the decisions you make. Meanwhile, as if it hasn't been the boomer generation, which has absolutely ruined this country many times over. The fucking most selfish assholes on the planet. Not you guys if you're a boomer and you watch this show. You're good. As a generation, broadly speaking, these motherfuckers went to college for like 15 cents and a Pop-Tart. They got their first house for like $17,000 from a fucking Sears catalog. And they're like, I don't understand. Why are young people so pissed off? Maybe because there's no hope of having even a life equal to that of our parents, right?
This is what, when baby boomers finally started to make a mark on politics, you want to know who they were voting for? Making mark on politics, baby boomers appeared to rally around Reagan. Baby boomers were always conservative. Always conservative. Can you imagine being a 25-year-old and be like, I love Ronald Reagan? At the age of 37, he's a member of the generation born in the 12 years after World War II. When the baby boom generation came of age and settled down, the analysts predicted it would have a profound effect on American political life. This year, it appears that many in this generation plan, like Mr. Merrick, to vote for President Reagan. According to the last 4 polls, 54% of voters aged 27 to 38 favor Mr. Reagan, while 37% back Walter Mondale. Only the smaller share of the electorate aged 18 to 26 gives Mr. Reagan a bigger share of their support. Ronald Reagan was the baby boomers' ideal candidate, and they still defend him to this day.
Maybe that's why.
Democratic socialism is like a dating profile. Things look great until you meet up in the real world. For example,
Bro, you've never used internet dating. Shut the fuck up. And no one laughed because your entire fucking audience are like 20 people that are dumber than dirt. from your same generation.
Bernie Sanders, his big thing was always bringing single-payer health care to our country of 340 million.
Now, this is where this is the most hacky thing you're ever going to hear in your life. Ready? Watch this.
When liberal tie-dyed Vermont tried to do it for a population of 626,000, it collapsed like that poor fuck in the Oval Office.
They didn't do it, you fucking dumb rat. It was a political failure because centrist Dems voted against it. You stupid fuck. They didn't do it and then it fell apart. They just didn't pass it. They didn't pass it, you dumb fucking hack. They did it in Alberta, you dumb piece of shit. That's right, in Canada. God, how do these fuckers live in politics and they know nothing? How do you learn nothing in 80 fucking years of covering politics? You elderly cretin. Jesus Christ. Why isn't he fucking retired yet, by the way?
This last week.
Do you realize how dishonest this is? Literally every other developed country on earth has one version or another of a universal healthcare system, something we don't have here. Many of them have single-payer healthcare systems. They are all objectively better than ours. Objectively better.
Hey, you know what country has an all-payer system? Israel! The country you fucking worship, you dumb piece of shit! And guess what? They pay for abortions, too!
There is no unnecessary, rapacious, for-profit mafia middleman ripping you off and getting in between you and your doctor. It doesn't exist in other developed countries. But what does he do? Instead of comparing the U.S. system to other countries, other developed countries, he doesn't mention those at all. And he says, well, they tried to do it in Vermont and it didn't work. So obviously it doesn't work.
They didn't do it in Vermont. They never, ever pursued the policy. There was no single payer in Vermont. They never did it. They were like, oh, it's too expensive. And they didn't do it.
There is no doubt in my mind that when he brought this up, he thought about, oh, the other developed countries that have this and it works. And he said, oh, no, that doesn't make the argument. That doesn't make the point I'm trying to make. So I'm just going to leave that. It's a lie by omission. It's a lie by omission. And then he brings up, what is he not telling you? Bill, of course, if this tiny state tries to do it in the midst of 49 other states that have rapacious for-profit healthcare, they're going to get snuffed out by the health insurance companies. There's going to be a war waged by the health insurance companies. And the health insurance companies have a zillion lobbyists in Congress. They've bought the government. And so they let them know, hey, we'll destroy your whole system if you do single payer, because they know this is existential. Because if Vermont does it, then maybe California does it, then New York does it, then all these different states do it. And then people will realize how useless the for-profit health insurance industry is. It would be an existential threat to them, which is why they made sure Vermont wasn't allowed to do it. That, again, proves, ironically, the opposite of the point he's trying to prove, that capitalism is the problem when it comes to health insurance. You shouldn't have for-profit health insurance. The incentive structure is all fucked up. They make more money the more they deny people their health care. You're making the point about how capitalism is fucking horrible without even realizing it in the middle of your anti-socialism rant. Just so disgusting. It's just so disingenuous. What he did here was so fucking disingenuous. Oh, Bernie wants single-payer healthcare. Well, they tried it in Vermont. It didn't work. Well, why are you not talking about every other developed country that has universal healthcare where it does work? And it works way better than ours, objectively speaking, according to the data, according to actual analyses. Just so fucking dishonest. This is Zohran derangement syndrome. That's what it is. And then, by the way, he goes on in this clip to show, like, here's the DSA being goofy, where, like, you know, they say, oh, don't clap because some people here have a disability where, like, the noise gets to them and you don't want to scare them. So don't clap, do jazz hands or something like that. That's how you, like, express agreement or something. And basically what he's trying to do there is say democratic socialists are just ridiculous people who are overly sensitive and, you know, they're obsessed with social issues. Meanwhile, all these democratic socialists who are running and winning, they're running laser focused on what? What was Zohran's thing? Affordability. Laser focused on the economy. Laser focused on giving people help. Universal programs, for example. Right? Universal childcare, for example, another thing that Zohran ran on. Free buses. They can't deal with the reality of democratic socialist candidates and what we advocate for. So what do? Smear democratic socialism more broadly. You're Hugo Chavez. You're Hugo Chavez, and none of your ideas have ever worked. And also, you're idiots who are obsessed with culture issues, even though you haven't said shit about it, and Mar talks about them all the fucking time. Woke and trans and shit like that. So I'm just so sick of this bullshit. Now, he's not the only one with Zohran derangement syndrome, though. Here's actor John Voight. And listen to what he says. First of all, I didn't even know this guy was still alive. Second of all, listen to this.
This city will turn into a forbidden place of darkness. The blood, sweat, and tears that the city of New York was built on will turn into a virtual refugee shelter for the radical Muslim ideology. This is now the most dangerous time for our citizens of New York. This mayor will destroy this city. We are obligated to demand our rights for our private sanctuary, our businesses, our property that we all have worked so hard for. And this 35-year-old mayor has no right dictating the rules of socialism for a city built on our highest principles with brick and stone by hardworking Americans. This must be stopped, and his mayoralty should be terminated immediately.
That's not even a thing. You fucking cretin old freak. This fucking
First of all, that's just called treason. I consider that to be treason, and honestly,
down.
Like, those are fighting words. And it is a declaration of intent to oppress you. Like, I consider that to be a treasonous behavior, like a criminal act that you just saw. Saying that a democratically elected leader in this country should be blocked because of your political whims, that is treason. And that is a civil war. That is a fire breather term. That is somebody calling for war, civil war, literally. Because I won't accept that. I would not accept the legitimacy of anybody who tried to prevent Zohran from going into office. That would be an illegal and illegitimate act, and it should be resisted.
That you're witnessing. The Zohran derangement syndrome is all very simply because he's a Muslim immigrant democratic socialist who's pro-Palestine, and he won. That's what this meltdown is about. Because there's no way that people who are not billionaires could be this pissed off by freezing the rent, building affordable housing, cracking down on bad landlords, city-owned grocery stores, free buses, and free childcare. And this is what it looks like. This is what it looks like when the center and the right lose their fucking mind because you have something different coming along in a positive sense. Something different. And then finally, let's go to this guy. This guy's whole existence, by the way, is an indictment on capitalism. This guy's whole existence, Kevin O'Leary, he's worth like $400 million, and he's one of the biggest idiots in the country. And like I said, just the fact that he is where he is.
He's fucking Canadian! He's fucking Canadian! He should be deported!
Itself shows that capitalism has colossal flaws. Listen.
Now, by the way, Chad, that was me memeing. You understand? That's what right-wingers say constantly. And they have no problem with it. Let's deport people based on their politics. If that's the world we want to live in, Kevin O'Leary should have all of his American property expropriated and he should be sent back to Canada. If we're living in that world where that's okay to say.
Mass exodus out of New York, not just the police, but everybody.
No, I'm expecting a massive inflow, and I'll tell you why. I just got back last night for the first time since the new mayor was elected, and I was expecting a free ride from the airport, didn't get it.
He didn't run on that. You made that up.
I wanted a free dinner, didn't get it. And
you made that up too.
Couldn't believe they charged me for my hotel.
You made that up too. He never said free hotels.
He promised me free everything.
He didn't promise you free everything. He ran on freezing the rent, building affordable housing, cracking down on bad landlords, city-owned grocery stores, free buses, and free childcare. Free buses and childcare are absolutely positively doable, and you're pretending like it's absurd, even though you know it's not absurd, because you're a billionaire and you don't want your taxes raised.
Hasn't delivered yet. I'm monitoring the situation. This is just wrong. You can't tell me it's okay to come on and tell me I'm getting everything for free and then don't deliver.
See, it's supposed to be funny, right? And even Stuart Varney is fucking forcing a laugh there. Now look at how awkward this back and forth becomes as they try to pretend like they're spitting fire here.
What is he, a politician or something?
Sarcasm is a low form of wit.
I'm not kidding. I want free. That's what I'm getting out of him. Let's go.
Those buses. I'm surprised that the homeless have not already taken over city buses.
I mean, I do agree with that. I do think that sarcasm is the lowest form of wit. I do agree with that. I think as sooner a person who's trying to be funny moves beyond sarcasm and actually tries to do some witticisms and double entendres and tries to do a little bit of dry, like, you know, I think that tends to be more successful over the long run. Just as advice, the sarcasm is like bitters. You know, when you're making a cocktail, chat, and sometimes you put a little dash of bitters in and it can help elevate the drink and add another dimension of flavor. Just being sarcastic 24/7 is like taking shots of bitters. It's not good. It needs to be very, 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 very. You have to use a light hand with bitters. Okay, a light hands with sarcasm. It should be delivered appropriately and sparingly.
On the ground that they elected the guy who's going to give it for free.
Who is this for? Actually, no, don't. I know who this is for. This is for billionaires. This is for New York billionaires.
It's money for nothing and chicks for free, but not for me, apparently.
That was a line from a song.
It is. It's Dire Straits. It should have been his campaign song.
Mark.
This is literally like an 83-year-old billionaire who takes 3 Viagra pills a day to get a hard on for 3 minutes. This guy sitting there in his fucking penthouse in New York City on his stack of $12 billion, and he's laughing at this. He's laughing at this. Ha yeah, crazy, stupid fucking Zohran. Ha 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 ha. Kevin O'Leary being worth $400 million, that in and of itself is just so damning about capitalism, isn't it? But this is what we're dealing with now. Like, none of the people who are against Zohran can muster a single rational, logical, coherent argument. Absolutely none of them. And you know what? Deep down, I think they all know that, which is why you get these pathetic efforts. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications.
Have I played EU5 yet, Mike? I have looked at the I've read some of the tutorials. I took some legally procured weed, which I do very sparingly, maybe like once every couple months, maybe once a month. And I went to Korean barbecue. And do you only do edibles? No, I hit the pen this time. Rare Mike hit the pen. I prefer edibles, but I did hit the pen this time. And Mike the Benjamin. Yeah, I hit the Benjamin. I came back and I opened up EU5 and I started reading through tutorials. And then I was like 40 minutes in and I was like, I need to call it. Before I hit play, because 40 minutes of tutorial was enough. And then I was like, okay, I'm gonna come back on this. EU5 looks incredible, but it's a simulation, chat. It's like I think they're simulating every person on Earth. So it's a world simulator that starts in 1337. So it's very interesting. It's very good. My biggest complaint, it's too realistic and basically everybody is a vassal, so it's very hard to be independent or take land as a small country. It's really, really good though. Well, yeah. Why do you think it took until 1860s for Germany to unite? Because it was fucking hard to unite countries. I think when does it go? What is the time period? It goes to 1337. Does it go to the 20th century or does it stop in the 18th century? What's the end state? 1800? 1812? 1836? There's definitely got to be socialism at the very, very end, right? Or no? There's got to be maybe like just like liberalism maybe then. Federal courts are blocking the Texas redistricting. Nice. You can make Dithmarson a peasant republic, hence a socialist republic. I mean, technically that's not. That's a pre-socialism, but it's okay. There is a peasant republic in 1337. Oh, that sounds based. Might have to try that. That sounds fun. You get socialism at Vicky 3? Of course you... Well, duh. All right, let's keep going. Have you watched any of the clips of MBS in the Oval Office? No. What did I miss? Okay. What are we moving on to, chat? Oh. Okay, the I Live in China lady. She seems cool. Oh, this is something I wanted to talk to you about. Zohran Mamdani campaign has proposed a millionaire surtax often by referencing the MA Massachusetts Fair Share Tax. What does the data tell us about this tax 3 years on? It raised twice as much revenue as projected. There was no millionaire exodus, and it has funded many projects. Do millionaire surtaxes lead to millionaire exodus? After 2.5 budget cycles, fair share revenue attests to the fact that Bay Area millionaires are staying and paying. IRS tax returns reveal the number of filers reporting adjusted gross incomes above 1 million has generally climbed. Although, as of writing, the IRS hasn't released individual filing data for 2023. So what about after 2022? To get around the income data availability issue, one study in April examined proprietary data on net worth from WealthX. It found that Massachusetts population reporting net income above 1 million, net worth, excuse me, has grown 39%. From 441,610 individuals to 612,109 in the past 3 years. The number of residents above 50 million has grown 35%. And finally, the number of billionaires in Massachusetts has climbed from 7 to 9. These data clash with the dire protestations of the wealthy themselves and their popular image as rootless jet setters anxious to move gravity-like to the lowest tax environment. Have we misjudged them? As economic sociologist Cristobal Young explains, much of wealth accumulation is still rooted in place, an insider advantage, while a host of sociological considerations tie wealthy people down during the peak income years. It is the young and lower income who are much more likely to move. And it's like, duh, you get your money from owning property. So property exists in the real world. So where it's at, you can tax it. All right, chat. Assad Piker was interviewed by a famous Chinese journalist, and I'm fucking jealous, so we're watching it. The real Lemon Bro is here. The actual real Lemon Bro.
In general, you always say like China, very positive things about China. And then there are people calling you, maybe saying you're a CCP paying you to do this. You're a CCP agent to talk good things about China. So let me ask you, why you talk positive about China so much in your live streams?
Because I think that uplifting 800 million people out of extreme poverty is an incredibly impressive feat. Being able to develop this country in the aftermath of colonial extraction, World War II, infighting, and civil war, and to become a competitive force that is slated to overtake America as in a multipolar world is very impressive. And I think we should learn from that in the United States of America. We should look to that and learn some lessons from that. And that's the reason why I always try to use China as an alternative, as an example, because I also want high-speed rail in America. I want high-speed rail in America. I want Americans to not have to fear about where their next meal is coming from, or potentially taking on medical bankruptcy, which is an insane concept to begin with and doesn't even exist in other OECD nations anyway. What I'm saying is I want Americans to wake up. And I think China is a decent example to showcase.
Hassan Piker, also known as Hassan Abi, is a prominent Twitch streamer offering political commentary and media analysis. As a content creator, influencer, and political commentator, he speaks to young Americans like mainstream media could only dream of. His unique take on current affairs has helped him amass a combined 4.5 million followers on Twitch and YouTube. A recurrent topic of conversation on his platforms is China, from analyzing China's governance and development to the international bloggers' travel boom the country is experiencing. He shares dimensions of the greater China story that Western audiences rarely get to hear about.
How does this one fit?
Yeah, they're on a different planet out here, brother.
Yo, it's got that classic Huawei vision.
Yeah, it's got a little filter on there.
We're like cavemen discovering fire for the first time.
Chinese
that's what
filter,
it feels
yeah.
like to be in China after being in America for so long.
No problem, chat.
Oh, no way!
It's a small one.
And it's the first version.
It's the first. Wait.
Really?
Is that a Bible?
No, that's the Little Red Book.
It is basically
The Little Red Book?
The Little Red Book. It's the Red Bible is what it is.
Okay.
I am actually Lemon Bro. I am actually Lemon Bro. Wow, China's capitalism is so good. Can we do the same system then? Can we do the same system? Can we do a single party state ruled by the Communist Party? Can we do that? No? Okay, I guess it's not capitalism then.
Thank you so much. This is incredible.
Hi, Hassan Piker. Such a surprise to see you in Beijing. Wow.
It was inevitable. It was bound to happen.
I know Beijing is your first stop in your whole travel plan in China. It's too early to ask, I know, but I'm just wondering what's your expectations for your China trip? And it's probably just been 2 days for you to arrive China. How's your experience so far?
It's been amazing. I haven't slept at all, but you know, I'm just carrying myself because I'm so excited. So it's been a remarkable experience thus far. But I was always very excited to come to China. So this has been a dream come true for me.
What do you want to experience the most, or what do you want to try the most?
The food. I want to see all the big tier 1 cities. But most importantly, I am super stoked that I'm going to get on a high-speed train tomorrow to go to Shanghai. So that's what I'm mostly looking forward to. That's what I've been most excited about.
Why? Why are you looking forward to visit China?
Well, part of it is because I talk about China quite a bit as far as like lessons to learn and what America could adopt and emulate. And seeing it in real time, I think is a lot different. I also wanted to show my audience and the Western world in general that there are a lot of rumors about China. There's a lot of misunderstandings and also just outright lies, and that it's just another normal country, just like every other country is. And I know that, but one, experiencing it for myself is good, and seeing it for myself is good. And then two, showing it to other people as well, I think will be a good opportunity. As
someone, as journalists who travel to different countries and talk to local people, I noticed
They produce for profit. That's capitalism. In contradiction of private profit causing overproduction will come to a head in China the same as it is in the United States. Except the difference between China and the United States is China is fostering maximum competition, and they have a lot more space to go for increased consumption. So, you know, as long as China's per capita consumption continues to rise, their economy can continue to grow as they become the largest consumer economy in the world. And the thing about China is, and this is what's really important, is that China recognizes that they can't consume they can't consume the same way the rest of the Western world does, or the planet will be destroyed. Let me see if I get that doubled. Double. That's not it. Next double. Here it is.
The future of China is of a green, environmentally sustainable, and beautiful nation, leading the world in sustainable technologies and development to move towards a model of ecological civilization. He explains the necessity of green development for China by pointing out that the total population of well-off countries in the world is about 1 billion. China has more than 1.3 billion people. If we are all to become modernized, the well-off population must more than double. If we were to consume as much energy and production in daily lives as the present well-off people do, all of the existing resources in the world would be far from enough for us. The old path seems to be a dead end. Where is the new road? It lies in scientific and technological innovation and in the accelerated transition from factor-driven and investment-driven growth to innovation-driven growth. In an overall effort of progressing towards a future that is both prosperous and sustainable, China's high-tech sector continues to develop new green technologies, such as electric vehicles, hydropower, nuclear energy, energy storage systems, smart grids, green infrastructure, solar and wind energy, as well as carbon capture technology. We should endeavor to build a green, clean, and beautiful world. The Earth is the only shared home for humanity. Now, a few individuals are trying to find a new home in outer space, but that is still a distant dream. In the foreseeable future, human beings still need to live on this planet. This is a fact that will not change. We must defend the Earth's boundaries, both tangible and intangible, to ensure harmony between humanity and nature. We need to improve planning regarding our territorial space, implement our functional zoning strategy, and draw up red lines for ecological conservation. We should accelerate efforts to establish a system of nature reserves, improve biodiversity protection networks, and set reasonable spatial limits for economic and social activities. We will never again seek economic growth at the cost of the environment.
So the general difference is that China has a pragmatic approach that is focused on all the important factors being taken into consideration. Whereas in America, the only factor that's taken into consideration is what is my short-term profit now? And because China is willing to use the power of the state and wield it effectively, they are able to do things like invest in a massive network of high-speed rail. They can invest in developing renewable energy. And the thing about their development is they are highly pragmatic. They're not saying, okay, well, we're not going to use this because of some irrelevant factor. They develop all of the above, while at the same time protecting themselves from being attacked from outside. For example, America cutting off their supply of oil that they're currently rely on from the Middle East. But at the same time, they recognize they have to balance a lot of spinning plates. And they're the only country in the world that seems to be trying to balance all these spinning plates while facing an aggressive and hostile West. That's the reality of China today. The West is trying to keep them down. The West is trying to contain them. So not only, but they're still caring about climate change. They're still focusing on renewable energy and green vehicles and building up nuclear power and shutting down coal generation. The video is called A Summary of Xi Jinping's Governance of China. It's this book. These are Xi Jinping's collected writings, or a selected collection of his writings about politics. Now, how many of you have ever read anything Xi Jinping said? Did that sound? Like, if you're a longtime Mike from PA viewer, then you probably have seen this before. I said it to Hassan, and he watched it on his stream as well. Still capitalist and bourgeois, though they will never give up the power to the working class. Just watch. Wow, guys. This guy's predicting communism isn't going to win. This guy's predicted that we're just going to keep capitalism. Wow, what an unbelievably brave take. He says the status quo will continue. Just watch, guys. Be hopeless. Be a doomer. Well, I'm sorry, chat. I refuse to be a doomer. Look at how many more nuclear power plants that China is constructing. These are the ones that are actively in construction. And there's another 125 that are currently being planned. They're investing more money in fusion than any country. They're building the world's largest hydroelectric dam that'll be a run-of-the-river design, so it will not hold back water in a reservoir. It's going to be 5 times more powerful than the Three Gorges Dam. They built 50,000 kilometers of high-speed rail, over 30,000 miles, in less than 20 years. And you know, Chinese workers have paid family and medical leave. Do you? They have sick days. Do you? Let me see if I can find this. They have vacation days. Do you? The United States of America is what we call a 000 country. And there are very few countries in the world like this. Every worker is entitled to 13 paid public holidays, which includes 2 semi-annual 1-week holidays known as Golden Weeks. Let's go to the United States. 0 paid days off. 000. That's paid vacation days, paid public holidays, and total paid leave. We're the only 000 country that I know of that's actually developed. Workers' rights. They want to talk about workers' rights as an American. Jesus.
There's a huge gap. Like, there are a lot of misconceptions from the West in general about Chinese people. I think I really appreciate your effort trying to help a lot of people to see, hey, they're also just normal people. There are things going on that the news are not reporting. But I'm just wondering, in general, from your observation, what are the common misconceptions that say people in the United States have about China?
Where do I begin? I mean, if we're going to talk about the government, there is a tremendous amount of misinformation. Oftentimes, one of the things that I think our press does to our adversaries, which is really strange, especially when we consider China being such a significant trade partner to America. 30% of manufacturing is coming from here. Nonetheless, the State Department officially designates it as like a competitor or foreign adversary. We will look to things that every other country does, our allies do, for example, and we will assume that it's like somehow sinister or totally different or totally exaggerated when it's coming out of China. One example I always think about is like there was a new museum, I think it might have been the Revolutionary Museum that was launched in China. And there was a New York Times article. It was like, China greatly whitewashes its own history in its museum. And it's like, first of all, every museum is going to show the best parts of that about their history. It's totally normal. We do that in America as well. So there's that. And then there's just like outright misinformation. And I think for a lot of people, or for a lot of the press in general, they're just not very intellectually curious about what is actually going on here. I see this in my own experience. Like, there are a lot of analysts I talk to, very smart people, very well-educated people. But when it comes down to it, when they want to analyze China, they have this horse blinder on where they just think, why are they doing these sorts of things? Oh, China's about to collapse any day now. And one of the best examples I love to use is the ghost cities. Development style here is very different. Places like America are liberal capitalist nations, and they build housing with a long-term plan in mind. And it's been incredibly successful. But at the time when the housing units were being constructed, Western analysts looked at that and said, oh, this is not for people to live in. They're just doing it because this is a speculative bubble and it's going to collapse at any moment. And now you look at those ghost cities in 10 years in the future, from when those articles used to come out from the New York Times and many other places, these are cities with tens of millions, sometimes 20 million people living in them. I never want to have that kind of, I never want to stunt my own analysis in that way. And I feel like a lot of people do that partially because they want to cope and partially because it's just all they've known and they've just never really been interested in understanding that there are different ways of governance out there beyond what we see in the Western world.
So this is your first time in China. I watched some of your videos analyzing China, and I would say most of your videos talking about China are pretty good. As someone who had never been to China before, how did you manage to understand what's really going on in China?
I grew up in Turkey, so I think I have a different attitude about different modes of governance in general. And I also grew up in that region, so I have an understanding of like what America likes to do to its adversaries or countries that it declares enemies of the state. And therefore, I was already skeptical about State Department narratives in general. I don't know, I just did some reading and I think that the Chinese development especially has been so undeniable that as long as you're even a little bit interested and don't just read foreign policy magazine analysts, you can very quickly realize that no, like this is not the backward state that people have presented as. And I think more and more people are also coming to that conclusion as well, because in the age of the internet, especially with like how accessible China is, it's fairly difficult for people in the West to maintain this position that this is a scary country, almost like a hermit kingdom, right? And that's just not the case. There's a lot of businessmen that come in and out of this country. Surely there are cultural differences, there's differences of governance, but ultimately it's just like it's a fully developed nation state that is constantly in touch with the rest of the world, and maybe even in some ways, in more meaningful ways than the American government is in touch with the rest of the world.
I think I wanted to talk more like your career, because I think your career is very unique because you live stream on Twitch, a gaming platform, but talking about politics, and you gained millions of followers, and from the young generations in the United States.
Feels bad, man. Not even citing the ultimate.
Is actually from
politics China streamer Mike from PA. What the fuck? I've been slighted. I'm just kidding.
My experience, people who told me they're your fan.
One of the things that's really funny about streaming is like Hassan promotes and mentions me all the time, and some people have the attitude that it's very weirdly self-centered, that every time somebody's talking about streaming, they have to mention me or else I'm being slighted. And it's like, bro, that's narcissism, bro. It's literal narcissism. And people trying to put their narcissism onto you is fucking weird. I don't expect my friends to be thinking about me 24/7. That's weird. That's weird. They're different people. I don't think about them 24/7.
They're not just
from not getting a joke to slight, like, I know.
United States, they're from like everywhere.
I know.
So, I mean, what motivated you to talk politics on Twitch and live streaming hours every day? Is really exhausting job. So
yeah, it's not the best medium for sure. I played video games, and I was already at the Young Turks, another news network, and I wanted to get better off the cuff, because at the time when I was at the Young Turks, I would write all my scripts, and I just basically thought, I already play video games. This is an environment and an audience that is very diverse in their opinions, but unfortunately all of the commentary side of it was very right-wing, like incredibly right-wing. And I thought that the gaming space deserved better political voices, and I was already invested in it. So I just strapped on a camera to my PlayStation while I was playing Fortnite and just started talking about politics with a bunch of my other friends who were also journalists and activists themselves, talking about the exact same issues that I'm talking about today. And slowly but surely it evolved from there. But that was my starting point.
I see you're often, I mean, people from different groups attack you, put like different labels on you, attacking you. I think on our way here, I was seeing someone on Twitter calling you a liberal, and someone call you a spy. Someone call you, people even from the leftist, socialists also criticize you. So I mean, how do you identify yourself? How do you?
Oh God, dude! Oh my God! A Chinese person had to look at the online American left, and they probably saw DGG stalkers too. Oh God! Xi Jinping is getting a report on DGG stalkers now. Oh, come on! I mean, they've only become relevant because of criticizing Hassan, so that's pretty funny. But come on! It's so humiliating.
What would you prefer to call yourself, and how do you see this attack from different groups?
They have a section called haters attacks. We are living in the best timeline. We are living in the best timeline. The Communist Party of China is like, we need to get a question about Hassan Piker's haters. Fuck, this is amazing.
Well, I say I'm a leftist because I think looking at the material conditions and lack of class consciousness in America, I feel like leftist is the broad categorization, because a lot of people who might have socialist tendencies don't even realize it, because like the mass political movement in the country is liberalism. So most people self-identify as liberals, even if they do actually think, if you ask them directly, like, do you think you should have more autonomy in your workplace? They would say, yeah, of course, I like that. Do you think that the government should create a base level of material equality for all workers unconditionally? They say, yeah, I love that. That sounds like a great idea. So that ranges everywhere from even in a country like America with the capital of social democracy all the way to Marxist Leninism. And so I just say leftist. But yeah, it's not a secret. I'm a socialist. And as far as people on the right attacking me, that's a given. Liberals sometimes criticizing me, that's also a given. In most circumstances, they refuse to identify the same exact problems, and they think I'm being antagonistic to the left flank position in the country, which is the Liberal Democratic Party. And as far as the broader leftist movement goes, which is fairly tiny in the United States of America, that's also a given. Leftists always fight with one another. Socialists have historically always identified marginal delineations or ideological differences and have made that a massively consequential problem, even at moments when we have no power whatsoever.
Have those labels, attacks ever bother you? Because from my experiences, when I decided to go on social networks and talk about what I saw in China and
Open Presence, thank you for the 25. Thank you, sir. Oh God, she's talking about going on to American social media, be like, "Hi, I'm posting a video about my day in China," and everyone being like, "This is a lie. This is propaganda. No, your streets aren't that clean. No, where's the homeless people? Show rural China. No, this is a fake. This is tofu drag. The buildings are collapsing. This is all a lie." All the stuff that American copers say. It's very funny.
I saw a huge amount of attacks and racist comments and meaning from everyone. So it bothered me for a really long time until one day I realized what I want to do is tell the stories I saw, and I shouldn't be. You won't shut me up. So I went through this transition of mental struggles. But you are much more influential. I would consider you're a really influential influencer. You see even bigger amount of attacks from everyone. So have you ever been through those same mental struggles?
Yeah, for sure. I think in the beginning, I always couldn't understand it. I was confused. People would be like, "Oh, you're this or you're that," when it was very clear that I didn't believe the things that people were saying. But at this stage in my career, I understand that it just comes with the territory. A lot of people would rather attack the false characterization of someone rather than the actual argument that they're presenting, in an effort to make it much easier to strawman someone. It is what it is. I think truth usually does end up prevailing in the long run. So I just stay the course. I'm a very stubborn person, and I think that is my secret sauce, if you will, where I just continuously hammer on the same issues that I care about. And eventually people will find their way to arriving at those conclusions. And I've seen that throughout my career.
I think one of the things that's really annoying about socialist thought in 2025 is so many people are fighting factional fights for states that no longer exist. And people try to do these hard, I'm an anti-revisionist. No, you're the revisionist. No, I'm the revisionist. Oh, you're doing revisionism. Oh, social democracy is actually the right flank of fascism and all this dumbass shit that just gets constantly repeated. They're talking points for a fight that was happening 80 years ago, inside Germany. And there was a competition between social democrats and communists for electoral politics, and the Soviet Union was trying to influence and it's you're repeating the same talking points because the SPD had a right-wing faction that in the 1919 German Revolution sided with proto-fascists in the Freikorps, and it killed, and it's why are you fighting the battles of 100 years ago that you don't even know about? You don't even know. You're just repeating shit you heard on Twitter because it means I identify as a Marxist-Leninist, so I'm going to say that Soc Dems killed Rosa or whatever the fuck. And it's guys, stop. Just stop fighting these fights of shit that happened 80 fucking years ago. Did I say titter? I meant Twitter. Sorry. But it's oh my God, it's so cringe. China's not really socialist because they're not doing a command economy and 100% of their economy. That's not real socialism. Ah! It's like, what the fuck are you? You're like, I'm a hardliner from the Soviet Union in 1985. Like, goddamn, shut up. You're just repeating shit that you saw half Googled and screenshotted. You don't even know what the context is of what you're saying. Log off. Be quiet. Honestly, like, one of my favorite things about being a well-read socialist is I like identifying which faction this person is citing their talking point from, and if they even know that. No, like, do you know what faction you are citing and from when your argument came? Like, that's a fun little game. MLs are pro-China. It depends. Some MLs are pro-China, and some MLs consider them revisionists and not really socialists. What the fuck is this? Okay, that's next.
Whether it be on Israel, Palestine, or even whether it be on liberals in America.
My argument is this. I don't think we know the path to socialism. My mind is completely open to any of the paths, right? Until socialism is achieved, I say let 1,000 strategies bloom. I think we could say that the Soviet Union did a lot of really good things, but also did a lot of dumbass shit as well that led to massive failures. There are people like that, and then there are people who have a scientific understanding of society. It's really easy to ignore scientific analysis that shows China's capitalist. Literally no one disagrees that China is using elements of capitalism. Even Xi Jinping would not disagree with that. He would simply say that building socialism is a hard development of the productive forces, and that China exists in an actual material reality. The Communist Party of China bears the responsibility for 1.3 billion human beings, and so they have to make steady progress while maintaining the political commanding heights of China's economy, while dealing with the reality of the rest of the world being unevenly developed and therefore not ripe to just skip over into socialism. And that socialism is a process. And it's not a matter of just pushing the socialism button. China's party is a dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. No, it's not. No, it's not. In fact, I think that's actually incredibly stupid. There are absolutely bourgeois members of the party, and that is acknowledged by Xi Jinping. But the difference between China and their national bourgeoisie and America's bourgeoisie is that America is ruled by the international bourgeoisie, and that both parties serve the interests of the international bourgeoisie. Even if it hurts America and our national interest, they serve the interests of the international bourgeoisie. Whereas in China, the national bourgeoisie are subservient to the Communist Party. And whenever they start affecting negatively the Chinese national interest, they're bonked on their heads. That's the difference between America and China. Saying China's doing secret socialism building behind they're not doing it behind the scenes. They're doing it right in front of you. Why do you think America is suddenly flipping on China? They're flipping on China because Xi Jinping is left wing compared to what America wants, which is he's reining in crypto. He's reining in the tech bros. He's reining in billionaires. He's doing anti-poverty programs. He's building up China's national power. He is doing programs that are outside the international bourgeoisie's mechanisms of global control, like the World Bank and IMF. And he's proposing alternatives in international institutions that are a competitor to the international bourgeoisie's power. Because China is a capitalist competitor for markets, except if you actually look at the way they're developing countries, they're developing them evenly. And they are giving them fair deals, or even development assistance that's actually working, unlike the development model of the West, which is put these countries in hock and in debt and then exploit them for their resources and take all the money and profits out of the states that are being underdeveloped intentionally. Whereas China is not doing that, which is why the United States is so worried about China, is because they understand that China is offering real development to the global South. And the only reason the United States and the Western world are against it is because they don't want those countries to develop and offer competition to the U.S. They want the U.S. and the West to remain at the commanding heights of the developmental chain and use these third world countries as resource extraction locations. Whereas China is offering an alternative.
Very frustrated with their lack of options within the Democratic Party, experiencing failure after failure. They inevitably come to the same conclusions that I've been yelling about for quite a while. So you just got to wait it out. Because at the end of the day, if you are true to yourself, true to your values, you can sleep comfortably at night. And also, people will, more often than not, come to the same conclusions, no matter how long it takes.
You just mentioned many Americans are feeling maybe hopeless, seeing less of options. So what are the struggles that some like young generations in the United States are experiencing? I think many people in China would want to understand.
Affordability, lack of hope in general. Everything is very costly. Wages are relatively stagnant. There's no good jobs. Everything is so expensive. You go to college and you take on $100,000, sometimes $150,000 in student loan debts because college is not free, which is ridiculous. And then you have healthcare on the other side, God forbid. You take on $150,000 in debt to go to college. You can't get a job that is applicable to your degree. So you just take whatever job you can because now you have to pay those student loan debts. And then if you lose that job, you lose your healthcare. So there are very real fears on that front. And then also housing is incredibly costly in the country. Half your wages are automatically going to your rent. And people just don't think, especially young people, don't believe that they will ever retire, and certainly not retire at a reasonable age, and they will never be able to own a home. So the notion of the American dream is completely lost. So a lot of people feel entirely hopeless.
Entirely hopeless.
Yes.
That's a pretty strong.
Oh, for sure. I think young people, like people my generation and younger, if you're under the age of 35, these are the pressures that you feel on a daily basis. There are very few people who are like, nah, everything is actually really great. I know so many people that working in careers that previously would have been thought as like high-profile professional careers, highly specified jobs with a lot of training and a lot of experience. And a decade in, they feel stagnant. These are supposed to be like high-earning positions, and yet they have so much discontent, and they feel like things are too expensive.
Do you think they can make a change with the current circumstances with the U.S. government or policies?
I always have to assume that change is possible, or rather inevitable. Otherwise, everything I'm doing is for naught. So there is always an opportunity to make change. It's just, you just have to keep on pushing. You have to continue the struggle. And especially in a place like America, where there is no labor militancy even. There's not a lot of organizing, at least even at this point, and it's been completely destroyed. Those networks have been eradicated in this country by force, where capital is won. It's very difficult, but we still keep going.
What do you see the China-U.S. relations right now? And do you think will eventually at a war? And how can we make people from those two countries understand each other better?
Dialogue is good. And I think the more Americans realize that their conditions are not as great and that their leaders are lying to them about how it's currently the greatest country on the planet. I mean, it is the wealthiest country on the planet, and yet there is nothing to show for it for the average everyday working class person. And the more they recognize that, and the more they look to other countries and communicate with the people from other countries directly without any sort of media filtering, the more they realize that like everyone is the same. They want a roof over their head, they want a hot meal, they want clothes to put on their back, they want a better future for their children, they want upward social mobility, they just want an easy life, and they want a meaningful place on this planet. They want a good job. And that's the same whether you live in China or you live in the United States of America. And we have a lot more similarities and a lot more closeness with one another than we have differences. So dialogue, I think, is one of the best ways to do it. But like I said, as conditions worsen in America and people look to other countries, even in China, and they realize that maybe they weren't right about the way they perceive, everyday Chinese existence, the more they will think that they were lied to, hopefully yearn for something more from their own governments.
I saw China has been one of the very frequent topics in your videos, in your live streams. Like you analyze the governance of China, China's development, but in general, you always say like China, very positive things about China. Mm-hmm. And then there are people calling you, maybe saying you're a CCP, paying you to do this. You're a CCP agent to talk good things about China. So let me ask you, why you talk positive about China so much in your live streams?
Because I think that uplifting 800 million people out of extreme poverty is an incredibly impressive feat. Being able to develop this country in the aftermath of colonial extraction, World War II, infighting, and civil war, and to become a competitive force that is slated to overtake America as in a multipolar world is very impressive. And I think we should learn in the United States of America. We should look to that and learn some lessons from that so that we can at least try and incorporate some of those lessons. And that's the reason why I always try to use China as an alternative, as an example, because I also want high-speed rail in America. I want high-speed rail in America. I want Americans to not have to fear about where their next meal is coming from, or potentially taking on medical bankruptcy, which is an insane concept to begin with and doesn't even exist in other OECD nations anyway. What I'm saying is I want Americans to wake up. And I think China is a decent example to showcase. Even though there is a tremendous amount of propaganda, ultimately, the results are there. And it's very difficult to argue against said results.
So the CCP didn't pay you to say all these things?
No, but it doesn't matter. I mean, people will say it regardless.
Yeah.
But I mean, look, I'm pretty straightforward. Like, I criticize the Chinese government as well, just like I criticize the American government when it's like worthy of criticism. It's just that I think we have to be honest. And the problem is a lot of people would rather be dishonest and heighten negative aspects of foreign countries while simultaneously totally understanding why certain things happen in their country. So it is what it is. But they're just not used to someone being like, no, I don't think this is as consequential as you think it is. They just...
I think the one problem that we are facing is that a lot of people believe in a kind of neoconservatism, but for socialism. Basically, the idea that there should be some communist power that's walking around, stamping its feet, inserting its ideology into other countries and other nations, and like, you know, serving as as some sort of like outside intervenor that's going to create socialism by setting in the troops. And I think the far better idea is one where we create international institutions of development and we allow the third world to exit the position of being hyper exploited. And naturally, as these countries develop, class politics will come to the fore. And in areas where there's an opportunity for revolutionary change, we should pursue it. But the idea that like China is then therefore responsible for stomping around the world like Bush in 2002 and invading countries to do socialism is just as dumb as invading countries because they hate our freedom. It's not a strategy that is actually going to result in the outcome you claim to want.
Immediately assume like it's very black and white. There's no nuance. There's no nuance thinking. If you don't automatically present China as a foreign adversary, they go, oh, that's crazy. I've never heard that before. But instead of being like a little bit curious about why I'm saying that, they automatically just shut it off.
Today is your third day in Beijing? Second day in Beijing. Yeah. The first thing you did was go to the flag raising ceremony, Tiananmen Square. How was your feeling?
It was interesting. I mean, it's not for me personally. I'm not a very patriotic person in general. But what I found fascinating is that people from all around this massive country were traveling, sometimes for an entire day. I talked to an elderly woman there who said that she traveled for a whole day to come to the flag raising ceremony, something that happens every day in Tiananmen Square, and yet it was packed. And I find that fascinating, and I think it's because, especially for older Chinese people, I think they just have a lot of pride because, you know, they have seen this country dramatically change over the past couple of decades. And that gives them a sense of pride. And I wish we had something to be more proud about as well in the United States of America, rather than like the fake pride that people try to create around endless militarism.
I totally agree with what you said, especially for the older generations.
Yeah.
Because I traveled to many rural regions in China to do stories about the poverty alleviation, how they changed the villages. And I found the most patriotic Chinese people are in those regions, not necessarily in big cities. People who are already pretty rich, people who already pretty you already have everything, but they always complain about.
I studied environmental science, and there was a case study trying to revitalize the wolf population in Yellowstone or Alaska, I believe, and they found that the most effective way to help rebalance the population was to stop intervention entirely. Exactly. And this is kind of the issue is I see a lot of Western leftists who want to, and they engage in what I consider to be a chauvinistic posture, which is, I'm going to tell you why China is not really socialist. And it's like, why do white people and Westerners in particular like to cast themselves as the fucking judge, jury, and executioner of other societies and other cultures? Take a look at your own shit. America ain't socialist. You call yourself a socialist. You are an American or a Westerner. You need to get to work at home instead of what I think amounts to being a useful idiot for the right wing of our country and our imperialist, which is like, the reason why you're spending so much time criticizing China is so you create a culture of, I don't really care if China is attacked, because it's not real socialism. So if China is attacked or my country enters in a war against China, well, then I could be neutral. I could say, well, it's not real socialism, so it doesn't really bother me if China is attacked. That is what is really happening and that's what the propaganda that these people that are coming into my chat to speak critically of China and say it's not socialist are doing. They're trying to make you feel like, meh, not involved if we get into some sort of conflict with China. And I'm telling you, you should be involved, and it is a direct threat to yourself. If you call yourself a socialist, they're not going to ignore you when they fight a war with China. Who's going to oppose war with China? The left. The left is going to be saying we shouldn't fight wars with China. So they're going to say you're a traitor because you're a socialist. So you need to be aware and see where this thing is going, and we should be working as a movement to head off conflict with China before it's too late. Because your ass will be grass if they successfully maneuver us into a war with China. I promise you that.
Many things. But if you go to, say, Yunnan, Guizhou, Sichuan, Tibet, all those southwest China who used to be so poor, everyone I talk to, they are so patriotic. They wear the CPC badge voluntarily just because they feel like happy. I think just like you said, and when you ask them like why you love the party so much or why you feel so proud, so emotional, they say, well, I had no home back in the days, or one person from an ethnic minority living in Yunnan, this auntie said, I used to run from wars, run from China to Myanmar. Auntie said, I used to run from wars, run from China to Myanmar, back to China. I had no nationality. I was hiding in caves, but now I have a nationality as a Chinese living here. So of course, telling us young people, don't complain about anything because we used to have nothing. So exactly like you said, those people at the Tiananmen Square watching the flag raising ceremony, I guess, just like you described, they saw the most dramatic changes in their life. So they're emotional. I was very emotional every time I go to the flag raising ceremony.
Yeah.
So,
like I said, it was an interesting experience for me. It's interesting to see that because that's not something that you can force people to do. You know what I mean? It's virtually impossible for, I think, a lot of Americans to comprehend. And I'm sure there are plenty of Americans who feel a sense of patriotism when they see, F-35s flying over a football field before a game. Like I said, what that represents is not a material improvement in their lives. Whereas I feel like for the average Chinese person, especially from an older generation, they have seen that material improvement in their lives, a dramatic improvement in their lives. So they have this.
I just want to point out something, chat. America does the exact same shit as the Tiananmen Square flag raising. Here's an example. Hassan Pike is so hot.
One of the first things I noticed when visiting the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier is there's always a soldier guarding the tomb. Why do you think that is? Let's go find out. Hey, I'm here at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier with the commander of the guard. Sir, can you help us answer some questions about guarding the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier?
I'd be happy to.
Great. Why does a soldier guard the tomb of the unknown soldier?
A soldier guards the tomb to protect the unknown soldiers buried here, ensuring that no one gets so close that they can damage this historic tomb, and ensuring that all who visit maintain appropriate behavior, like speaking quietly and acting respectfully. This is important.
So in other words, if you go to the tomb of the unknown soldier and you're waving around a dumb meme, you will get fucked up. You won't get a gentle talking to by a local cop saying, hey, can you be respectful? You will get fucked up. So I guess America's fascistic now?
Because the tomb of the unknown soldier is both a grave site for 3 unknown service members, as well as a memorial for all unknown service members.
Oh wow, that sounds like a really important job. Can you tell me more about the history of the Guard? Has a tomb guard always been on duty since 1921 when the first World War I unknown was buried here?
The tomb of the unknown soldier has not always been guarded. The first guard was posted in 1925, 4 years after the interment of the World War I unknown. This was a daily civilian guard, which means that they were not part of the military. They were placed here because of reports of disrespectful behavior at the tomb. In 1926, a military guard replaced the civilian guard. And in 1937, our guards began guarding the tomb 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, and have been guarding 24/7 ever since. The tomb guards are part of the United States Army, and therefore any U.S. Army soldier could potentially serve as a tomb guard here. Today's guards are much more diverse than the original 1926 military guards.
You don't say.
In 1961, the first African-American service member, Fred Moore, joined the Guard. And in 1996, Heather Lynn Johnson became the first female tomb guard. Today, we welcome any and all service members to serve as tomb guard here.
I heard there's a ceremony called the changing of the guard. Can you tell me more about it?
24 hours a day, 7 days a week, soldiers from the 3rd U.S. Infantry Regiment stand guard over the tomb of the unknown soldier. They stand guard in all weather, no matter the conditions. Because this guard duty is so demanding, we change who's guarding the tomb every half hour during the summer and every hour during the winter. And we do this through a ceremony called the changing of the guard.
Now that we know why a soldier guards the tomb of the unknown and we learned what a changing of the guard ceremony is, let's take a moment and watch the ceremony.
I guess we're not watching it. So this is the American equivalent of the flag raising ceremony in Tiananmen Square, right? Like this is the same shit. You go to your capital and there's some patriotic event that takes place that represents all the sacrifices that have been made for people to live in that country or that state. That's literally all it is. And if you act up in these spaces, you will get clapped. So if there's no difference, and you were like, I have free speech, go try it. Go try it. See how far your free speech goes. By the way, chat, in France they have a similar thing, and somebody lit a cigarette on it on their eternal flame and he lost his residence. He wasn't just a resident, he wasn't just arrested, he was literally had his residency revoked and he was deported. Like, you know, people are like, oh my God, Hassan was and they were roughhousing at the Tiananmen Square flag raising. He was. It's the same shit. It's a solemn place of respect, and if you act in a way that is a little bit of like an asshole, they will check you. And if you really act up, you will go to prison. This exists in America too. Now, I don't think Hassan grew up in America as a kid, but I went to Washington, D.C. I visited the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. I had a field trip to D.C. We went to all the monuments. We were told not to act up. People were in trouble, but were arrested for acting up. That's the way it goes.
Was laughing during the changing of the guards. Have when your teacher gets scolded because the class was laughing during the changing of the guards.
Literally the same shit. But see, this is America, so it's not tyranny, I guess. I just roll my eyes about this shit because it just shows people don't know basic stuff about their own country. And to have that be successful propaganda is embarrassing for everyone. That's embarrassing for everyone. It means that you claim to be a patriot, yet you don't even know about the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier and behavior not being considered acceptable. You don't know that people get in big trouble for acting like an asshole during a solemn patriotic event in every fucking country. You will get fucked up. And it's just like, oh, but we did the propaganda against Hassan, saying because they had a meme and somebody said, hey, what does that mean? What are you guys doing? They were going to be asked to leave if they were acting like an asshole. And instead they said, oh, actually, we are not being jerks. So they're like, oh, okay, carry on. Like, give me a fucking break.
This sense of pride, which I found interesting to observe right there in person.
What's your travel plan in China? Besides the cities you're visiting, do you have anything that you want to do on your travel list?
Yeah, high-speed rail. But aside from that, I want to see these major cities. I want to see all of these cities that are, I mean, they're all over TikTok, especially nowadays. Like, I think the younger generation in America is like a lot more open-minded to coming to China and seeing it for themselves. But I see the current status of China around the world as like maybe Japan in the 90s, where it was at its peak, right? It was actually lapping America in technological developments. And I wanted to see it for myself before it's established as the norm, pretty much.
And what's your goal for this long-awaited China trip?
It's basically to experience it for myself and to show that there are, you know, normal people here that are living their lives just like Americans are. And they have fun, they like to drink, they like to party, and that we're not all that different from one another. And it's not this like scary dystopian country in the way that like a lot of Americans think.
Are you gonna live stream every day when you're in China?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I have been already.
Outdoor? Indoor and outdoor?
Indoor and outdoors, yeah. So I do my regular American political commentary, and then I go and experience something in the morning, usually around that time frame. Like tomorrow, we're going to be going to the Forbidden City.
Forbidden City.
Yeah, we're going to the Forbidden City, so that's going to be cool.
Wow, okay. Oh, it's going to be packed, by the way.
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of people in China.
Yeah.
There are a lot of people everywhere.
If you think the people that you saw at the Tiananmen Square for the flag raising ceremony yesterday was a lot,
oh, it's going to be.
Come back during the summer, June, July. I was there with a friend who is also visiting China. We went there in the summertime. We went there at 3 a.m. It was packed, way packed than like what you saw because it's warmer.
Yeah.
And people are napping, sleeping on the ground, waiting for and when they allow people to go to the flagpole, everyone was sprinting.
Oh yeah, people were sprinting in the morning.
Bro,
yeah, and it was like 30 degrees, and people were just running.
Yeah.
Like preschoolers and elderly people were just booking it as soon as they opened the square. And then apparently people were like sleeping the night prior as well.
Yeah.
Just to get like front placement, which is wild. Yeah.
You have to get used to, like, there's no personal space in public when you're in China.
Oh no, for sure. No, I've gotten used to that, definitely.
Okay.
Like Chinese people are very straightforward, and they will get up in your personal space.
Now that many people realize people are very straightforward.
Yeah.
Yes, like my parents or grandparents, i.e., they will tell you, not only because they are your kid, they will tell you, like your friend, oh, you got fat.
Yeah.
You got fat. Or like a foreign friend visiting. So, oh, you wear such a big size clothes.
Yeah.
So all these things so straightforward, but there's no bad intention at all.
I'll tell you a story. Right before we did this interview, I went to this park, and at the park they had the dating resumes on the ground, and it was fascinating. It's a bunch of old people. They bring their resumes of their daughters and their granddaughters, and they put it on the ground. And then a bunch of old people, they're like, "Oh, I have a son, I have a daughter." They talk to one another, and they try to set up these like relationships. They try to arrange them. And we went there to check it out.
Actually, I'm down quite a bit. I need probably to lose maybe 10 more pounds of fat, and then I'll be pretty much at my ideal weight. I think technically I'm in the normal BMI, but who cares? I'm just talking about my frame. And then, you know, we need to build up some more muscle, chat. We need to get back. We need to keep that muscle building, getting the body recomp. Exactly. That's what I'm doing. What's my ideal weight? Probably like 165, somewhere around there.
A man walked up to me, and I was there, and I had a translator, and the old man asked me like, "Oh,
Yes,
where are you from?" I said, "America."
Looks good.
And
It's got
he
a
turned
lot
around
of
and said,
splits, though.
"Why don't you find an American girl then?"
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Thank you,
What are
by
you
the
doing
way.
here? And he walked away, and I was like, "Damn."
I thought, they're like, oh, you're American? Okay, there's my daughter's resume.
No,
They will
no. He
bring
was like, he's like, "What are you doing here? Go find an American girl."
Really? I'm very looking forward to hear more interesting stories that you're gonna have in China.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, seriously. So I will, if your time permits, I will ask you your experience in China after you finish the trip.
Okay.
Yeah, so I really hope you have a good time in China, and hope you have a good journey, and hope to have you more on the show to share your experience.
Hey, by the way, chat, look at the recommended video. Is China still a socialist country? Oh, well. Why don't we just find that out? By the way, that was great. I really feel like this is such a growth opportunity because I feel like a lot of Westerners and Americans are more interested in treating China with fresh eyes. And it's very important that we take advantage of that opportunity because there's really two paths in front of us. If we go into Cold War II, it's going to be a world of misery and war. Versus if we just get the United States to accept that they're not the global hegemon anymore, and they're going to have other countries they're going to need to treat like equals, and we can pass to a new stage of international cooperation, we might have like a better, more peaceful future. Okay, chat. The House is voting on the Epstein files. I told you! I fucking told you! I fucking told you! I fucking told you! Everybody's voting for it! I fucking told you!
That committee interviewed for coordination and horrific abuse. And he must explain to the public why he moved.
Thank you, Ms. That's been the greatest treasure trove of information because it's yielded for us.
The speaker said that now would be a time we should be working on urgent legislative things down toward victims. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, this 15-minute vote on the motion to suspend the rules will be followed by 5-minute votes on ordering the previous question on House Resolution 879, adoption of House Resolution 879 if ordered, and adoption of House Resolution 878. Is a 15-minute vote.
I fucking told you. I fucking told you. As soon as it looks like it's going to pass, everybody is going to switch. I didn't know if it was going to be everyone, but I guess Trump decided to flip because it was going to pass with a 2/3 majority. And he told them to all vote for it because if they were voting against the Epstein files being released, they'd look like the biggest pedophile cover-up. So they must be going and scrubbing the files. They must be scrubbing the files. Okay, chat. It's electronic vote. So let's go live. I gotta pee. I'll be right back. One Republican voted nay. I wonder who. All right. So basically, Mike Johnson already gave the game away. He's quoting NatSec reasons that Trump has an actual active investigation open, meaning anything investigated will stay locked. Yeah, national security, aka it's Israel. Israel is our national security. Basically, it'll be exposed that Epstein is an Israeli spy. And America covers up Israeli spies. Israeli spies could spy on Americans all they want and they get protected. I've been a principled no on this bill from the beginning. What was wrong with the bill 3 months ago is still wrong today. Ban is 250 years of criminal justice procedure in America.
The yeas are 427. The nays are 1. 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Clay Higgins has got to be in those files.
Pursuant to Clause 8, Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on ordering the previous question on House Resolution 879, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 47, House Resolution 879. Resolution providing for consideration of the joint resolution, Senate Joint Resolution 80, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5, United States Code, of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Land Management relating to National Petroleum Reserve in Alaska, Integrated Activity Plan Record of Decision, providing for consideration of the joint resolution, House Joint Resolution 130, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5, United States Code, of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Land Management relating to Buffalo Field Office Record of Decision and approved Resource Management Plan Amendment, providing for consideration of the joint resolution, House Joint Resolution 131, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code, of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Land Management relating to Coastal Plain Oil and Gas Leasing Program Record of Decision.
I used to work for a cell phone company that one of the customers that called in was sick his wife from listening to her. They actually believe their bullshit wholeheartedly. It's insane. I'm surprised they didn't have the VIP number.
1949, to repeal restrictions on the export of import of natural gas, providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 3109, to require the Secretary of Energy to direct the National Petroleum Council to issue a report with respect to the petrochemical refineries in the United States and for other purposes, providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 5107, to repeal the Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Amendment Act of 2022, enacted by the District of Columbia Council, providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 5214, to require mandatory pretrial and post-conviction detention for crimes of violence and dangerous crimes and require mandatory cash bail for certain offenses that pose a threat to the public safety or order in the District of Columbia, and for other purposes and for other purposes.
The question is on ordering the previous question. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
All right, chat. I want to show you what Ezra Klein was saying about the Epstein files just weeks ago. The leader of the abundance movement, the guy who's tried to take control of the Democratic Party, who thinks he's a wise leader. This was his comment on the Epstein list.
I think I should say, before I start this episode, where I am on the Epstein story. If you force me to give you my best guess, given what we know, I think this guy had a lot of very powerful friends. I think this guy was a predator and a pedophile on an extraordinary scale. And I think those sides of his life were mostly separate.
Guys, we have no idea why he's rich. He was getting hundreds of millions of dollars for tax advice. You know what was not in any of those emails? Tax advice.
I don't think there is a list of boldface names somewhere. I think I should say...
The Democratic Party's new power broker, chat.
Are you worried?
What policies do you think can speak to non-progressive Democrats who are enraged by the status quo, but may have been kind of intrigued by Trump, or independent voters who may have voted for Trump, or people who just didn't vote but tend to lean more conservative than the current Democratic Party?
Well, the obvious one is stop sending billions of dollars to Benjamin Netanyahu. I think that, there are many people who, especially in, the kind of podcast, YouTube, TikTok sphere, if you talk to any cab driver throughout the country who's like an immigrant and a citizen, like that's something that they are thinking about a lot, is and connected to affordability, something that those are the Trump voters or non-voters, at least in New York City where I'm from, are the people who connected cost of living to where the Democratic Party's priorities, that how is there billions of dollars to spend overseas and not enough for me
It's
to
a
get
little
by?
ironic that they voted for Trump, like a little bit ironic.
Well, those are people in my family.
Yeah.
And like, we don't think about them who...
By the way, chat, people are going to make votes that are are contradictory. They're going to be what I call syncretic, because I'm being nice. Or another way of putting it is idiosyncratic. You could just shorten it and say they're being idiots, but who gives a fuck? It's idiosyncratic. What I mean by that is Donald Trump said he was the candidate for peace. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris said, we love what's happening now. I'm not going to change a thing. So I think it's reasonable when you hear Kamala Harris and Joe Biden say, we did a great job, if you think they didn't do a good job, to vote for the other guy. I think that's basically what happened. Now, I believe that if Kamala Harris had said Donald Trump is a disaster and Joe Biden fucked up, and here's what I'm going to do different, and one of the first things I'm going to do is end this disastrous war in Gaza, she would have won. But she wanted to signal to the donors, don't worry, I'm going to be just like Joe Biden. And she got a lot of money, but she didn't get a lot of votes. The money couldn't buy votes. She outraised Donald Trump, and people were not persuaded. The more they heard her campaign, the less they liked it.
As people who stayed home, who you know, people who should be persuaded, just like any other electorate, whether it's
part of democracy. Sometimes you agree with the voters, and it is somebody else's job to change the voters' minds. And that's an ecosystem-wide thing.
But you hate the somebody else's who are trying to change people's minds.
Sometimes yes, sometimes no. But like, listen, like, you know, I know that people at the Human Rights Campaign, they didn't love that that was Obama's position, but they supported him because they knew that he was better on their issues. You go back to like Martin Luther King endorsing JFK. That's not because JFK was where Martin Luther King wanted him to be on racial justice. It's not because JFK was where I would say he should have been in the cosmic good sense, but he was the better candidate.
Well, you have to actually see, here's the thing. We have memories, you fucking worm. And if you're not, you say we should do incremental progress. There has to be incremental progress, you fucking worm. You loser.
And that's the way politics, and there is a role for
on this vote,
the kind
the yeas
of
are
primaries that
217, the nays
behind.
are 211.
On the
The
Israel
previous
issue, for
question
example.
is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts rise?
I ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. To Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed.
If you want to know what happened, the Democrats blocked a bill to ban the Bureau of Land Management from stopping oil and gas drilling in wildlife refuges, and the Republican Party voted to block the rule, thereby forcing oil and gas exploration on nature preserves. And then the Democrats objected to passing the bill through the yeas and through the a voice vote, and so they tabled the bill to be brought up later.
There are few people who know Capitol Hill more.
Okay, they're doing house shit. I have been a principled no on this bill from the beginning. What was wrong with the bill 3 months ago is still wrong today. It abandons 250 years of criminal justice procedure in America. As written, this bill reveals and injures thousands of innocent people, witnesses, people who have provided alibis, family members. If enacted in its current form, this type of broad reveal of criminal investigative files released to a rabid media will absolutely result in innocent people being hurt. Not by my vote. The Oversight Committee is conducting a thorough investigation that has already released well over 60,000 pages of documents from the Epstein case. That effort will continue in a manner that provides all due protections for innocent Americans. If the Senate amends the bill to properly address privacy of victims and other Americans who are named but not criminally implicated, then I will vote for that bill when it comes back to the House. How many times are you in the files personally? We know you're in there, Clay. We know you're in there. We know you're in there. How many times? How many times, Clay? Okay, Trump met with MBS. Holy fuck, is it dire. God damn, he's such a tyrant, dude.
He's done a phenomenal job. You're mentioning somebody that was extremely controversial. A lot of people didn't like that gentleman that you're talking about. Whether you like him or didn't like him, things happen. But he knew nothing about it, and we can leave it at that. You don't have to embarrass our guest by asking a question like that.
It's just you ask, Mr. President, if you allow me to answer. You know, I feel painful about, you know,
concern.
Donald Trump said MBS didn't know anything about Kamal Khashoggi. It's not a big deal. He didn't know. He didn't know. They murdered an American resident, legal permanent resident and journalist in the embassy and then sawed his body up. They tricked him to coming to the embassy for documents for his wife in Turkey, and they sawed his body up. They murdered an American journalist. They kidnapped him and murdered him and sawed his body up. And Donald Trump said bad things happen. Chad, I just realized we are 4 or almost 5 hours into the stream and I forgot the shill. If you enjoy this content, please consider supporting it by subscribing at tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3 sub. If you have Amazon Prime, you can attach it to your Twitch account. You get 1 free sub a month. That's your Twitch Prime sub. That is making Jeff Bezos give me money to advocate in favor of his own expropriation. That's fucking praxis, baby. America's government has supported the Saudi regime since 1951. It's actually before that. It's actually before that. But basically, the Saudi Arabia has a monarchy because of the United States and Exxon, basically. Oh my God. They put Donald Trump Oval Office redesign includes $58 Home Depot plastic spray painted gold. Internet sleuths say. Okay, so Reddit says. So tacky. Tacky. It's so fucking tacky. God, it looks so bad. Is it an applique? Oh, God. Throughout the years, people have tried to come up with gold paint that would look like gold, and they've never been able to do it. We've never been. Ham and Fist, thank you for the 20 bomb. Chad, if you enjoy this content, it only can exist if you subscribe. We don't run any ads on this stream. Not 1 second of ads. Why? Because I want you to experience ad-free viewing. But the only way this stream could continue to exist if you support it. By the way, chat, there's a lot of people here working paycheck to paycheck, parents of young children, college students, people on a fixed income because of retirement or disability, or just regular people struggling to make ends meet. And when you gift them subs, they get access to literally dozens of incredible emotes, like our newest emote, DSA Coggers. Check out our newest emote, DSA Coggers. And when you give someone a sub, or you pay for a sub, you get access to our VODs. Wow. Did you want to see Mike's take on some pressing global issue? You can see it, even if the stream isn't live, by accessing the incredible, amazing VODs, videos on demand. Wow. Last but certainly not least, chat, we have a hype train dangerously close to starting. At the top sub gifter and the top bit donor, they will get a hype train conductor badge, which is a golden locomotive right next to your name. That then becomes a purple locomotive you get to keep. And I can tell you, chat, whenever I see somebody with a hype train badge next to their name, I think I'm not going to ban them for that terrible take. All right, let's find out more about the fucking... We're at level 7. Nobody's given any bits. So for as little as 21 gifted subs or 200 bits, you can gift it. We got anonymous gifter. Is Class War an instrument? Thank you for the 25. You're the best. It's 66. We're 1 short of 6,067. 3 short of 6,000.
Are you okay?
What Donald Trump will remind you of is he used to be a Democrat too. He was all over the Democratic Party in New York City. He went to Chelsea Clinton's wedding. Big time Democrat. Who lives like they? Okay, chat. I'm about to give you. Never mind. You know what? I grew up in a family where it was like 3 sheets, fold. 3 sheets, fold. 3 sheets, fold. Apparently, some people live in households where you just grab and you You just twist around, you cover your hand like a mummy. Some people are just grabbing handfuls, wiping once, and throwing it in the fucking toilet. People are going through entire rolls in a single day. Hello. Chat, I'm on that bidet life. I'm on that bidet life. I don't walk around with poo-poo butt. And once you're in bidet life, you never go back. I gotta tell you that of all the people in the world, I would be making a joke bit about not being a pedophile. I don't think John Podesta and the Clinton circle is a good... This may not hold up, John, is what I'm trying to say. This may not hold up. I think I would have avoided the John Podesta conversation. The best friend of Hillary and Bill Clinton. I don't know, man. I think this one might be a myth. A chicken gyro. This is what we call... Oh, yeah. Look what Vio got me. Oh, yeah. Right out of the oven. So I've got all these sides. I've got to put them on. Oh, you know, the lettuce, tomato. Oh, it actually looks like cabbage. Cabbage. I like cabbage more than lettuce. Who here's a cabbage bro? Got some red onion. Cabbage is just better in every way. Tastes better, better crunch, less wet. Doesn't get as soggy as fast. My cabbage! Okay, we're going heavy on the tzatziki sauce. Although I will say the tzatziki sauce seems a little thin. This must be some diet shit. She must be giving me some diet shit. Okay, let's keep going.
Tonight, Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren, a former Harvard professor herself, is calling on the school to cut ties with the former university president and current faculty member Larry Summers. That's because Senator Warren says that Summers cannot be trusted, that's her quote, after new details emerged regarding his close relationship with Jeffrey Epstein.
Based. You know what? Elizabeth Warren actually going after the left's enemies? You know what? Based. Two cheers for Elizabeth Warren for actually going after our enemies for once.
This revealed in last week's release of Epstein's private emails. Larry Summers served as Bill Clinton's Treasury Secretary and in Barack Obama's...
If you don't know, chat, this is probably one of the most important anti-left wing policy guys in the Democratic Party. His name is Larry Summers. He's pure fucking evil. I could get into all the reasons he's an evil piece of shit. All you need to know is if you consider yourself left wing, this guy wants you dead.
Administration, he was the director of the National Economic Council. These new emails revealed comments that Summers made as he also sought out dating advice from Jeffrey Epstein. That includes the morning of
How
March
did the
17th.
Epstein vote go? Only one person voted against it. Only one person voted against it. Mike was right. All the Republicans flipped to vote for it. I told you, as soon as they're all fighting behind the scenes to block it, and then the moment it looks like it's gonna pass, they all voted for it. I thought a little bit more people would vote against it, but only one guy did, Clay Higgins. Matt Gase is no longer a congressman.
2019, let's see these emails here where Summers and Epstein were exchanging multiple emails debating Summers and whether or not he should send a note to a romantic interest. Epstein argued to Summers that it would be, quote, bad form. Summers wrote back, quote, why bad form? Supposed to be face to face? To which Epstein replied, you care very much for this person. You might want to demonstrate that. A note does the very opposite. Now, the reason that exchange is notable and that we're pointing it out is because of when it happened. It was just 4 months before that exchange that the Miami Herald had published an exhaustive investigation detailing Jeffrey Epstein's abuse of underage girls. They continued to communicate, though, for the next several months. That includes on July 5th, 2019, when Larry Summers sent Jeffrey Epstein an update from his vacation on Cape Cod. The next day, July 6, 2019, was when Jeffrey Epstein was arrested for sex trafficking crimes. Now tonight, Larry Summers told CNN in a statement that he is going to continue to teach at Harvard, but he will be stepping back from his other public commitments, saying in a statement that he takes full responsibility for the misguided decision to continue communicating with Mr. Epstein. My political sources tonight are Democratic strategist Alencia Johnson and Republican strategist David Urban. And obviously, you know, it's worth noting, Alencia, that Senator Warren and Larry Summers have clashed before in the past over policy issues and whatnot. But her saying, you know, this is someone who is very involved in Democratic politics, was reportedly going to be very involved in them doing a version of Project 2025 for Democrats. She's saying that the school needs to cut ties with him entirely. Do you agree with her?
I absolutely do agree with her, and not just because I worked for her in her presidential primary, but because, as you explained, the timing of this. It's one thing if Larry Summers was communicating with Jeffrey Epstein before the big...
Oh, yes! 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 Oh, God, the Civil War is so great. I never thought I'd be standing side by side with the Warrenite to take down Larry Summers. Yes!
Investigation from the Miami Herald. But it's another, and he said he didn't know about it because there have been instances of that, right? Someone is charged for an egregious crime and people around him don't know anything about it.
Okay, her necklace says disruptor. I was like, what the fuck does that say?
But this was very public. It was all over our national news. People in politics were paying attention to it and deep diving because of his ties to a lot of political figures. And so it is problematic that he remained in contact with him. And we don't see any evidence of him even acknowledging how wrong Jeffrey Epstein was. And so I agree with Senator Warren because if we think about his involvement, not only in Democratic politics, he is also a teacher at Harvard. And there are probably young women in his class. And I would be concerned about, whether or not he has the integrity to continue to be in those positions. I'm not going to sit here and say anything's going to happen to his students, but it is concerning that you would be okay with someone who has these accusations and you still continue to be involved in a teaching capacity.
So you think what he's doing tonight doesn't it go far enough? Because he says he is still going to be teaching.
I don't think it goes far enough. I don't think we should continue to reward bad behavior, or even when you're trying to turn a blind eye to maintain a position of power.
Yeah. And David Urban, this all comes as we're seeing the ramifications of these emails far and wide. I mean, obviously, Stacey Plaskett, another Democrat, was also texting with Jeffrey Epstein during the Michael Cohen hearing. Apparently, a spokesperson for her confirmed that she was getting text messages from him that influenced her questioning, it appears. But David, this is also coming as for Republicans, for your party, there is a huge breakup underway between Donald Trump and Marjorie Taylor Greene. In part, she's criticized how they've handled the Jeffrey Epstein saga and this entire back and forth over the discharge petition. She was one of those 4 votes that came out initially and voted for this. When the president saying that she's a traitor and Marjorie Taylor Greene, as he called her, what do you make of that? Do you think that's all right, or do you think that's too far?
Yeah, it's too far, obviously. Let me just say this. I don't think I've ever said these words before. I agree with Senator Warren, right? Like, I agree with Senator Warren and Alicia. I think that Larry Summers has to go. Not only was it his judgment very bad there, but this was a young woman who was a mentee. He was texting or emailing back and forth with Epstein about. And moreover, her father was a member of the Chinese Communist Party. So most likely he was getting played as an asset during this whole thing. So it's only the tip of the iceberg with the Larry Summers issue. Marjorie Taylor Greene, like her, don't like her, love her, hate her. She campaigned for Donald Trump when very few people were. She was out there burning and churning when, after January 6th, and Donald Trump was a lonely soldier. She was a foot soldier in the Trump war, fighting for him every step in every way. So I think it's a little harsh for him to say what he did about her. Look, I don't necessarily agree with her all the time on this vote. I think, bad news doesn't get better with age. If I were the White House, I'd have released it a long, long time ago and moved on quickly to something different. It's like a bad PR move, it seems to me. I'm not quite sure
David,
who or what they're trying to protect, but it's never getting better.
Well, that's what I mean. I was talking to people who are allies of Trump's and White House officials who were saying they kind of did this to themselves because they could have just come out and supported this from the beginning instead of, they brought Lauren Boebert into the Situation Room to try to get her to change her mind last week. So it's not like they really get a lot of credit for this passing. I mean, it passed despite their efforts, not because of them.
Yeah, listen, I consider myself a huge supporter of the president's from,
Did he try to be like, listen, everybody voted to release the Epstein files, and that's good. Go back? Okay, I'm going back. I'm sorry. I had to
go and moved on quickly to something different. It's like a bad PR with Epstein about. And moreover, her father was a member of the Chinese Communist Party. So
what do you make of that? Do you think that's all right, or do you think that's too far?
Yeah, it's too far, obviously. Let me just say this. I don't think I've ever said these words before. I agree with Senator Warren, right? Like, I agree with Senator Warren and Alicia. I think that Larry Summers has to go. Not only was it his judgment very bad there, but this was a young woman who was a mentee. He was texting or emailing back and forth with Epstein about. And moreover, her father was a member of the Chinese Communist Party. So most likely he was getting played as an asset during this whole thing. So,
oh yeah, the girl that Summers was trying to date was like the daughter of a communist leader who was trying to do the Belt and Road Initiative. Oh God, that poor girl. I also wanted to say how grateful I am to have and have been for your support, also your support of my father's work. I don't say these things often enough, but I hope implied. Please, like Larry Summers. I've sent a comment in meeting with her father, flattering her father, saying other Chinese officials had flattered him as well. He's trying to move on this girl. Oh God, he's such a creep. Oh God, he's such a fucking creep.
It's only the tip of the iceberg with the Larry Summers issue. Marjorie Taylor Greene, like her, don't like her, love her, hate her. She campaigned for Donald Trump when very few people were. She was out there burning, burning and churning when, after January 6th, and Donald Trump was a lonely soldier. She was a soldier, foot soldier in the Trump war, fighting for him every step of the.
Wow, it looks like Donald Trump isn't loyal to anybody, even the people that were his ride or dies. God, what a shameful loot. Like, who likes this fucking guy? Who the fuck likes this guy? He's such a scumbag. How could you like this guy? His mother, barely. Have you seen Trump's mother? Have you seen Trump's mother? She looks like it's like a lady from a horror show. She looks pure evil. She looks like she's going to suck your soul. And not like Donald Trump sucked Bill Clinton's cock, but like painfully and like a dementor. She looks like malevolence. She looks like a villain in a Disney cartoon. She looked like she stars in the movie 1001 Labradors, where she wins and she skins 1,000 Labradors.
Every step in every way. So I think it's a little harsh for him to say what he did about her. Look, I don't necessarily agree with her all the time on this vote. I think, bad news doesn't get better with age. If I had the White House, I'd have released it a long, long time ago and moved on quickly to something different. It's like a bad PR move, it seems to me. I'm not quite sure
David,
who or what they're trying to protect, but it's never getting better.
Well, that's what, I mean, I was talking to people who are allies of Trump's and White House officials who were saying they kind of did this to themselves because they could have just come out and supported this from the beginning instead of, I mean, they brought Lauren Boebert into this Situation Room to try to get her to change her mind last week. So it's not like they really get a lot of credit for this passing. I mean, it passed despite their efforts, not because of them.
Yeah, listen, I consider myself a huge supporter of the president's. From, I can tell you in 2016, when I signed up to support Donald Trump, you could fit everybody in a room, in a tiny room that was supporting Donald Trump. And so I just think this was mishandled from the get-go. I'm not quite sure why. Just get the information out. People campaigned on it. The president campaigned on it. Others did as well. That the president and Republicans feel that they were, that for too long the mighty and powerful have been protected in this country, and this president campaigned on making sure there was equal and fair justice for everybody, the rich as well as the poor. And this feels a little counter to that. It feels like that someone's being protected that might not be worthy of that protection, as you see in these Larry Summer emails.
Yeah, and Alicia, I mean, just seeing this, Mike Johnson was asked about this, the calling her a traitor. It is something that was unfathomable. I mean, after January 6th, there were very few Republicans who still vocally supported the president publicly. Marjorie Taylor Greene was one of them. And so to see this split has even shocked a lot of people inside their orbit.
Listen, I am all about people redeeming themselves and changing their opinion, but I believe in, as the good book says, you judge a person by their fruit. And so we have to see how Marjorie Taylor Greene continues to move forward, and also if she atones for a lot of the egregious things that not only she said, but supported, like January 6th and some of the things that she didn't hold Donald Trump accountable for. And so we have to see where she continues to be on this path, because she's talking a great game right now, but who knows what's going to happen when something else happens that comes out of this White House.
Yeah, Dana Bash had a really good interview with her on Sunday and brought up some of her past statements and whatnot. And she did, I asked for or said that she regretted some of those things. Alencia, stand by. David,
She,
as well.
she went on the View. She went on the View. How much better can she pleading for forgiveness?
Listen, we got to continue to see more of this from Marjorie Taylor Greene, because some of the things that she has done and said has, quite frankly, harmed a lot of people. And so we'll see. Judge a person by their fruits.
Epstein's accusers have released a new video calling for the release of all the files.
I was 14 years old. I was 16 years old. I was 16. 17. 14 years old. This is me. This was me. This is me when I met Jeffrey Epstein. This is me when I met Jeffrey Epstein.
It's time to bring the secrets out of the shadows. It's time to shine a light into the darkness.
Jesus
Joining me now live is one of
Christ.
Epstein's accusers, Alicia Arden, and her attorney, Gloria Allred, who represents numerous Epstein survivors. Gloria, Alicia, thanks so much for being here. Alicia, let's start with you. Why is it important for you for these files to be released?
Well, I've always wanted the truth, and I have always said that the time when I did file the police report, if it would have been more investigated, I feel that I could have saved the victims from going through what they went through. So now I want the files to be released because I think we all need saving, and it's the truth that has to come out. It's been going on too long for myself and for the victims.
So when you say the police report, so you were the first to file a police report against him. This was back in 1997.
Yes.
This happened in Santa Monica. You were 25 years old? 26?
Yes.
And he pretended to be a Victoria's Secret talent scout?
Victoria's Secret, and I had wanted to be in the catalog very badly, like any young model would, and I had a lot of tear sheets. I was in a lot of magazines, and I was opposite Cindy Crawford in one, and I knew that I could be in it. You know, I was thinking that he was really a scout.
And so he says, come here for an audition, essentially, and it turns out that he has nothing to do with Victoria's Secret, and he gropes you.
And he gropes me, and he tells me to come take off my clothes, and he wants to manhandle me. Manhandle me. I never had heard that word in my entire life, and I've still never heard it. I want to manhandle you, come over here, started touching my breasts, my buttocks. I was in a bra and underwear, which is common that you have to be in a bra and underwear and show your body if you want to be in Victoria's Secrets. And I was very happy to do so, but he really wasn't with the magazine in the end.
Yeah, and Gloria, the interesting thing is she went to the police.
She did go to the police. That's what we asked people to do. She has proof that she went to the police because she has the police report, but no prosecution ensued. And that is so typical of what so many survivors have been facing over the years. Denied justice when Jeffrey Epstein got that sweetheart deal in 2008 in Florida. Denied justice again when he was arrested, incarcerated, waiting to stand trial, and then died in custody. Died justice
in custody.
Now until...
By the way, notice how she says died in custody. Bro, yo, Trump whacked this motherfucker, dude. Trump whacked this motherfucker. There's no way he killed himself. Okay, Jeffrey Epstein's brother is claiming this. I don't know how credible you find him, but it is notable that he is saying this.
What I do want to talk about is I've been recently told the reason they're going to be releasing these things and the reason for the flip is that they're sanitizing these files. There's a facility in Winchester, Virginia, where they're scrubbing the files to take Republican names out of it. That's what I was told by a pretty good source. What I do want to talk about...
So Mark Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein's brother, is claiming that the Republicans have a facility where they are scrubbing the files to remove all Republican names, and that they're going to argue that Epstein was a Democrat.
Well, now President Trump says, release the Epstein files, vote in support of it. But guess what? They don't have to take a vote at all.
Right.
He could just release it.
He could release them himself right now.
Exactly.
And yet why do you think he's not?
Delay, deny, avoid, evade. Yeah. We don't know, but I can't read his mind. I want to thank him for saying, Republicans, you can support this release of the files. However, he could just pick up the phone, call Pam Bondi, Department of Justice right now, and it would be released.
Yeah, and so back to your story, Alicia. So in 1997, you go to the police. You say, this happened to me, and they did not believe you, right?
No, I was very discouraged. I wanted a female police officer. They said, why are you filing a police report? I said, I just ran out of the hotel room. I was being attacked. I was going to be raped. I had to get out. And he offered me $100 as I was leaving, and I did not want that. I said, I'm not a prostitute. I want to be in Victoria's Secrets, and in Victoria's Secret. So I had told them all that, and they just didn't believe me. They had me leave and told me to come back, and I did. I went back to my job in Hollywood. I thought about it.
This is how, like, so many incels and men are like, oh, why don't you just go to the cops if somebody attacked you? This is what happens when women go to the cops. They get mocked. They get denied justice. They don't get believed. Their stories are not investigated. Their assaulters are not prosecuted. Churches have pedo insurance. Actually, most institutions have pedo insurance. It's called SMML liability. It's called sexual molestation and misconduct liability insurance. You can buy it. The vital importance of sexual misconduct and molestation liability insurance. Sexual misconduct and molestation liability insurance ensures that you're one step ahead in addressing potential liability, safeguarding your financial health, and demonstrating your unwavering commitment to preventing and responding to incidents of sexual misconduct. Stay confident, build trust, and foster a safe environment for all. SMML insurance is a specialized form of insurance coverage designed to protect organizations from claims and liabilities arising from incidences of sexual misconduct, molestation, or abuse. I want you to understand something, chat. Whatever evil crime you can imagine, capitalism has figured out a way to profit from it. They called it umbrella insurance. Umbrella insurance is not typically, as far as I'm aware, cover sexual misconduct or criminal behavior. Maybe some plans do. I thought you were being ironic. Huh? Go read what Marx wrote. He will explain to you that capitalism renders everything profane. They make profit from everything. There's nothing sacred anymore under capitalism. Child molestation is a profit driver for somebody. There is a multimillionaire who made money from molestation insurance. And what exactly does molestation insurance pay for exactly? The answer is expert attorneys to attack victims. They have specialized attorneys for discrediting molestation accusations. That's what they do. They are lowering the price of the cost, because if you have sexual molestation insurance and somebody molests a child, your attorney, the insurance company, steps in and takes liability for that, which means what? They need to reduce the cost of the settlement, which means they discredit the victims. They are experts at discrediting the victim. And then the molester could be like, oh, it's not me doing it. It's the lawyers. It's the insurance company. This is absolutely as pure evil as it gets. What is covered by sexual molestation insurance? It provides coverage for a range of incident claims and liabilities related to sexual misconduct, molestation, or abuse. It may cover legal costs, settlements, and judgments arising from allegations made against the organization, its employees, volunteers, or representatives. This could include claims of sexual misconduct, assault, molestation, or abuse committed by individuals associated with the organization. SMML insurance is designed to offer financial protection and support, helping organizations address the legal, financial, and reputational risk associated with such incidents. The specific coverage and policy details may vary, so it's important to review the terms and conditions of the policy to understand the extent of coverage provided. They will help your reputation. Why is this a thing? Question mark, question mark. Because companies want to buy it. This is how you get experts at discrediting victims without having to set up your own law firm of evil bastards. This is a way of increasing the profitability of anti-victim lawyers. I guarantee you these guys are very closely associated with the Republican Party. 100,000 quadrillion %. In fact, now that I think about it, in Pennsylvania, we were trying to pass a law so that victims of child molestation had a longer time to sue in adulthood. And insurance companies and the Catholic Church lobbied against it. And the Republican that they ended up supporting, who was like their big mouthpiece, ended up getting arrested for child porn. The insurance company's like expanding the statute of limitations for molestation, ended up going to prison for child porn. Like, there is a pedophile cabal. It is real.
And I went back and I said, I have to file this. What if he's doing this to other girls?
Yeah, and then to hear for all these years, because that was 20 years before Me Too, right? When people suddenly finally started to feel seen and to feel heard, to then know that all this happened afterwards. How does that make you feel?
Mm-hmm. Well, that's a good point, Alex, because what happened to the Me Too movement? Is it still around? Does it protect myself and the victims? I don't really know much about it anymore, and I don't want them to be afraid if they're in a situation like me or whatever situation they find themselves in, to leave and go to the nearest local police department and say, I'm here to file on something that's happening to me in this hotel room or wherever it is, and I want to file. I'm not leaving, I'm doing it. They should be strong.
What do you want to see in those files?
I'm ready and prepared to see anything that's going to come out of the alleged pedophiles that have assaulted my friends, the victims, and I'm ready to see who the men were and how on earth they got to where they were. They were friends with Epstein. How did this go on for so long? So I'm ready and prepared to see them.
I mean, because we're hearing, Gloria, just today about Larry Summers, who was the head of Harvard, who was a top advisor to Barack Obama, to Bill Clinton, and that he was apparently involved with this. He's now saying he's going to step back from his role at Harvard. But, I mean, there could very well be some heavyweights on the Democratic side in this, too.
That's correct. And, of course, the time with Jeffrey Epstein a while back, there was another Democrat at the time that was good friends with him, and his name was Donald Trump.
who was a Democratic donor at the time and invited Bill and Hillary Clinton to his wedding.
Yeah, and now is asking the Department of Justice to investigate former President Clinton. He doesn't say what evidence he has that President Clinton did anything wrong.
And of course, there's no evidence that Donald Trump did anything wrong so far. There's
exactly. Right.
Important point.
Well, of course, we don't have most of the evidence, and that's another point. The Department of Justice, because of the subpoena that the House Oversight Committee...
Guys, a prime minister of Israel used to stay at Jeffrey Epstein's house. It is in the fucking emails. Israeli spies used to stay at Jeffrey Epstein's house. It's as direct as it could possibly get.
Has released about 50,000 pages of files, but there's another 50,000 pages that have not yet been released. So why this dribble? Why not just get it all out? Now, there are going to be some redactions. How many? We don't know. We do know some, obviously, and I've said this for a long time. They are going to redact the child sexual abuse videos that were taken by Jeffrey Epstein and were found.
And apparently the name of the victims.
Yeah, and of course the names of the victims, or in a way that they are identified, even if their names are not known. Are they going to redact the names of men who have not been prosecuted, who may or may not ever be prosecuted? That's a question. As you said, if they're saying they're going to investigate President Trump and then they name some other Democrats, by the way, will any Republicans be investigated, or is it just Democrats? Is there going to be a real prosecution as well as an investigation of Democrats, or is this just political persecution?
Well, and Alicia, to that point about the politics of this, because we got to remember that you and other people are victimized by this. It's really not about the politics at all. It's about people that were really hurt. And I know this is really emotional for you. I know it was emotional today at a press conference for you. And I was wondering if you could expand upon that idea that this is really about human beings. It's not about a political football, because so much we watch on frankly, the cable news coverage of this on both sides is trying to blame this side or blame this side. And we're forgetting about the people, the real people that are hurting because of this monster.
Right, and everyone should be investigated, whether it's a Democrat or Republican, like Reid, Summers, the Clintons, and all of Morgan Stanley. Everyone should be investigated. It doesn't matter what side you're on. Everyone should be investigated how they knew Jeffrey Epstein and why did they go, and if they went to travel with him, and how were they friends with him?
And did any of them enable or assist or conspire with Jeffrey Epstein and or Ms. Maxwell to sexually abuse young girls, sex traffic them, and so forth? These are very important questions.
And lastly, real concisely, Alicia, if this actually does come out after all this time, and if names are named, and if there is some sense of justice, what will that mean to you?
I think in my heart, I will be a little relieved to know who these people are, and quite frankly, justice and the truth for myself and the other victims. And a little bit sad as to why these people really could go down that road and like victimize myself and the other victims. And why would they do that to us? And I think I will be a little afraid. I'm prepared, but a little shocked to see those names.
And I just say how proud I am of Alicia and all the other survivors who have continued to persevere and are not giving up, because they know that the truth matters and they're determined to find it out.
Yes, it does. Thank you so much. Thank you for sharing your story and being brave to come out here. Thank you so much. And Gloria, always great to see you.
Thank you, Ellen.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Here's an update on where we are on the vote. You'll see time remaining is 0, but the vote is still open, so don't go by that time clock. There are still 25 lawmakers left to cast their vote. As of now, it is unanimous. 407 lawmakers, Republicans and Democrats, saying yes to releasing the Epstein files. There's another no on your screen right now, but again, I would take that with a grain of salt, because we've seen a few no's and they've changed to yeses. So until this vote is closed, lawmakers are allowed to change their minds. So keep an eye on it. We do expect it to last for a few more minutes. In fact, why don't I go to the source on this? Ali Vitale, how much longer is this going to last?
It'll last until whenever they decide to gavel it out. I do think that if the speaker was talking about this being unanimous, that he's going to make sure that everyone who's here has a chance to actually vote. When it comes to some of the no votes that have come up and then gone away, one of them was Ronnie Jackson of Texas, who came out here just a few moments ago and said, yeah, I made a mistake. I rolled back my vote. And so it's music to my ears every single time you say the vote isn't done until the gavel is down, because that is the rule of how we look at these votes here in Congress. As of right now, there is still one vote lingering on the screen. Again, we have seen those change in the past, but I'm watching to see if our team, who's inside the building right now, is going to chase this member to see why he is voting no, and if it was a meaningful no, or if he just, like some of his colleagues before him, hit the wrong button as he was trying to cast his vote. But ultimately, I think what's important here is you're well over that 2/3 threshold, which was needed to pass this bill. It's not the typical way that we talk about it. It's not the simple majority, but it is the 2/3 majority, because they're doing this through a mechanism called suspension. It just means that it's not governed by a rule. That's typically the way every other bill moves to the floor. This was something that the speaker put on a faster timeline. He didn't wait for the discharge petition to fully ripen after it got 218 signatures. The speaker basically said, okay, the folks who want this are going to get it, and I'm going to move it up as fast as I can. And then, of course, over the weekend, we watched the White House posture change, the posture of most Republicans, because even as they were leaving town, Katie, frankly, after they reopened the government in the middle and end of last week, many Republicans who I was speaking to, rank and file members who were nowhere near signing this discharge petition, were starting to tell me that they were likely to vote yes on this whenever it came to the floor. Obviously, those members were all having conversations with leadership. They were all having conversations with the speaker, making him aware of their plans. It's partly why I imagine you saw such a massive wave of reversal, not just from House Republican leadership, but then also from those in the White House who could very much see the writing on the wall. And so, again, I'll keep you posted on that one no vote as it exists right now. Our producer, Seda, is in the chamber, and that no vote right now is Clay Higgins, a Republican, very conservative member. We're going to see if we can't find him as he either leaves the floor or tries to walk out of this building, and see if we can't get an explanation on that, but I will keep you posted as we get it.
So we're waiting. It looks like they're getting close to gaveling out of this thing. There are 7 lawmakers who have not yet voted. Again, Clay Higgins remains a no. We'll see if that changes before the.
This may be the dumbest no in history, and If you're in Louisiana right now and you're in Clay Higgins' district, run against him. Run against him right fucking now. He voted to keep the pedophiles list secret. It's the easiest campaign ever. You might win. Even if, I don't care how Republican the district is. Run. This guy's probably a pedophile. It's like the easiest campaign of all time.
The vote is closed. As Ali was saying, the speaker is likely to let everybody who is there get a chance to cast their vote. Again, we're now down to 5. Ali, the speaker, is he going to nod to the gentleman sitting up on the dais to tell him when to close it? And that again, is that the president of the House, or is he, what's his official title?
Yeah, I would imagine. So I don't have the ability to see what you're seeing right now, but I would imagine that whoever is sitting in the chair is the one who's really going to be controlling when this vote is over. He will be watching a number of things, including whether or not those lingering 5 members have cast their ballot. There usually is a sense of attendance issues, if there are any. I haven't heard any of those whispers so far yet today, but we'll see ultimately what we see. I'm still checking my phone to see if we've gotten any explanation around Clay Higgins, so I'll keep tracking that. But yeah, I mean, this vote will end when it ends. I mean, whether the speaker nods to whoever is sitting in the chair, again, I'm sorry I can't see what's happening directly while I'm talking to you. But yeah, we'll hear that gavel when we hear it.
All right, so let me ask you this, Senator Boxer, if you are still with us, about what would happen, what is going to happen next in the Senate. Is there any other mechanism beyond unanimous consent to get this bill to the floor if the leader doesn't want to bring it?
It pretty much takes unanimous consent to move anything quickly. Let's be clear. So it really is going to be up to Thune. And, you know, if the Democrats aren't happy, they can try to maneuver, but it is going to take a while. I do want to say this to you, Katie. We all heard Trump call Epstein a pervert. So I would ask rhetorically, if Epstein was a pervert, and I certainly agree, what does that...
They dug up this fossil? They dug up fucking Barbara Boxer? Jesus Christ. What the fuck is going on? MSN now? This is MSN 20 years ago.
Ghislaine Maxwell. And what does that make for treating a pervert? Because that's what she was, because she was his partner in crime. How could he treat her the way he's treating her, like a princess? So he's in big trouble. He's in big trouble. But as for the Senate, getting back to your question, if it's going to go smoothly, it's going to go fast, it's going to have to be unanimous consent.
All right, that's good to know. Brendan Buck is with us as well, former press secretary to Speakers John Boehner and Paul Ryan. He's also an MS Now political analyst. Brendan,
this vote, the
this is the gavel. Let's listen. Hold on.
427, the nays are 1. 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Uh-oh, chat. Clay Higgins is an American politician and reserve law enforcement officer for the state of Louisiana. As well as being an elected official, he is claimed to be a 3%er. He's a member of the House Freedom Caucus, and his political views have been identified as far right. Clay Higgins was the sole U.S. representative who voted against the Epstein Files Transparency Act. The editors moved fast. The editors moved fast. He attended Louisiana State University and did not graduate. He appeared to support Ku Klux Klan leader David Duke. Chat. He became a patrol officer at 43, and then 3 years later, he was like fired for beating a black man, and he had to resign. And then he went and worked at another police department at like 48. Why the fuck is he getting hired at 48? What the fuck? So he basically went viral because he made a bunch of videos threatening suspects. God, he's a full-blown fascist. God. Of course he defends Jeffrey Epstein. Jesus. The pedophile radar is off the charts.
Pursuant to Clause 8, Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on ordering the previous question on House Resolution 879, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar number 47, House Resolution 879.
Okay, so it passed. The Epstein files, the release of the Epstein files has passed the House. It will now go to the Senate. It was 327 to 1. So not unanimous, as Speaker Mike Johnson predicted it would be, but pretty close. Brendan, what's the deal with Clay Higgins?
It's a great question. I don't know. He's a bit of a quirky member, somebody who kind of does his own thing. So not surprising that he would be the type of person who did this. But I'm sure a lot of people will be wanting to figure it out. It doesn't really make a difference at the end of the day. I think what is important here, as you said, 427 votes. Very rare that you get something of any significance that passes in such a clear, bipartisan, almost unanimous way. And if there was any, it sounds like Donald Trump now supports it, but if there was any hope that he was going to be able to veto this or something, very clearly you have the votes to override a veto. So I think the House is now hoping that this issue is behind them. I'm skeptical that it is behind them. I imagine this is not going away anytime soon, but this is certainly a headache that was of Mike Johnson's making in some ways, dragging this out as long as he did. And it just shows that there was a lot of pent-up desire for people to be on the record on this issue, Clay Higgins aside. It is not very common, again, that you see something with such bipartisan support that is so contentious. And I think that's just a notable moment.
Yeah, that's a really good point. 427 to 1. Ali Vitale, I know you're standing outside of the Capitol down the stairs where lawmakers are going to be departing, and I'm imagining you're going to try to grab as many of them as you can. In the meantime, Clay Higgins, any answers?
Chat, Donald Trump was asked about the Epstein files, and this is what he said. Are you ready?
You're going to find out what did he know with respect to Bill Clinton, with respect to the head of Harvard, with respect to all of those people that he knew, including J.P. Morgan shares.
Sir,
Yeah, Jennifer, go ahead.
incriminating in the files, sir?
Quiet,
Venezuela, sir, you've had a lot.
Donald Trump snaps at female reporter who asked about Epstein files. Quiet piggy. You're fucking obese. You are obese. Who are you calling piggy? You slimy fat fuck. Like, Jesus Christ. Who the fuck are you calling piggy? Have some self-awareness. Jesus Christ. What a vile piece of shit misogynist scumbag. I feel like even calling Trump a racist or a sexist at this point is too classy. He's just a shit pie. He's just garbage. He doesn't rise to the level of sentience. Golden arches. Jesus Christ. Chat, Bill Maher was fighting with Patton Oswalt on AOC.
What's going on in England right now is a lot of that. I mean, like,
what's going on in England?
Again, not in the bubble.
Okay, well,
doesn't get in the bubble.
Don't wait a minute. Just
it
tell
really
me.
Doesn't. It's a big. I don't even want to start with it, but
okay.
It's like just a lot of violence, protests, immigration, cities that Andrew Sullivan, for example, says are places that my grandfather would not even recognize anymore as British. Immigration.
Bill Maher is a fucking Nazi now. Bill Maher is a fucking Nazi now. Every single major world city has ethnic enclaves. That's what happens. People move to a city. They start doing decently. They tell their friends and family back in their home country, hey, I found opportunity here. People move. Where do they move? Nearby. And then before you know it, there's a group of people that have a shared cultural heritage that provide community assistance and mutual aid to each other. And it becomes Chinatown, Little Italy, Little Tokyo, Koreatown. Like, that's how it works. That's how it's always worked. There's no difference between Little Pakistan and Little Italy, you fucking idiot. You dumb fuck. And you know what? When the Italians came to New York, they built a Catholic fucking church in the middle of their town, in their neighborhood, because they were Roman Catholic, you dumb fuck. And when Pakistani immigrants moved somewhere, they built a mosque because they're Muslim. And guess what, Bill? When Jews came to America, they built a synagogue. That's how it works, you stupid fucking Nazis, dipshit, fuckface. God damn, you're stupid. This fucking idiot lives in Los Angeles, California?
Is great. Anything can be too much. And it has become Islamicized, to put it briefly.
Anything can be too much, but a lot of times the way that things are framed and represented is also amplified so that they can make their point.
But do you know about the what do they call it when they get kids to grooming, the grooming scandal?
No.
See, that's.
He's a dumb. Oh my God, this is fucking insane. Like, you are legitimately a brain dead moron. Criminal sexual pimps exist, and they should prosecute fully to the fullest extent of the law. That doesn't mean immigrants are trying to pimp out all of our little girls or whatever the fuck. This shit goes on. It's a horrible scourge in our world that people do. Sex trafficking exists. But to take a crime individual guys make and make it a problem, describe an entire group of people, is the essence of racism. There are plenty of white guys who have pimped girls out. Andrew Tate is an example of what I'm talking about. Does everybody say white men are now evil pimps because Andrew Tate did it? Or do we recognize, oh, that's Andrew Tate's crime? Andrew Tate is the racist. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? God, he's such a fucking rat.
Big story.
This is in the UK.
Yes, that went on from the 80s to the present, and it wasn't a.
You're talking about the royal family.
No, I'm not. I'm talking about Pakistani men.
Well, listen, Prince Andrew fucking kids with Jeffrey Epstein is not as exciting to him as some immigrant criminal. So he could call all
who are immigrants, who are grooming poor, impoverished white girls mostly in these things and making them into prostitutes and sex slaves and really nasty shit that would pass for more normal in a traditional Pakistani society.
So wait a minute, let me get this straight. I mean, this is just pure fucking bigotry. I gotta be honest. I think if you're sitting there next to Bill Maher and he says shit like this,
where women are not considered equal citizens. And if you don't understand that, and that gender apartheid is the #1 issue that you woke people should be...
Oh my God, he's such a fucking dipshit. What do you think happens in Orthodox Jewish communities, Bill? Are you going into Brooklyn to break up the gender apartheid, you fucking dipshit? Some people have very traditional views that has nothing to do with some guy pimping girls out. That's a fucking predator. He should be in prison. That's not Pakistan culture, you fucking rat.
Concerned with, but seem not to be. Then right away we're not really seeing the world as the same way, and I think I'm seeing it much more clearly. Gender apartheid should be your #1 issue if you really care about oppression. A lot.
You really should care about oppression is you should target Pakistani immigrant populations over the crimes of a single group of pimps. Say that it's happening, all Pakistanis are responsible, and then ignore the genocide of Gazans where hundreds of thousands of people have been killed or maimed. This guy is a fucking moron.
I'm talking about hundreds of millions of the world's women, and it's mostly because of the tenets of Islam, to be perfectly honest about it. And this is what's going on in England, and this is why England is having a big problem these days, because in the interest of DEI, they are allowing practices that are so illiberal, which is the great irony. This is the least liberal thing you could be, is treating women as a second-class citizen and getting away with shit like this.
Here's an Obama speechwriter talking about the Gaza genocide.
I think that since October 7th, but really before then, there have been huge shifts in America on how people think about Jews and Israel. And I think that is especially true of young people. So we are now wrestling with a new, I think, generational divide here. And I think that's particularly true in that social media is now our source of media. And this, it used to be that the media you got in America was American media, and it was pretty mainstream. It generally didn't express extreme anti-Israel views. You had to go to a pretty weird bookstore to find global media and fringe media. Today, we have social media, which is a global medium, right? Its algorithms are shaped by billions of people worldwide who don't really love Jews. And so while in the 1990s, a young person probably wasn't going to find Al Jazeera or someone like Nick Fuentes, today those media outlets find them. They find them on their phones. It's also this increasingly post-literate media, less and less text, more and more videos. So you have TikTok just smashing our young people's brains all day long with video carnage in Gaza. And this is why so many of us can't have a sane conversation with younger Jews, because anything that we try to say to them, they are hearing it through this wall of carnage. So I want to give data and information and facts and arguments, and they are just seeing in their minds karnat. And I sound obscene. And,
because you are obscene. You're a genocidal maniac, and whatever justifications you formed in your brain are not mapped onto reality, you fucking evil piece of shit. God damn, this is what passes as discourse now.
I think, unfortunately, the very smart, bet that we made on Holocaust education to serve as anti-Semitism education, in this new media environment, I think that is beginning to break down a little bit, because Holocaust education is absolutely essential. But I think it may be confusing some of our young people about anti-Semitism because they learn about big, strong Nazis hurting weak, emaciated Jews. And they think, oh, anti-Semitism is like anti-black racism, right? Powerful white people against powerless black people. So when on TikTok all day long they see powerful Israelis hurting weak, skinny Palestinians, it's not surprising that they think, oh, I know, the lesson of the Holocaust is you fight Israel. You fight the big, powerful people hurting the weak people.
And she wants you to know, actually, the lesson of the Holocaust is support Jews killing weak people. That's what she wants you to say. The lesson of the Holocaust is be the Germans. That's what she's learning. Is that right? Obama's speechwriter.
I think that
centrist Democrats are not people you can work with. They have to be defeated.
Has had to push back and stand against the global condemnation and criticism, and as more and more people might back away, where and what they've accomplished is profound, and it's also ends firmly on the right side of history, and it's the path forward. And regardless what continues to happen, I will always, there's no condition on whatever aid is necessary, whether it's military, intelligence, or financial. And now some of these political elections, they are putting an anti-Israel position front and center. They'll even brag like, well, I won't take their money. Have and put out these ridiculous
He almost died, chat. That's what's wrong with his face. His heart almost stopped and he fell down and smashed his face on the ground.
Solutions. In fact,
if you wish that John Fetterman be released from all this pain, Peepo smile in the chat. I'm thinking about him not having to suffer anymore too. John, get well soon, buddy.
21 members in the House put out something, supported by an organization like Code Pink. I've had those people show up protesting in my office for the last 2 years. In two sides, it's like, my advice is stand on the moral clarity, stand on the side of history, and stand on the kinds of values that you only will see that we all want to.
He thinks that Israel's going to win on the side of history, bitch. You're going to be a footnote. You're going to be used as an example of the failure of Zionism and in politics in America, you fucking dumb rat fuck.
Live here in our nation is only in Israel, and look around. So, but thank you for the honor of joining with you here today.
God. All right, be right back, chat.
Comedians Bill Maher and Patton Oswalt clashed on cultural issues and the future of the Democratic Party in the most recent episode of Maher's podcast.
Oswalt, a longtime Democratic supporter, suggested that part of the reason for the political divide in the country is due to the backlash from Barack Obama being elected president, but Maher argued that the left is to blame for becoming fixated on certain progressive causes.
This country is not as mature as it thinks it is. We elected Obama, and clearly the country freaked out. We're still living in that freak out. We are not as progressed and evolved and intelligent as we think we are because we keep freaking out about this stuff.
Well, the left freak out too. the left freaked out about a lot of too.
What did they freak out about?
Gender, race, parenthood, schools, homelessness, crime, the border, education. Like we stopped being a scientific people.
The two also discussed Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Now, the New York representative has become a popular figure among younger progressives, with some hoping she'll run for president in 2028. But Maher says she's not the kind of politician Democrats should be rallying around.
If she had some deprogramming, she could be such a fantastic candidate.
What do you mean deprogramming?
Well, she just doesn't. She's never going to resonate with people outside of the bubble that she lives in the very, very far left.
Well,
and that, I mean,
it's so funny to be a multi-millionaire who's unmarried, spends his millions of dollars fucking like sugar babies, has been in either Hollywood or New York for his like entire adult life, and talking about bubbles.
New York Times, of all people, the people I've been like squabbling with for the last 7, 8, 10 years, whatever, when I was all about, Democrats have gone too far left, they just put out a huge editorial basically saying exactly what I've been saying.
What, that she's too far left?
Yes.
Maher went on to accuse Oswald of living in a bubble similar to AOC, and others online agreed with him. Outkick writer Ian Miller says Patton Oswalt is the perfect modern no kings Democrat who has absolutely no idea what's happening around him, who has no idea how bad his political ideology is, because all he cares about is all he cares about is what his bubble makes him feel like a good person. I read that correctly. I did my best.
Now, this is not the only recent instance of Maher being critical of the left. He also blasted New York City Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani for the past several months, warning that his policies might hurt Democrats in future elections.
I feel like I'm going to come across as a real hater today because I had very strong language for Candace.
That's all for that. That's very pathetic. Oh my God, the money behind the right-wing shit. 85% of people in the Democratic Party support Medicare for all. 85% support, 7% oppose. Military weapon sales to Israel, decrease or stop completely, 54%. Increase or keep the same, 27%. Abolish ICE, 66% support, 20% oppose. That's with absolutely no political campaign. That is just people being asked 3 years before the presidential election where they stand. And the answer is firmly on the left.
It's been 2 weeks since we won the election. We've been pretty busy.
Rejects the Democratic Socialist Zohran Mamdani.
Too often, this is a time of just celebration as opposed to preparation. We want to make it both.
A lot of these things are new, but one of them is pretty old, fundraising. But why are we fundraising? We have less than 50 days until we take office, and we have a lot. We have to vet the 50,000 resumes we've received. We have to keep paying our incredible team. Thank you. And we have to plan not just our inauguration, but our policy implementation. Now, unlike the campaign, transitions do not get public matching funds from the city. So that 8-to-1 match, it's up to us to raise the money. Usually campaigns take that as an opportunity to rely on wealthy donors, but that's not us. You've already been incredible. We've raised more than $1 million in just 2 weeks. Our average donation is around $77, and more than 12,000 of you have donated so far, which is much lower than the last administration's. But we're still asking for your help because we need to raise $4 million in total, so January 1st can be the day we start to deliver, not start to prepare. I hope very soon not to have to ask you for money, but until then, I'm asking for you to go to transition2025.com and give whatever you can to help build a New York that everyone can afford. This is your city, and I can't wait to get to work. No, I'm kidding.
I do think that transition should have some funding. It seems pretty stupid to have fun for campaigning, but not for transitioning. One thing that I wanted to show you is talking about the grocery store program that he was
proposing. That's what drives me crazy about the debate. When you see these op-eds in the New York Times from these right-wing think tanks who have not done their research and are just giving bad faith criticism on behalf of their billionaire donor.
No one with a think tank job has ever worked in retail.
No one with a think tank job should ever be writing an op-ed about something they haven't done in real life.
Hey, we've got Errol Schweitzer. Errol used to work at Whole Foods as VP of grocery. He can tell us what that means.
The ulcers have mostly healed, so.
Whole Foods has that reputation as being like the elite grocery store. So what can Errol have to say about affordable food? But you're going to show us. We're going to find out.
It's more than a reputation, trust me. You'll never be as critical of Whole Foods as we were internally, so
Aw.
trust me on that.
Errol and I have talked a lot about food prices. Some of that comes from the agriculture side, some of it comes from the retail side, the supply chain that happens between the farm and your table. So we're just going to talk about that some more today with a special emphasis on public grocery. We have a guy running for mayor in New York who's made that a real topic. I grew up in a military family, grocery shopping on post. Got some fun stories about that and how that made a difference for our family.
Yeah, it's called the commissary system. Basically, the military would have public grocery stores at every military base. And it would fund itself. Surprise, surprise. And the prices were better. It was a military benefit.
How that made grocery shopping on post. Got some fun stories about that and how that made a difference for our family and how that's made a lot of differences for military families. How Hegseth is actually trying to shut that down, why that could be a problem, and what history has to teach us about how it can be done.
Everybody agrees, at least quietly, that poor people want to eat healthier and would and could if they, A, either had more resources, so that is higher income, or B, we expanded SNAP or other food assistance programs to subsidize this sort of stuff. There's not a disagreement here in the food industry. I've been on the board of Non-GMO Project. We've had that data for years that everybody wants to eat the sort of better for you, cleaner, healthier foods, but those foods are usually more expensive. They have higher markups. The markups are higher from the farm gate on the ingredients. The markups are higher from the manufacturers to subsidize all the cheap stuff they're selling. The markups are higher from the wholesalers. The markups are higher from the retailer. And so by the time you get something on shelf, it's 2 or 3 times the price of a normal food, and it doesn't need to be. And that's because of the way we value food ingredients. Whole other discussion, whole other story about externalities and what doesn't factor into cost. But I am a very big proponent of sustainable foods and healthy and wellness. And I don't feel in any way that it is an exclusive elitist project. And it's something I actually really resent from how we marketed that stuff at Whole Foods. And it's something that I'm really critical about with other chains like Erewhon that are turning that into an elitist 1%er thing. Because the other side of this is, I'm not a big Walmart fan, but the reason why they just decided to pull artificial colors out of their store brand private label was because they realized that's what their customers wanted. 60+% of their customers wanted more transparency and better ingredients. Their biggest success story of the last couple of years at Walmart was the launch of Better Goods. They launched several hundred SKUs of a clean label packaged food line that looked like it came off the shelves of Whole Foods, but it was half the price. And it's called Better Goods. At Walmart, huge success. So what do? They apply that learning to the rest of Great Value, which is the second largest packaged food brand in the US after Kirkland. And they're saying, no, this is not because of RFK, because RFK is doing the same thing as Walmart. He's just following the people. People are saying this is what they want. And, there's some problematic aspects of that, in that this is not going to solve America's health crisis. This is not going to replace a universal healthcare or public option in health, but it gives folks at least a little bit of control over what they can eat. And something like Walmart will make it at least more accessible in that they reach so many more people and their prices are very low. So you're seeing that at Costco. You're seeing that at almost all the major supermarket chains. They each have private label programs that are growing. And in those private label programs, they have growing segments, cleaner, better for you, less processed, healthier, whole grain, humanely raised, cage-free, organic, regenerative, non-GMO. This is among the biggest trend for all these retailers. Who are they marketing to? Middle America. Yes, Whole Foods was a bit of the vanguard and has absorbed a lot of that oxygen. You have smaller chains like Sprouts that get a lot of attention, but don't have very large market share, barely 1% market share for a chain like Sprouts. Really, the energy is on all these big supermarket chains and the fact that they are catering to those customer demands, customer needs. And I do think that's a good thing. I do not think, once again, it takes the place of better wages. I do think we still need living wages in this country. I wrote a segment in my newsletter a couple of weeks ago, How to Make America Healthy Again. Number 1, living wages and union protection. Number 10 was universal health care. And numbers 2 through 9 were all debatable, other options. But one of them was, I said, universalize SNAP, get rid of means testing. Anybody could use it. And universalizing SNAP, to me, is also about dignity and the right to food. People deserve the right to food. This should be a fundamental human right. 83% of folks surveyed believe that it should be. Almost every other country in the world, besides the US and a handful of other holdovers, don't think it is. Something like universal SNAP and getting rid of means testing also takes the stigma away. You know how you make a program successful? You make a public program successful? Let the rich kids use it, because then if it's no good, they'll complain to their mommies and daddies, who then call their senators and complain, why isn't the SNAP card working?
Yeah.
Because this is the sad part of this country. We hate poor people and we don't care what they think.
Programs for the poor become poor programs. We know from actually talking to poor people that like the main obstacle towards eating healthy is not lack of desire, it's lack of money. I think another one that's really important that doesn't get as much mention is lack of time, because you're usually working too.
Well, there's a bunch of different elements to why people eat like shit. 1, convenience. 2, cost. 3, cooking skill. Right? Like those are the three reasons. When I say convenience, I mean time. That include, because cooking food involves preparation, cooking the food, and then cleanup. And you also need the actual cooking utensils. You need a stove. You need access to a pantry. All of that has an entry cost in it and requires, your housing situation to have it available. I personally like what they do in China. They have communal kitchens. I think they call them community canteens.
Like mushrooms after rain in Shanghai, operating under the banner of... In recent years, community canteens have been springing up like mushrooms after rain in Shanghai, operating under the banner of elderly support. These canteens benefit from government subsidies and tax breaks, offering particularly low food prices. I used to think it was a good thing until the small eateries around began to struggle to survive.
I should have checked and see if it was a Falun Gong video. I should have seen if it was a
Here I am at the community canteen. Let's see for 3 adults how much it will cost. It's a community canteen, but really it's open to the public. It's a cafeteria style. You just pick, point, and pay at the end of the line. Super efficient. For 3 of us, guess how much we paid? So it's 76 RMB, which is like 10 bucks. Well, what shall I say? Welcome to China. Here I am at the community canteen.
But let's leaving aside, that's just one of many evil soup kitchen, chat. That's what they mean by communist soup kitchen.
2 or 3 jobs. Everybody's like, well, why don't you just cook from scratch? Because if you want to get out of poverty, you have to help your kids with their homework, which is exactly when cooking dinner happens. So you got to pick one. What's it going to be?
Number 5 or 6 in my How to Make America Healthy Again was fresh food processing infrastructure. We need to enable more folks to have fresh meals.
The time thing comes into where, again, if you go to Trader Joe's, which is just upscale Aldi, right? You go to Trader Joe's, it has this reputation as being, it's healthy, it's good food. It's almost entirely like prepackaged food. But for some reason, it doesn't trip the this is processed food alarm in people's heads. Like, we just don't notice that because it's yummy, it's healthy, whatever. Just because it's a frozen dinner doesn't mean it can't have vegetables in it.
The signs are handwritten. You think it's made in the back room or something. No, those are made by massive co-packers shipped through a consolidated supply chain, centralized purchasing, and efficient labor logistics. Yes.
Yeah, but it just goes to show, like, even people who have money are still really pressed for time, right? And so if you're a stable household with some economic security and you're still pressed for time, imagine what it's like to be poor. Right?
I just gotta say, I eat Trader Joe's food from time to time. I'm guilty.
Right? Like, that was the biggest issue I ran into. Like, we had a period of food insecurity or whatever. We had enough money to cook from scratch and we had enough time for takeout, and so as a result, we kind of just didn't eat enough for a long time.
But isn't obvious to men is that forcing folks to just cook from scratch is typically about feminized labor in the kitchen. It's usually the women in the household that are doing that.
I think we have this mythology that everyone used to cook from scratch at home, and it's just a modern problem that we all forgot, which if you actually learn history is bunk. Back in the tenement slumlord eras, you didn't have an oven in your house, that would burn the entire tenement down, right? And so there were like automats and things like that. Like there were taverns, people would just go get soup, some bread at the bakery. Everywhere you look archaeologically, there's bakeries where people are baking bread professionally, all the way back to ancient Egypt, right? So don't tell me everyone used to bake from scratch at home. We can see in the archaeology, no, they did not.
Or ancient Rome, food stalls on every corner.
Yeah, just going to get some snacks from the corner store in the bodega was very, very ancient Rome. This idea that the right way to do it is to cook from scratch, and that's how we should do it. And if people don't want to do that, then they don't deserve to eat is crazy. It's just wild. But that's coming from a very specific cultural idea of how people are supposed to behave that has nothing to do with reality. To kind of come back to the gender thing, this fits in really well with this whole idea that the actual nuts and bolts parts of running a business are done unseen by elves. That's not for the CEO to worry about. That's not your problem. You don't need to build your business around that. And even in the home, when it comes to cooking, people think the same way about their own beloved. The food just happens unseen by me. There's a person who, I'm not going to say they're less than me, but they're doing the stuff that I'm not going to deal with, right? There's some gender power that goes on that is very much a mirror of the way that CEOs see the nuts and bolts of running a business. That's not a problem that every person has to struggle with. Actually, my husband does most of the cooking. That happens in a lot of households. I grow food, and then I'm like, I'm done. I did my part, you know? So like my one good story about the post exchange, you know, like the grocery store and a military installation. So my dad was in the military. I was pretty young at this point. But I think my mom had gotten really into painting, and she ran out of paint thinner. And she was like, I just need it really quick because I'm in the middle of a project. I need to go get paint thinner now. So she puts me and my brother in the car. She goes down to the post exchange. She walks in and she's like, I need your cheapest vodka. And she's got 2 kids. She's got paint all over herself. I need your cheapest vodka. You know those moments when you come to and realize what you're doing and you're like, no, it's not for me. You don't understand.
I'd always heard about the PX and the post exchange. And so a few years back, we had a catastrophic freeze when I was living in Austin. And I started thinking about like, why did grocery stores run out of everything for several weeks after the freeze? And I started thinking about how supply chains were structured and financialized, just-in-time inventory, something that we've talked a lot about, how wholesalers don't hold a lot of inventory, grocers don't hold a lot.
Well, that's how a lot of the profit has been. Basically, what has happened is capitalism has wrung all the resilience out of the system. So having a warehouse, you have to pay rent on that. You have to have warehouse workers. You're going to store inventory. Well, then there's inventory risk. The best thing to do is have it go right from the factory to the store instantly, right? Why do you want to have a warehouse? Well, the problem is if there's any kind of disruption in the flow of goods, everything runs out right away. They have exchanged what they call efficiency is really a destruction of resiliency.
A lot of inventory, and they're incentivized to turn product.
And it's one of those things that works really well until it doesn't. And then all the gains that you made get wiped out in one catastrophe because one event that challenges resiliency costs you so much more than maintaining that resiliency would have. And people get paid a lot of bonuses from eliminating the resiliency when times are good. But as soon as something bad happens, they're not going to receive any consequences. And that's why our system is failing.
Very quickly to keep cash off the balance sheets and generate higher returns for investors and family owners. And I started thinking of like, well, what does the mirror of this look like? What's the looking glass here? Well, what would a public food sector look like? And so I put together like a piece that's published by the Good Food Purchasing Program, why we need a public food sector. And it wasn't about public groceries, it was about public sector supply chains. What would a supply chain look like if it was operationalizing the right to food? Like the purpose of that supply chain was to ensure everybody was fed good food. And then it was about a year ago when Zohran Mamdani was starting his campaign, he put out something on Instagram saying, we're going to have public groceries. Interesting. And so I spent
another
about a month
area where gains are
researching
privatized and losses are socialized. Yeah. And it's so funny because everybody who's been in the military has had a public grocery store. You know, like it's like people pretend like it's so impossible and it can't work and it's a crazy idea. And it's like, except there are hundreds of them.
System. And then thinking about operationally, what would this look like? And I put out a post, it was in December of last year, how to build a public grocery sector operationally, taking the learnings from Aldi, taking the learnings from Costco, and taking the learnings from the PX. And what folks need to understand who are not in the military is that the PX serves well over 1 million people a day, is fully publicly funded. until, Comrade Hegseth, decides to outsource and privatize it. Best of luck with that, Junior. The PX currently, it would be one of the top 50 largest grocery chains in the US, typically has a markup of 2 to 3%. The markup in grocers is usually between 35 and 40. In mass merchants, it's like 25 to 30, like Walmart. At Costco, it's like 14%. The PX has by far the lowest markup. The PX primarily buys from some of the same wholesalers. They supply grocery stores. They supply the military. You can find the same stuff, except, and you could speak to this more accurately than I can, 20, 30, 40% cheaper at retail. And I validated those numbers with friends of mine. But I also spoke to folks who sell in to the PX system, like, entrepreneur friends of mine, folks in the food business, and they love working with them because they want to make sure that service members are well fed and healthy and are up on food trends and have all their needs taken care of. The goal here for public grocers is to solve for affordability and access. This is a very important math. The increase in price in the last 6 years in food is equal to the full markup that retailers take now. It's 35 to 40%. We are never going to get back to 2019 food prices through the private sector. Those prices would have to be subsidized somehow. And it could either be subsidized through a universalized SNAP program of some sort, or we could talk about large-scale public sector involvement in the supply chain without a retail markup. So customers are paying a competitive wholesale price below the price of what they would even pay for at Costco, if it were done correctly at scale. So when I talk about public grocery, I'm not talking about like a Cuddly Wuddly, like little farm to table, farmer's market, farm stand. I'm talking about a complex, efficient, large scale industrial supply chain based off of the learnings from the PX system, possibly even utilizing it and civilianizing. I actually said we need to just civilianize the PX system, or creating these outlets like a Costco or an Aldi with limited assortment, low markup, efficient labor, union labor, paid well, but not doing a full service, farmer's market, food court, all that. Nope. You got to do no frills if you want this to be cheap. And that's really what it is. It's about affordability. It's about access. And it's not only doable, it is being done every day. And that's what drives me crazy about the debate. When you see these op-eds in the New York Times from these right-wing think tanks who have not done their research and are just giving bad faith criticism on behalf of their billionaire donor.
No one with a think tank job has ever worked in retail.
Right,
No
exactly.
one with a think tank job should ever be writing an op-ed about something they haven't done in real life. I've been very clear. I support healthy, sustainable, cleaner label products. We could have whole grains. We could have sustainably grown products. They have to be put into a scalable, industrial, manufacturing, processing, wholesale, retail sector in order to be cheap and accessible for everybody. The public sector grocery idea is not only viable, it's necessary, but it has to be done in a way that respects retail math.
A lot of that is just about look, there are people who have to run the store, who have to move products from, the storage to the shelf, right? Who have to unpack the truck. There's people who have to ring you up at the grocery store, right? So a lot of what it takes to make that food accessible and pay those people properly is scale, right? If you're taking in a basket at a time, instead of a semi-truckload of food at a time, you're not going to be able to use staff's time well, which means you either have to drastically underpay them or charge a lot of money. If you want to treat both those groups of people right, it takes scale. And I think that's where people get lost, because we hear scale and we just think industrial. And you're like, no, if you want to treat both these groups of people right, you have to make good use of everybody's time, which means moving a forklift of stuff at a time, not a basket. There's a lot of well-meaning food measures out there that are like, we just have to take the small farms and match them up with people who need food. I would say that if you want to be a farm that supplies food locally, you need to meet people where they're at. That is your job. Yes. You are a business. Farms are a business. I do believe in small farms. They can do the right thing. They can be successful. They can meet people where they're at. But that is our job as business owners. It is not society's job to come to us. After you take out farm debts and expenses and losses, farmers have made more money every single year than non-farmers since 1998 in the United States. As a farmer, I'm certainly aware that there are lots of resources that we need and could use. We need a public cooling facility, or we need infrastructure. The farm sector is made of people with enough social and financial capital to maybe take care of more of that ourselves, to be a little more proactive about taking care of our own needs. We are a community with the capacity to do that. And I would like to see us seize control of our narrative a little bit more, instead of kind of sitting around with our hand out, wanting the government to do everything for us. I believe in social safety nets. I believe that nobody should go without food because they're poor. I think that's kind of a no-brainer, but that's a responsibility towards the poor. That is not a responsibility towards millionaires with a six-figure income. It's not the same farm sector people's grandparents left behind, and it's good for the public to know that.
Well, I love your YouTube. I watch it all the time. I always feel like I don't learn enough from people, and I always learn stuff from you. So I'm grateful that you're putting in
All right, chat. That was a story on public grocery. What just happened there? Hello. Okay. Here's the link. And what do you know, chat? It's time for me to call it. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. Here's all my links. Thank you for all the support. I'm handing the raid over to Vio. On your way out, enjoy Will Neff as the Woker.
I'm like, you know, I don't say shit like that.
Do you want to know where I learned this AVE?
At University of Miami Gender Studies.
Okay, wow.
Yeah.
One of the last.
My pronouns are none of your business.
Oh my God, you are Ron DeSantis.
He's the Woker. My father was a gender studies major, and one night I came home and said the F slur, and he went off crazier than usual.
I'm like.
All right, everybody, stay safe out there. Solidarity forever, my friends. I will see you all tomorrow. Say hi to Vio for me. Peace out, and socialism has won.